Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. Who can lend a hand? After the last mermaid show, we'll go to Yunlong Mountain to take the cable car. Jiang Ning planned. Everyone rushed to the aquarium. The mermaid show was located in the aquarium lobby on the 7-meter long, 2-meter high acrylic glass plate. Zhu Yuantang looked at the 3-dimensional pool and said, "Is the board too small?" "It's indeed a little small. Jiang Ning, just make do with it." More and more tourists gathered in the hall. As the mermaid appeared, beautiful music played in the hall. The mermaid was played by a young woman in her 30s. She wore a special costume on her lower body, wrapping her legs into a mermaid tail. The long tail flapped and swung beautifully, but her figure was slightly poor, with some fat on her belly, not as slender as a girl. Jiang Ning was not interested. He still took a photo and sent it to the class group. "Where is the aquarium?" Jump popped up immediately. "Which aquarium? Can you send a few more photos?" Zhu Yuantang watched the mermaid performance attentively, especially the mermaid slowly emerging from the bottom of the water, with countless bubbles rising up. This scene was extremely beautiful. Zhu Yuantang tiptoed slightly, and there was a little girl sitting on her father's shoulders beside her, which made her very envious. Unfortunately, she is an adult, and should have an adult's posture. Zhu Yuantang whispered to Jiang Ning, "It would be great if the mermaid was Chuchu." After hearing this, Jiang Ning used his powerful consciousness to outline Zhu Chuchu's figure in his mind and put himself in this scene. He said expressionlessly, "It's really beautiful." Zhu Yuantang sighed, "It's a pity that my family doesn't have such a big pool and Chuchu can't swim." Jiang Ning said happily, "Chuchu treats you as a good friend, and you actually want her to become a mermaid?" Zhu Yuantang pouted and argued, "I didn't. I made her tomato fish, and she might agree. It was obviously she who hired Chuchu, an equal exchange. I was planning to watch it with you, but you didn't support me." Zhu Yuantang was furious. Jiang Ning, okay, support. Words are not enough. You provide tomatoes." Zhu Yuantang plotted. Yunlong Mountain is only more than 100 meters, and for the few people who have climbed Mount Tay, it couldn't be easier. Strolling along the mountain trails, it is quiet and peaceful, and then climbing to the small tower on the top of the mountain, standing on the terrace, overlooking the urban area of Pengcheng from a high vantage point. The view here is excellent. On one side is the wide Yunlong Lake, with hundreds of cruise ships floating on the lake, which is quite spectacular. Zhu Yuantang leaned on the fence and looked at Yunlong Lake from afar, thinking, "It would be great if I could fly from here to the boat over there." Riding the wind, he passed through the mountains and forests below and reached the boat on the lake. Jiang Ning and Tang Fu were realists and immediately denied it. "It's impossible. You will fall badly." Chen Kan analyzed it seriously. "If you take off with a paraglider, you can do it, but you are definitely not allowed to fly near the key." "Yang Sheng, what about wingsuit flying?" Chen Kan said, looking for death. Jiang Ning heard their words and laughed it off. Zhu Yuantang walked to the other side again. There was no lake in this direction, but mountains and cities. From a distance, there were green fields everywhere, as if Pengcheng was built in the mountains and forests. "The greening rate is a bit scary." Yang Sheng sighed. Chen Kan said, "Pengcheng's greening has always been the first in the province, even in the country. It is also a well-known existence. Go down from the small tower and walk a short distance to the cable way of Yunlong Mountain. Although the mountain is only over 100 meters high, the cable car ride is longer than Mount Tay." Jiang Ning looked happy. "The cable car ticket is 30 yuan, 2 people in 1 car." Yang Sheng and Tang Fu left first. Jiang Ning and Chen Kan were in 1 car, and finally Jiang Ning carried Zhu Yuantang into the car. The cable car in Yunlong Mountain was not fully enclosed, and the windows were open. Zhu Yuantang was terrified, fearing that she would fall down and die. After a while, she dared to take out her mobile phone to take pictures. The cable car is located above the mountains and forests, with the lake on the right, and the scenery is excellent. Night. Barbecue restaurant. Let's go for this one. The taste is not bad, and the environment is okay. Jiang Ning said. The barbecue restaurant was doing good business, and there were only 2 tables left in the hall. Tang Fu got the menu, and was responsible for ordering. She wrote 1.5 pounds of mutton. Chen Qian, a scholar, was influenced by elegant art. Seeing Tang Fu's dog-like handwriting, he frowned and complained, "Why do you write so ugly?" Tang Fu said nonchalantly, "Because my writing speed can't keep up with my thinking speed." Yang Sheng found the blind spot. "So, you think very fast?" Jiang Ning cares for every girl. How could he not want to see Tang Fu embarrassed? He used his wisdom to help her out. It is more appropriate to describe her as Yan Liang Wenchao. Tang Fu clapped her hands. Great. She couldn't help but look up to Jiang Ning. She didn't expect that there were so many dragons and crouching tigers in the mere 8th class. If Jiang Ning was recruited, then with Zhao Jinliang in charge of military force and Jiang Ning in charge of literary force, wouldn't class 7 be very prosperous? But Tang Fu had some common sense and didn't poach him in person. Most of the barbecue in Pengcheng is grilled to 7/10 done, and then the customers grill it themselves. While waiting for the barbecue, Tang Fu looked at the drinks in the store and found that this barbecue restaurant was quite strange. There was only beer, not even a bottle of drinks. Jiang Ning said, "I'm also surprised. Isn't it good for the boss to make money by selling drinks?" Tang Fu said, "I just saw a supermarket nearby. What do you drink?" Yang Sheng, "A big bottle of juice." Zhu Yuantang said something green, "A big bottle of Sprite." Okay. Several people decided. Jiang Ning said, "Buy me a can of Coke separately. I'll pay for it separately. I suddenly want to drink it. Just 1 bottle. I can't finish more." Then, he said suddenly, "Oh, there are 3 bottles of drinks in total. You definitely can't take it. I'll share with you." Jiang Ning could hear everything Jiang Ning was thinking. Unexpectedly, Tang Fu didn't take it seriously. 3 bottles is easy. Just wait. She took a long step, leaving a chic back view for the few people. Jiang Ning was numb. He realized that being a warm man is really a science. Different behaviors should be formulated for different types of girls in order to build relationships. Tang Fu came back quickly. She was holding 2 large bottles of drinks in one hand and a can of Coke in the other. She slapped the table with a bang. Jiang Ning was not affected by the previous setback and was in a bad mood. In front of beautiful girls, he was always very gentlemanly. They brought him Coke. Thinking of Tang Fu's long legs, Jiang Ning was overjoyed. He smiled and knocked on the pull ring. Then he was sprayed with Coke. He finally couldn't maintain his demeanor and quickly found a tissue to wipe his clothes. Yang Sheng laughed out loud and teased, "Don't get too close to Yuan, it's contagious." The waiter shoveled the charcoal fire and put it under the table grill, and the hot breath spread out. Pengcheng barbecue is very fun to do, but while enjoying the fun, you have to bear certain consequences. The people at the next 2 tables accidentally burnt the lamb skewers when they grilled them and had to throw away the lamb with pain. Jiang Ning sorted out his mood, smiled at life, and reminded everyone grill a few skewers to eat. It's not easy to burn them. Zhu Yuantang doesn't need anyone to tell her that she is very good at making food, and the last step of grilling is perfect. There are lobsters in the store. Jiang Ning ordered 3 pounds of crayfish. Each crayfish weighs 1 or 2 teals, which is definitely a high quality crayfish. The asking price is 168, which is quite expensive. Barbecue with crayfish has a unique flavor. The store is doing good business. It is full of people at this moment. Jiang Ning estimates that the turnover for one night is at least several thousand. There was a table not far away, with several muscular men sitting there. 2 of them had tattoos and were very loud. They were bragging about their gym experiences, how many kilograms they bench pressed, etc. There was another table nearby, with 4 girls. They were good looking, dressed coolly, and served white wine, which attracted the attention of many diners. After all, no matter where you are, beautiful girls can always attract attention. They came earlier, had finished eating, and were ready to pay the bill and leave. There was a strong man with a short flat head at that table. He drank a little too much and said, "Oh, is it time? Which place are you girls going to?" Several girls glared at him in disgust, but did not dare to provoke him, and turned away, leaving behind a lot of laughter. After all, everyone could hear the meaning of the words. Dong Qingfeng retracted his gaze, but he didn't care. After all, eating with Jiang Ning, apart from anything else, was indeed safe. And right here, a middle-aged man of medium height stood up from his seat and walked to the side of the fitness young man at the table. The waiter at the barbecue restaurant next to him shouted, "Boss." Then he heard the boss of the barbecue restaurant patted the flat-headed man on the shoulder and stretched out his calloused hand. "Give me a hand. Shake it." The flat-headed man was addicted to the gym. He had just boasted so much, how could he refuse? He didn't have time to judge, so he stretched out his hand, ready to show off to the middle-aged man. As a result, as soon as he touched it, it felt like being stuck by a pair of pliers, and it felt prickly. The calluses were so prickly, he couldn't bear the pain and screamed. The boss then let go of his hand and patted him on the shoulder again. "Young man, practice again." Several young people at the same table were dissatisfied, and someone said to the boss, "Give me a hand again." Then they screamed one by one when they were pinched. After scolding everyone, the boss pointed to a group photo on the wall of the store, which was a group photo of several soldiers in the wild. Dong Qingfeng. It turned out to be veteran BBQ. The owner of the BBQ restaurant was amused and in high spirits. He shouted to the 20 or so tables of diners in the restaurant, "Whoever lends a hand and can beat me, I'll give you a free meal today. Recommend a book." Lol article. This player is too immersed in the play. Chapter 452. Warm a bowl of wine. The shout of the barbecue restaurant owner resounded throughout the hall, attracting the attention of diners at each table. For a moment, the atmosphere in the store became heated, as if the grand prize was about to be unveiled. Will the winner get a free meal if he shakes hands? Dong Qingfeng spoke to himself, his eyebrows raised, showing a layer of excitement. He turned his head to look at Yang Sheng and Tang Fu, still remembering that the two girls were athletes who loved sports and had shined at the number 4 middle school sports meet. Their graceful figures had become a vivid memory of many boys' youth, stunning the time. It's a pity that Dong Qingfeng's sports performance is not ideal. He can't fight shoulder to shoulder with them. At that time, Dong Qingfeng, like an elegant gentleman, stood in the crowd and silently gave applause for them and for himself. When the game was over, he took the purified water in his hand and politely offered it. Behind politeness, there are often regrets. Who hasn't longed to be as hot as the sun, shining on everything? People always admire the strong. If he can show his strength in the areas that the two women are best at, he will definitely be able to attract their favor in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Dong Qingfeng couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. His expression was both excited and nervous. His temples were swollen, and his brain was calculating quickly, like a superconducting quantum computer. Even his vision was blurred, and the picture was blurred. I only heard the store owner shouting, "Who dares to fight?" His tone was arrogant and boundless, as if he didn't take the customer's present seriously. A huge fat man with a body of more than 200 pounds stood up. Some people around him were surprised and said, "Such a fat man must be very strong. The boss is in danger." TSK, it looks like he may be free of charge. Someone glanced at the food on the fat man's table and estimated, this table is estimated to be 300 to 500. There was an old and prudent person who said, "Let's see the competition." The fat man walked in front of the store owner, and the battle was about to break out. Everyone held their breath and saw that, as soon as the two men fought, within 3 seconds, the fat man screamed. Everyone was panicked and couldn't believe it. The shop owner was indeed the manager of the veteran BBQ shop, and his strength was so terrifying. A young woman in yoga clothes, with a curvy figure, beat her chest and stamped her feet. "Where is my husband? My husband is not here, otherwise today's meal would definitely be free." The shop owner looked around the whole place, and no one in the huge barbecue restaurant dared to look at him. The shop owner laughed up to the sky. "I gave you a chance." After hearing this, all the customers bowed their heads in shame. Tang Fu and Yang Sheng clenched their fists, but they were weak women. When everything was silent, only one person shouted, "No, I haven't made a move yet." Everyone looked over and saw that Dong Qingfeng was not strong and even had a thin figure. The young woman in yoga clothes pitied. "You are so thin. Don't go up and suffer. It's better to listen to your sister, and don't be stubborn." And the fitness young man and the fat man who had been defeated miserably before. Their laughter came one after another. The barbecue restaurant owner asked, "Who are you, and what do you do?" Chen Kan next to him said, "He is Dong Feng, the study committee member of class 8, grade 1, Yazhou number 4 middle school, and also the representative of the mathematics class." The barbecue restaurant owner was furious and scolded, "You are a high school student, are you kidding me?" Chen Kan hurriedly said, "Handshake is not about strength, but about wisdom." Barbecue restaurant owner, "Go away." Just as everyone was denouncing, Yang Sheng suddenly spoke up. She was like a light in the darkness, illuminating the dim world. "Let him come." Dong Feng ignored the surrounding wind and said confidently, "If I can't win, I will pay double the meal." Tang Fu admired his courage and poured a glass of coke personally to cheer him up. Dong Feng waved his hand lightly and said, "I'll be back soon." He decided to fight. Dong Feng's figure was still sitting in the same place, but the other him stood up. Just like Guan Yu riding alone for thousands of miles, and like Sun Wukong making a fuss in Ling Xiao Palace, with lofty aspirations and passion, the mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. In just one round, the barbecue restaurant owner was defeated. When Dong Feng returned, the coke was still cold. The subsequent scenes were too stimulating, and Dong Feng's brain overheated and could not bear the load, and the calculation was stuck and could not be performed. Suddenly, he was stuck back to reality. The noisy sound rang from his ears, and Dong Feng's heart was pounding. Only then did he realize that he was in the real world. He was lost. Chen Kan shook his head and said, "Just now, several people who regularly exercise in the gym still lost badly, not to mention others." His words once again awakened Dong Feng. Dong Feng lowered his head, glanced at his arm, and thought to himself, "Forget it. Unless there is a black bear-like body like Yan Xianpeng from class 9 next door." Zhu Yuantang glanced at the dining table. Crayfish cost 168 yuan. As for the rest of the barbecue, she glanced at the menu when ordering, and wrote it down. She ordered 204 pieces of barbecue, a total of 372 yuan. On average, each person spent 62 yuan, which means that she and Jiang Ning spent more than 120 yuan for a meal. "If you can save this money, you can buy a big bag of snacks." Dong Feng said, "Forget it, just take a look." The next day at noon, everyone went to the train station. After getting off the taxi, Zhu Yuantang said to Jiang Ning, "Finally, I can go home. The summer vacation trip has not yet ended." Zhu Yuantang has been playing for a few days and feels a little homesick and misses his mother. He plans to stay at home for a few days. Dong Feng looked depressed. He now feels that traveling alone is quite good. Last night, when eating barbecue, Jiang Ning demonstrated the pretentious scene he imagined. Dong Feng's mentality almost collapsed. Yang Sheng asked, "Which city are you going to next?" Jiang Ning, "Let's go to Guangling for a cruise." Dong Feng took a breath and said, "The scenery of Slender West Lake is really good. You go. I'll forget it and rest for 2 days." He didn't want to play with Jiang Ning anymore. Yang Sheng and Tang Fu were also preparing to go home. They were on the same train. It only took an hour and a half from Pengcheng to Yazhou. Now after buying tickets online, you still need to go offline to issue tickets, not directly swipe your ID card in the future. But as students, they are smart, and no one goes to the counter or are automatic ticket machines. 2 ticket machines were out of order, resulting in long queues in front of other ticket machines. Everyone has a smartphone, so when queuing, most people play with their phones, WeChat, Weibo, Jokes, and Kuaishao. But in this hustle and bustle, only Chen Kan is like a lotus flower that is independent of the world and untainted by the mud. He carries a shoulder bag, a water cup in one hand, and a vocabulary book in the other, while queuing and studying. Anyone who sees him will praise him for being a hardworking and motivated young man. However, there are always surprises in this world. Behind Chen Kan, there is a fat middle-aged man with a gold watch on his wrist. He is holding a strange-looking mobile phone. If Dong Feng saw it, he would definitely exclaim, "Oh my god, a Ripple mobile phone." Ripple mobile phones cost tens of thousands of yuan, which is many times more expensive than the most popular iPhone 5S. Only the local tyrants can afford it to show their status. Many local tyrants are not well educated, so they like to buy things to show their status. The rich man behind Shinkai was also an uneducated person. He looked at the young man in front of him and felt disgusted. He suddenly said, "What's the point of reading books? In the end, you will be admitted to a university and become a college student, but you still have to work for me." Chen Kai was immersed in learning. If it was an ordinary sarcasm, he might not pay attention. But this uncle said too much, murderous and heartbreaking, and seriously insulted his ideals. Chen Kai slowly put down the book and clenched his fist. The rich uncle smiled, very proud, and continued to wait for the ticket. When it was Chen Kai's turn, he silently took the ticket, clicked on the ticket machine, and changed the language to English mode. Chen Kai held the ticket and ID card between two fingers, turned around and took a knowledgeable step. He passed by the rich uncle, looked at the confused expression on his face, and smiled faintly. He won. With the uncle's education level, he must not understand English, and he was helpless about it. He probably thought the machine was broken. At this time, the uncle smiled and called out, "Zio Zio." A beautiful woman in a suit and high heels next to him immediately responded, "Boston, leave it to me." She stepped forward and turned the language of the ticket machine back. Chen Kai stumbled, and the calmness on his face disappeared instantly. Chapter 453 Marionette. Jiang Ning did not go to get the ticket, because Zhu Yuantang helped him get the ticket. He was in the shade outside the station, watching the tourists rushing by. "I don't know when it started, but going home has become a burden. There are always people asking, 'How much is your salary? Have you found a partner? What kind of job does your partner do?'" He resisted the questions one by one, but he could only smile at them. So going home has become a burden. But now he is looking forward to going home. Last night, Zhu Yuantang kept asking Chuchu if she had watered the flowers on the windowsill on time, and if her mother had made new snacks. Next to Jiang Ning, Tang Fu, who was almost as tall as him, did not get the ticket, because Dong Qingfeng did it for her. Tang Fu was dressed in a sporty style, with a long ponytail, a pink sports backpack, and a short sportswear. Her height made her stand out from the crowd. People around her cast amazing glances from time to time, but Tang Fu ignored them and concentrated on playing games. Jiang Ning's eyes were far away, but his consciousness was 365 degrees, and he noticed that she was playing Plants vs. Zombies too. Tang Fu's gaming skills were very poor. A large wave of zombies came and ate all the pea shooters and went straight into the restricted area. The game failed, and Tang Fu was very upset. She restarted the game and planted the pea shooters in the first row at the beginning. Yang Sheng joked, "Do you know Yu Wen? Do you have a grudge against her?" Tang Fu was confused. "Who?" As she spoke, the zombies walked to the pea shooter and started to eat it. She continued to plant peas in a hurry and planted them especially forward. It can be seen that she tried very hard to win. Jiang Ning was confused and asked, "Why did you put the pea shooter in the front?" Logically speaking, any normal person should put the pea shooter in the back row, so that the output distance is farther and more shots can be fired. It's the truth that even children know. When Tang Fu heard this, she looked down on him with a look of contempt from her IQ. "Haven't you studied physics? The closer you are, the more powerful you can be." Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng were stunned for half a second after hearing this. Yang Sheng wanted to say that this was a game, not reality. After thinking about it, she didn't explain. She said, "You are so right." On the train, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang sat together. They were in a two-seater row, which was slightly more comfortable than a three-seater. Zhu Yuantang leaned against the window and looked at the scenery outside. She took a hard sleeper train to Tay City and a second-class high-speed train to Pencheng. Now it is a hard seat, a different experience. The hard seats on the train are face to face. There are also two seats opposite, but 3 people sit on them. A wide-faced man with his son and a female college student. The female student was squeezed hard, her body close to the aisle, feeling very cramped. The female student looked honest, said nothing, and endured silently. In comparison, Zhu Yuantang's side was much more open. The broad-faced man on the opposite side shouted, "I have an idea. There are more empty seats over there. Why don't you let the little girl sit over there?" Jiang Ning asked, "Do you mean you and your son sit in a row alone?" The broad-faced man said as a matter of course, "Yes, look how uncomfortable she is sitting over here." Zhu Yuantang was stunned by his shamelessness. "You know she is uncomfortable, but why do you spread your legs so wide?" Before the man could speak, the female student refused again and again. "No, no, no, no trouble." The broad-faced man suddenly raised his voice, "Your girl is stupid." The female student trembled in fear, but she didn't say a word. Since she didn't agree, the broad-faced man couldn't chase her away again. He looked disappointed, rubbed his feet, took off his shoes, and put them on Jiang Ning's seat. Jiang Ning frowned and sent out a thunder spell. The broad-faced man seemed to be electrocuted and quickly retracted his feet. The little boy shouted, "Dad, what happened to you?" The wide-faced man rubbed his feet and was very scared. "I have a cramp, a cramp." He didn't dare to stretch his feet again and put on his shoes obediently. The seat was quiet for a while and a steward pushed a cart past. It was lunchtime and the steward shouted that lunch boxes were 20 yuan each. Zhu Yuantang was hungry after hearing this. The ride time was only 1.5 hours. She didn't eat lunch and planned to eat at home. As a result, she overestimated herself. Jiang Ning took out a KFC box and a cup of ice cola. Zhu Yuantang recognized that it was a delicious chicken nugget. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, and she said sweetly, "When did you buy it?" "I bought it while buying ice cream." "Eat it." Jiang Ning patted her palm. Zhu Yuantang thought about it. Jiang Ning must not have eaten lunch at noon. What would he do if she ate the chicken nugget? She said, "Let's each have half. You break it." Jiang Ning folded it casually and broke the chicken nugget into 2 halves. The female student opposite swallowed and turned her head away quickly, while the father and son stared at them with eyes like jackals. Zhu Yuantang was going to finish her meal quickly so as not to affect others. Before she started, the child opposite her shouted, "Dad, I want to eat KFC." Zhu Yuantang was a little embarrassed. Faced with such a request, she didn't know what to do. Her mother taught her, since she was a child, not to let herself suffer for helping others. She was very hungry. What would she do if she gave the food to others? The wide-faced man pulled his son back and cursed, "KFC is all junk food. Anyone who eats it will get cancer." Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning glanced at him, then looked at the little boy and said expressionlessly, "Look at your dad. He must have eaten too much KFC." The female student opposite pursed her lips, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. The wide-faced man thought for 2 seconds before he understood what he meant. He immediately became furious. He slapped the table, bang, stood up, pointed at Jiang Ning's face, and cursed, "Grass mud horse, who are you talking about?" His eyes were red, and he stared at Jiang Ning, inexplicably unhappy with this kid. The noise was so loud that the passengers playing cards nearby stopped playing and looked over here. Someone asked what was going on. Since the sound was blocked in advance, Zhu Yuantang was not much frightened. She quietly wrapped the chicken. As for the conflict in front of her, she didn't care much. She believed that Jiang Ning would be able to solve it properly. Facing the furious wide-faced man, Jiang Ning approached Zhu Yuantang and said to her, as if no one was around, "I'll show you a magic trick." "What magic trick?" Zhu Yuantang blinked. Jiang Ning stretched out his palm, revealing his slender 5 fingers. "Just call it marionette." As soon as he finished speaking, he hooked his little finger. The wide-faced man who was originally pointing at Jiang Ning's nose suddenly felt a huge force in his arm, and his outstretched arm was pushed back by an invisible force. The female college student was the closest, and she saw this weird and twisted scene clearly, and she was confused. The broad-faced man suddenly felt fear in his heart, but he was still shouting on the surface, "What the hell is wrong with me?" The passengers who were a little further away in the carriage heard the noise and stood up to watch. Tang Fu and Jiang Ning were in the same carriage. She was tall and could see far. Jiang Ning smiled gently with a hint of amusement on his face. He opened his 5 fingers and hooked his ring finger. The broad-faced man was greatly stimulated and his right arm was out of control. He punched himself in the stomach. After being hit, he slowly bent his waist and wailed in pain. The female student was at a loss and dodged to the side in a hurry. The broad-faced man fell down. He curled up, his face was pale, and he was shaking with pain. There was also a kind of coldness from the bones, which was the fear of humans for unknown things. The little boy rushed over and called him daddy. Jiang Ning then withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Well, does it look good?" A slight worry flashed across Zhu Yuantang's face, mixed with reluctance. Finally, facing Jiang Ning's boastful words, she finally restrained her emotions and smiled with her clear and crystal eyes. It's amazing. Chapter 454. Welcoming you. Tang Fu often exercises, and long-term outdoor sports make her eyesight very good, and she can easily see more than 5.3 on the vision chart. She clearly saw Jiang Ning's movements. He moved his fingers slightly, and the man opposite fell down immediately. Tang Fu's seat was closer to the front, so she only saw the man's back, but based on his movements, she could roughly tell that he was self-harming. Tang Fu's high eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her amazing brain circuit made her feel something was wrong. But she couldn't figure out what was wrong. The turmoil in the carriage alarmed the crew and the train leaders. After they arrived one after another, the wide-faced man screamed even louder. The wide-faced man was covered in cold sweat. An ordinary person without training was hit in the stomach with a punch, and the pain was very severe. "Is there anyone who is a doctor? Can you help?" The crew shouted. The people around who witnessed it talked a lot, but no one helped. A young woman touched the man next to her. The man shook his head. He was indeed a doctor, but who would dare to go up in the current situation? It's not that he didn't want to save, but he didn't have the courage to save. He saw the man's arrogant attitude just now. What if he was blackmailed? Treating others in a non-medical environment is easy to get into trouble, and there is no protection. Once something goes wrong, not only will he have to pay a huge amount of compensation, but he may even ruin his entire career. The young man is just here for tourism, so he doesn't want to take risks. The train attendant was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. There is no doctor on the train. At this time, a fat lady suddenly pointed at Jiang Ning and screamed, "Conductor, conductor." The young man just had a conflict with him. It must be related to him. As soon as these words came out, the noisy environment suddenly became quiet. The conductor and the conductor all looked at him, including the passengers around. Jiang Ning noticed that Zhu Yuantang's body trembled slightly. Being pointed out by everyone, there is indeed a sense of being abandoned and lonely. He smiled. There is no conflict. He suddenly went crazy. The fat lady wanted to say something else, but suddenly, she raised her hand uncontrollably, exerted all her strength, and slapped herself in the face. Pa! A slap came down, and the corner of her mouth was bleeding. She kept talking to herself with blood in her mouth, and her voice changed. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong." Everyone was like seeing a ghost. At the same time, the wide-faced man on the ground screamed even more miserably, which made people's scalps numb and terrified. The train conductor could only think of a way to relieve the man's pain. Fortunately, there were only a few minutes before the next stop. After a few minutes, the train attendant hurriedly transported the passenger who suddenly fell off the train and sent him to a nearby hospital by ambulance. The fat lady who identified Jiang Ning also hurriedly got off the train with her luggage. After watching the excitement, Tang Fu sat back in her seat. Yang Sheng was playing games. That was a level that she could not pass no matter what, but Yang Sheng passed it easily as soon as he got started. Tang Fu recalled what had just happened, and by chance, she thought of Jiang Ning. There must be a problem. Tang Fu's eyes were bright, and her face, which combined classics and modernity, exuded the beauty of hardness and softness, bloomed with wit and stupidity. Yang Sheng passed another level, leaned back in his seat, and crossed his legs. She saw Tang Fu's famous detective look and laughed. "Don't worry about anything. Your own problems are bigger than anyone else's. The train is about to arrive at Jiaozhou station. Passengers who want to get off, please prepare in advance." The announcer's voice came from the loudspeaker. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang was anxious and stood up to take the luggage on the luggage rack, but unfortunately she was too short to reach it. She looked at Jiang Ning for help. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry and sat down steadily. He patted the seat. "Sit down first. It hasn't stopped yet." If you start preparing, as soon as you hear the sound, you may have to stand for 5, 6, 7, or 8 minutes before the train stops completely. Seeing that he was so steady, Zhu Yuantang was no longer panicked, for she was afraid of missing her stop. Finally, when the train was about to stop, Jiang Ning took down his luggage and walked towards the door. When he was about to get off, he turned around and glanced at the camera in the carriage and slowly walked out of the door. Since he dared to take action, a mere camera could not record his behavior. Besides, there are so many strange things in the world. Who has the time to care about you? Even if there is, let Xiao Shuangshan solve it. If Xiao Shuangshan can't solve it, he will do it himself. Walking on the platform, surrounded by passengers with large and small bags, Zhu Yuantang's little face was filled with smiles. She is back. Jiang Ning, Mom is waiting outside. Deng Qingfeng and the others came over, said hello, and agreed to see each other next time. Deng Qingfeng thought to himself, it's better not to meet. He strode away with his backpack. Zhu Yuantang voted and left the station, only to see Aunt Gu standing outside with a gentle smile on her face. Usually, Aunt Gu is at work, but now that her daughter has returned from her trip, she immediately asked for leave. After all, she hadn't seen her daughter for several days, and she missed her very much. All her work now is for her daughter. Zhu Yuantang ran to her mother and called out excitedly, "Mom, I'm back." Aunt Gu looked at her daughter, then at Jiang Ning, and said, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. The meal is ready at home." The mother and daughter were talking as they passed by the square in front of the station. It was a harmonious and warm scene, and Jiang Ning listened with a smile. He quietly hooked his hand, and a transparent talisman flew out of Aunt Gu's body. His spiritual consciousness passed over Aunt Gu's wrist again, scanning the jade bracelet with a crack. The crack did not get bigger, proving that there was no accident later. He took out his mobile phone, and Xiao Shuangshang's emails were displayed on it. Xiao Shuangshang said that Heba Road, Nanhang Road, and some roads that were not originally equipped with cameras have now been fully installed, and the vehicles passing through have been screened. At present, 3 suspicious vehicles have been identified. A van, a business car, and a car. According to the adjustment of the camera, it is determined that the drivers are highly similar. Jiang Ning clamped the transparent talisman and replied, "Well, keep an eye on it first. I will handle it." City Center. Changqinghai Building. The general manager's office. The department manager is reporting on performance. Xiao Shuangshang suddenly took out his mobile phone, and the manager immediately stopped reporting and waited in silence for General Manager Xiao to handle work matters. The 2 female secretaries on the other side also said nothing. After receiving the news, Xiao Shuangshang's face showed no sadness or joy. As a general manager for a year, her position has cultivated the ability to keep her emotions under control. She knew what Jiang Ning was going to do, but Xiao Shuangshang never asked any more questions. She typed out a line of words, "When you finish your investigation, I'll welcome you. I'll cook. I've learned cooking from my mother recently." She hadn't eaten with Jiang Ning for a long time. She was worried whether she would be rejected. Soon, Jiang Ning replied, "You decide the time." In an instant, Xiao Shuangshang's expression changed. The teardrop mole at the corner of her eye flickered like a star, and the atmosphere in the room became much lighter. "Recommend a book. Thank you for praising me for my evil deeds I have never lost. Why do you call me a war criminal?" Paradox Players. Easy and refreshing article. Chapter 455. A unique way to make money. Heba, bungalow. After arriving home, Zhu Yuantang went straight to the kitchen, only to see a large dish cover on the square dining table. This can prevent flies and insects. Zhu Yuantang washed his hands, sniffed his nose, smelled the aroma, and identified the dishes, and read, braised crab, stir-fried beef tripe, home-cooked braised fish fillet. As Aunt Gu lifted the dish cover, a table of sumptuous meals appeared in front of her, and Zhu Yuantang actually guessed it right. Aunt Gu was angry and amused, worthy of being her daughter. Before Zhu Yuantang sat down, she reached out and touched a piece of meat. She hadn't eaten the rice cooked in the pot at home for several days, and she was dying of cravings. After eating 2 pieces, she asked worriedly, "Mom, where's Chachu?" She has classes this afternoon. I served her some dishes and told her to eat first. Zhu Yuantang said. I brought her a gift. Then, she paused and said, Mom, you have one too. She quickly ran back to the main room, took out a small box, and opened it to reveal 3 festive looking porcelain sculptures. Mom, look, I bought the Shigandang on Mount Te. Zhu Yuantang smiled. Aunt Gu saw the Shigandang, which looked quite strange, with its mouth open and tongue sticking out, or its mouth closed, and its fangs showing, and its expression was funny and pleasing. Are you tired from climbing Mount Te? Aunt Gu asked with concern. At this point, Zhu Yuantang said proudly, not at all. I'm the fastest climber among all my classmates. Aunt Gu didn't believe it at all. She knew her daughter's physique very well. It wasn't weak, but it was definitely not good. Aunt Gu had never been to Mount Te, but many employees of the huge Changqing liquid company had been there. She worked in the company's kitchen. She was good at cooking and was gentle. It was also rumored that she had a relationship with Mr. Shao, so she was very popular and everyone smiled at her. It was easy for her to find out about climbing Mount Te. A young man in the logistics department, who usually carried food up and down, said that climbing Mount Te was very tiring. There were also 2 young girls in the design department who couldn't hold on halfway up the climb and took the cable car. A daughter knows a mother best. Zhu Yuantang saw her mother's expression and knew that she didn't believe it. She quickly asked Jiang Ning to testify, and Jiang Ning smiled and said it was true. Aunt Gu looked at her with new eyes. Zhu Yuantang's little face was proud, and she ate an extra bowl of rice. At the dinner, she took out a braided bracelet with a peachwood pendant and wanted to put it on her mother. Aunt Gu subconsciously retracted her wrist at first, but she had to show her wrist because of her stubborn daughter. Zhu Yuantang knew her mother very well. She was sure that there was something fishy and immediately found the cracks in the green bracelet. Mom, why is the bracelet cracked? It was given to her by Jiang Ning, and she gave it to her mother. Then, thinking of something, Zhu Yuantang's face changed suddenly, and it turned pale. Mom, did you fall down? Zhu Yuantang's voice trembled, obviously fearful. Last year, her mother fell down while riding a bicycle, broke her arm, and stayed in the hospital for so long. She will never forget it. For the mother and son who depend on each other, for this small family, it is a great blow. If something happens to her mother, Zhu Yuantang doesn't know how to go on. Aunt Gu saw her daughter's reaction and sighed. She didn't know the specific reason, but she could probably guess it. She didn't choose to hide it. Her daughter seemed to be silly and happy every day, but she was actually very smart. If she hid it from her, it would only make her more worried. Aunt Gu put down her chopsticks. A few days ago, probably 2 days, before you 2 went on a trip, I rode my bike past Te Road after get off work. Zhu Yuantang heard this. Her thoughts flew. She knew Te Road was an old street. A few months ago, many houses were marked with the word demolition. Most of the residents moved away, and there were not many people on weekdays. Mom went home from that road after get off work. The distance was faster. Aunt Gu continued. Halfway through the ride, I saw an older woman grabbing a little girl at the entrance of the alley next to me, and they were arguing loudly. I didn't take it seriously at first, but the older woman was holding a towel in her hand. Aunt Gu rode out for a distance and thought something was wrong. Normally, she didn't mind her own business, but when she saw the little girl, she suddenly thought of her own daughter. What if Tang Tang encountered that kind of thing? She immediately turned back and saw the older woman covering the little girl's mouth with a towel. Aunt Gu ran into the alley and pulled hard. She had done farm work for half her life and was strong enough to take the little girl back. Seeing this, the older woman turned around and ran back to the alley. Aunt Gu didn't dare to chase her. At this point, Zhu Yuantang's face changed in shock. She realized what the older woman did. Aunt Gu continued. Later, the little girl cried and told me that she was waiting for the bus at the bus stop. The elder sister asked her for directions. She was kind enough to lead the way for her, but she ended up in a side alley. She stroked the jade bracelet. I guess it got torn at that time. She must be distressed. After all, the bracelet given by Jiang Ning was now in such a state. Jiang Ning listened silently beside him. With the strength of the protective jade bracelet, it was impossible to tear it apart just by pulling. It seems that the other party later deliberately retaliated, but was resolved by the jade bracelet. Aunt Gu didn't know what happened. Zhu Yuantang listened to the whole process and couldn't bear to say that her mother was wrong. Instead, she comforted her. "Mom, don't be upset, as long as you are okay." Jiang Ning said, "It's nothing that the bracelet is cracked. I can not only carve jade bracelets, but also repair them." Aunt Gu always felt sorry for Jiang Ning and asked quickly, "Can it be repaired?" "Yes, I can find some materials to paint it. Not to mention a little crack, even if it is completely broken, it can be repaired." Jiang Ning was full of confidence. Zhu Yuantang supported Jiang Ning unconditionally. He immediately took off his mother's jade bracelet and put a new braided rope ring on her. The braided rope ring was small, but Jiang Ning actually configured a protective magic circle to serve as a transition, which was completely sufficient. What's more, he was back. Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang, who was eating peacefully. He was silent and thought, "Let's get things done in the afternoon." Yuzhou number 4 middle school, outside the school, UK internet cafe. The large master bedroom on the second floor. The sun shines through the thin gauze curtains into the room. The air conditioner blew out cold air, and there were 5 computer desks in the room, lined up in a row. Ma Shiqing, Shan Keiquan, Guo Kunan, Cuiu, and Meng Gui each occupied a computer desk, and the computer screen showed the picture of LOL 5 Black. Behind the computer desk, there was a bed specially for those who stayed in the internet cafe overnight. Wang Lang leaned on the bed and took 2 mobile phones to play. Soon, Ma Shiqing controlled Yasuo to demolish the enemy crystal, and a game ended. Ma Shiqing turned his chair and shouted, "Okay, come here first. I'll find the sponsor to settle the bill later." Shan Keiquan and his friends were delighted. They played ranked games with Ma Jia for a day yesterday, and each of them earned 150 yuan, which was a damn huge profit. They had never made so much money in their lives. Although they played games for several hours, the excitement of making money for the first time overwhelmed their fatigue. There was a knock on the door outside, and Cuiu crossed his legs and said, "Come in." It turned out to be the boss, Weizhuan. He was carrying a bag of lunch boxes and a bag of water. Ma Shiqing saw the students of the experimental class 1 and said happily, "Zio Wei, you have worked hard." Weizhuan glanced at them and said, "The food is here, a total of 105 yuan." Ma Shiqing flicked his fingers and said, "Deduct it from the prepaid internet fee." Weizhuan grunted and turned away. Cuiu shouted, "Zio Wei, close the door." Weizhuan looked down on them and closed the door. Cuiu was so happy. Thinking back to when the first year of high school started, Weizhuan was a popular freshman in number 4 middle school. He was from the experimental class, tall and handsome, the young master of UK supermarket, and had a scandal with Deng Jie, which made everyone in the back row of class 8 jealous. Now, the situation has reversed, and the scandal between Weizhuan and Deng Jie has been circulating for a whole year. It's very funny. Yesterday, they decided with Ma Jia to do power training, and Ma Shiqing discussed the charter fee with the owner of UK supermarket. UK internet cafe is a black internet cafe, and it only costs 10 yuan a night to book a whole night. Considering that the computers are idle during the summer vacation, Ma Shiqing spent 30 yuan per computer and booked 5 computers, as well as the right to use this room. Cuiu became a moneymaker, and his mentality was floating on the sky, and he had already thrown the most important student grades aside. Besides, Weizhuan was a subordinate who helped them buy meals. Cuiu was floating on the sky. "Brother Long, it's time to eat." Ma Shiqing arranged the lunch boxes: duck blood tofu, cucumber cold noodles, bean sprouts fried dough sticks, kung pao chicken, and braised spare ribs. Wang Lang put down his phone and came over to eat. Each of them had a bottle of ice cola, and they ate together, all laughing. The brotherhood reached a peak. Several people ate and chatted. Shan Keiquan said, "They are back from their trip. Cuiu, Deng Qingfeng and Yang Sheng. Yes, I saw it in the group. I didn't expect that nerd Chen Qian went with them." Shan Keiquan and Chen Qian had quarreled in the group and had a grudge against each other. Wang Lang suddenly said, No, my brother Chen Qian is not a nerd. He has real skills." After these words came out, Shan Kaikwan and others were stunned. Lang Lang, have you betrayed? Wang Lang Lang scratched his head and said, I had something to do with Chen Qian recently, and I found that he knows a lot. You know rifles, such as AK-47, right? CUIU immediately said, I play CF every day, who doesn't know AK-47? Guo Kanan said, indeed. Wang Lang Lang asked again, then do you know the specific parameters of AK-47 and its advantages? CUIU's knowledge blind spot was asked. He hesitated for a while and said, isn't it enough to just Beidou? Wang Lang Lang shook his head. Beidou is not that simple. I not only need the specific parameters, but also other advantages and so on. I asked Chen Qian, and he could answer immediately. CUIU, knowing this thing is useless. It's useless to just know it, and you can't touch it. CUIU thought of something interesting, so he said, do you have a way? He laughed out loud after saying that. Wang Lang Lang laughed too. Ha ha ha. Only Brother Ma looked at it twice more and thought more deeply. The dishes were getting less and less. Guo Kanan was full and asked, Brother Ma, you chose UK Internet Cafe. How embarrassing it would be if you ran into the teacher. The internet cafe you went to last time was good. I remember the network administrator was pretty. Shan Kaikwan was convinced. Brother Nan, you are really awesome. Ma Shicheng said, that girl didn't come last night. The boss said she quit. Guo Kanan sighed. Ma Shicheng couldn't help but feel strange when he said this. He was very good at gaming and was the person who had the most pentakill reports in the internet cafe. After a few visits, he became familiar with the network administrator and often took her to play games. She gave him instant noodles. They added each other's contact information, but the other party disappeared without saying a word. Ma Shicheng remembered that the other party was in an online relationship, and it seemed that she was in an online relationship with a man in Xinjiang City, Anhui province. He didn't know the details. After dinner, Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang Lang went out together to throw away the garbage. They sat on a bench at the door. At the number 4 middle school next to them, only the senior high school students were still taking extra classes. Lang Lang, why are you asking about weapon parameters recently? Ma Shicheng wondered. Not only the parameters, Wang Lang Lang also asked him how to use an agent, and even got a broken mobile phone with an unreal name phone number, and registered it on Facebook. A series of operations made Ma Shicheng worried. He was a little convinced of his good brother Lang Lang's ability. Wang Lang Lang looked excited, with a strong look on his slightly fat face. Brother Ma, I found a way to make money. Ma Shicheng thought about it and advised, Brother Long, don't go astray. If you really need money, play games with me, and I will take you. Wang Lang Lang rubbed his hands. It's not to make money, I just want to do something exciting. Do you know the war-torn areas? Wang Lang Lang suddenly asked. Ma Shicheng notes that many people abroad are living in dire straits. Wang Lang Lang looked into the distance, as if crossing the sea of stars. The cause of all this is those ambitious criminals, and now I will punish them. Ma Shicheng stood in awe and asked, are you going to be a mercenary and fight? Wang Lang Lang immediately became timid. Forget about fighting, I will directly provide them with assistance. As he said, he turned on his mobile phone, connected the agent, clicked on Facebook, and showed Ma Shicheng his recently operated account. Ma Shicheng swiped, and Wang Lang Lang's homepage seemed to be made into an engineer of military factory by him, showing various weapons, AK-47 rifles, RPG-7 rocket launchers, tanks T-54, FN-6 portable air defense missiles. Not only were there weapon pictures and parameters, but also detailed introductions to the advantages of various weapons, such as lightness and easy operation, adaptability to regions, and past destruction records. Even the price was marked, and after sales guarantee was promised, and the product was updated according to customer needs. Ma Shicheng cursed, Brother Long, what are you doing? If an ordinary person clicked on this account, he would definitely think that the other party was an expert. He vaguely guessed Wang Lang Lang's plan, but he still couldn't believe it in his heart. Wang Lang Lang sat closer and lowered his voice. Brother Ma, you know me, I'm not good at gaming. I can't endure hardship. I can't sit all day like you guys. He clenched his fists. I can't fall behind you. I have to think of some way to make money. To be honest, two groups of mercenaries have privately chatted with me recently, asking for my quote. He gestured a few times, indicating 3,000 AK-47s, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, and 40 RPG rocket launchers. Ma Shicheng, how do we trade? Wang Lang said excitedly. I tricked them into shipping to the port for trading, and asked them to pay a deposit in the bank. Things that he could only hear about in the news in the past. He actually caught them on a foreign social platform. He didn't expect it. The mercenary organization also uses social software. He thought the other party only knew how to fight. Ma Shicheng shook his head, denied the method, thought about it seriously, and said, no, you can't get the money, and you can't get this money. He can get a bank account, but it can't withstand inspection, and it will be exposed once it is checked. If the other party really transfers money at that time, there will be risks. Wang Lang let out a sigh of relief and said frustratedly, I'm actually considering this step as well. Ma Shicheng was silent for a few seconds, and it really made him think of it. He turned his head to look at Wang Lang and said, have you heard of virtual currency? As a senior online player, Ma Shicheng is proficient in flashing, cheating in games, and hanging out in the community. Since he paid attention to virtual currency, he began to seriously understand it. This year, virtual currency has become very famous. From $800 at the beginning of the year, it has been fluctuating and rising, and now it is maintained at more than $600 per coin. Ma Shicheng thinks that thing is deceptive, but some people believe it. He doesn't quite understand the future form, but for now, virtual currency has great potential. Ma Shicheng popularized the transaction method of virtual currency to Wang Lang. It uses encryption technology to prevent hacker attacks. The transaction is anonymous throughout the process, and there is no need to worry about the consequences. And said, if you choose to trade in this way, you won't be tracked. Premium, can you really cheat? Wang Lang was very happy. Brother Ma, you are responsible for the transaction. Don't worry, I can catch it. At this time, another message came from Facebook. The other party asked if he could provide field artillery. Wang Lang first sent a message to Qin Kan on questions, and the other party quickly replied, Type 87 grenade launcher, the only fully automatic grenade launcher in the world that can be carried by a single soldier, with extremely excellent lethality and armor-piercing performance, easily suppressing light armor, and a must-have weapon for mountain guerrilla warfare. Wang Lang immediately flattered him. Brother Kyan, I didn't recognize the real thing before. Brother Kyan, you are so awesome, a walking encyclopedia, 10,000 times better than a dead nerd. On the other side, a community somewhere. Chen Kyan stood on the balcony. After seeing the reply, he held the phone and raised his mouth. Every inch has its own strengths and weaknesses. But I, Chen Kyan, am omnipotent and omniscient. After Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang confirmed the matter, their emotions were surging. Although they had claimed to be the best in the past, they had never done such a big thing. After all, they were desperate criminals from abroad, and their hands were stained with blood. Ma Shicheng calmed his heartbeat as soon as possible. He was not worried about whether his personal safety would be involved after the transaction was successful. First of all, foreigners could not come in at all. The whole process was virtual currency, and they could not find who they were. Or they could find Facebook and check the IP address, but that was even more ridiculous. If the mercenaries could persuade Facebook headquarters, they would still be desperate criminals. Even if Facebook was persuaded, don't forget that Wang Lang also used an agent and used a non-real name mobile phone number. After confirming that everything was foolproof, Ma Shicheng bought a bottle of iced Coke, took a sip, and completely calmed down his blood. Play games first, he said. Whether the matter could be successful was one thing, and the current power leveling could not be given up. Ma Shicheng walked upstairs, and suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. He went upstairs and slowly took out his cell phone to check. He received a text message from an unfamiliar number, but the content made Ma Shicheng's face change. Old Ma, I'm Ziona, the network administrator. I was locked up for my online romance. Now I'm stealing text messages from other people's phones. Don't reply. Don't call. I'm in Fengmiao Town, Qi County, Xinjiang City. Save me. Ma Shicheng stared at the screen for a long time without moving, muttering, "Is this true? Recommend a book. Eternal life starts with God rewards hard work. Travel through the chaotic world of demons and warriors. Awaken the fate. God rewards hard work. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. A rope soars through wood, water drips through stone, and if you keep thinking about it, there will be a response." What kind of scenery would it be to cross the long river of time with a mortal body and reach the other side of immortality? Chapter 456, The Beauty of the World. UK Internet Cafe. Ma Shicheng read the text message again and again. Since the text message was sent, there has been no news. Call back to ask about the situation? His mind subconsciously thought. Ma Shicheng denied it at the first time. If Ziona was really locked up, he would be exposing himself by calling back now. Ziona's fate can be imagined. Ma Shicheng took a breath and walked to the window of the living room, thinking about countermeasures. He used to go to the internet cafe often at night. Ziona sometimes played with him, and they became familiar with each other. The two mobile phone numbers are mobile numbers. Numbers in the same area are likely to have the same first 7 digits. The two mobile phone numbers are exactly the same, and the difference in the last 4 digits is also very small. These days, with WeChat and questions communication, most people can only remember their own mobile phone numbers. The reason why Ziona didn't ask others for help was probably because she couldn't remember other people's numbers and happened to remember her own number that was similar to hers. As for why she didn't call the police, it was probably because of the rush of time and the restrictions of the place she was in. After all, sending a text message does not require speaking. Ma Shicheng went through this information in his mind. He looked at his phone, ready to call the police, tell them the address, and ask them to rescue him. He was just a student, and he didn't have the ability to break into someone's lair. However, Ma Shicheng didn't act immediately. He and Lang Lang have been doing foreign trade recently, which is not open to the public. He didn't want to contact the official if he could avoid it. In order to prevent pranks, Ma Shicheng opened his mobile questions and clicked into the chat account with Ziona. The other party was in online mode. He sent a message. Ziona, 5 in a row 4 is missing 1. Will you help you to rank up? No response. He clicked into Ziona's space, the message board, and a blonde man wrote a lot of ambiguous sentences to her. This person is Ziona's online love object. Before, Ma Shicheng was short of people to play games together, and Ziona had invited her online love object to play games together. After thinking about it, he clicked into the other party's space, which showed that it could not be accessed. He added a friend. Brother, add a friend to play games together. The other party actually agreed in seconds. Ma Shicheng got to the point. Brother, I'm Ma from Ziona's internet cafe, playing Yasuo. You're good at playing Lee Sin. Are you playing now? Next time. I'm busy. The other party sent a message. Okay, I'll continue to look for someone else. Ma Shicheng's eyes moved, and he clicked into the other party's space. The message board was also Ziona's message. He checked the other party's space and saw motorcycles, high-end restaurants, and selfies. Ma Shicheng saved a few pictures and searched them with image search software. They were indeed online pictures, but the other party's selfie could not be found on the internet, which seemed to be real. There was a thin scar on his face, like a knife scar, and sawed eyebrows. He was very handsome and the type that could easily attract girls. Ma Shicheng thought about it, opened a frequently used questions group, spent 20 yuan, and someone gave him a website. He sent it to the blonde man. Brother, Lee Sin's lobster skin is available for a limited time. It's an internal benefit. Hurry up. This skin is very attractive to players who play Lee Sin. The key is that it's free. Not many people can resist the temptation of getting their beloved things for free. The blonde man was interested. Can I get it? Ma Shicheng sent him a screenshot of the blind monk skin. I just got it. Tencent bug. If we weren't playing together, I wouldn't share it with you. Hurry up. It's taken back immediately. The blonde man. Thanks, brother. You are very nice. After a while, Ma Shicheng got a string of questions, numbers and passwords. He sneered in a low voice. Stupid thing. I will contact you when I have a dragon blind skin. Ma Shicheng slowly logged into questions and checked the other party's recent chat history. After a look, he found something wrong. This is an account specially used for phishing, used to attract girls and contact another informant. Twins. Isn't this Chen Xiaoyu? Ma Shichen cursed. He hurriedly called Chen Xiaoyu and quickly answered, Chen Xiaoyu, did your cousin ask you to go out recently? Chen Xiaoyu was still selling clothes. She was very surprised. How did you know that he asked me to go out and play in the afternoon? Did you agree? Ma Shichen asked. Chen Xiaoyu was confused. No, my dad said that my cousin owed hundreds of thousands of dollars from gambling and mortgaged the house. He told me not to contact him. Ma Shichen, that's fine. Don't meet my cousin. He is not a good person. In short, don't meet him. After confirming, Ma Shichen hung up the phone. Chen Xiaoyu was left in the clothing store, confused. Ma Shichen was about to call the police when there was a sudden noise at the stairs. Ma Shichen was shocked and cheered up. However, when he saw the face of the visitor, he was stunned. Heba. The family next door moved away, and the bungalow returned to its former tranquility. After several days of traveling, Zhu Yuantang felt a little tired. After dinner, she fell asleep on the bed that her mother had made. Jiang Ning's house smelled fresh, without the stale smell of going out for a few days and returning home. This was because Zhu Chuchu and Aunt Gu took turns to help take care of it every day. Jiang Ning lay on the sofa to rest. He emptied his mind and let his thoughts fly. After a short rest, Jiang Ning prepared to go out in the afternoon to deal with the hidden threat. He didn't really care. For ordinary people, the troubles were as difficult as ascending to heaven, but for him, they were just fun. The ding reminder sounded, and the screen of the mobile phone on the desk lit up. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and the 5S flew to his hand. Zhenglu, Jiang Ning, are you back from your trip? I just got home in the afternoon. You must be very tired. Last time I went to Nanxi to play for a few days, I was really tired when I came back. Zhenglu said. Jiang Ning, are you kidding? What's my physical condition? Zhenglu sent to smiling cat emoticons. Since you are not tired, do you want to go out and play in the afternoon? I will treat you. After sending this, she sent another message, but the sun outside is so hot. It was July, and the sun in Yuzhou was quite scorching. At noon, the concrete floor was scorching. Do you want to go out? Zhenglu sent several messages in a row, forcibly transferring the decision-making power of whether to go out to her. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a little amused, ready to see what tricks she had. Zhenglu hesitated for 2 minutes and sent a picture of a coin. Let's decide by flipping a coin. If it lands on the tail side, we won't go out. The others will go out. Jiang Ning was speechless. Okay. Then I'll start, Zhenglu said. Soon, she sent a crying bunny emoticon. Although Jiang Ning had extraordinary magical powers, her spiritual awareness did not reach her. What happened? Zhenglu said. It fell on me. Well, is it the front or the back? Zhenglu, it's stuck on me. It's neither the front nor the back. Angry bunny emoticon. Jiang Ning ignored the result of the coin. Are you still going out? I just said that I won't go out if it lands on the tail side. Now it's not the tail side, so of course I'm going out. See you at the Blue Horse Mall. Zhenglu quickly typed a string of words. Jiang Ning, do you want me to pick you up? He was a high school student who owned a car. Zhenglu refused again and again. I'll ask my mom to drive me. In fact, she really wanted her mother to pick Jiang Ning up, but she didn't say it out loud for fear of hurting his self-esteem. Jiang Ning pushed his mountain bike. Before leaving, he used his spiritual sense to swipe his body. Zhu Yuantang next door was sleeping soundly. He seemed to be thinking of something happy, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Aunt Gu and her daughter lived in the same room. She watched TV and made dumplings. Occasionally, she saw her daughter smile and smiled too. This tranquility made Jiang Ning feel peaceful. He rode his bike to the city. In the square in front of the station at the blue and white shopping mall, Jiang Ning parked his mountain bike. Zhenglu was waiting in the hot sun. When she saw him appear, she quickly covered her chest and ran over. Jiang Ning glanced at Zhenglu. The girl might be a little hot. Her face was red and there was a little sweat on her nose, but she was full of a clean smile. Zhenglu saw Jiang Ning for the first time after the holiday. She was very excited at first, but now that they were face to face, she was shy. She stood in front of Jiang Ning, with her hands behind her back, and her chest became even higher. A small bunch of hair fell on it, and she was no longer able to cross mountains and ridges. Jiang Ning calmly withdrew his gaze and said, "Let's go in first. It's too hot outside." "Yeah, okay," Zhenglu said. She walked into the mall, and the coolness of the air conditioner made her mind clear. After a few words, the original sense of familiarity was found again. Zhenglu relaxed a lot and suggested, "Let's go shopping first. There is a new archery hall on the 3rd floor. Let's take a look later." "Archery?" Jiang Ning thought. "You are so good at sports. Archery must be suitable for you." Zhenglu had wanted to ask him out to play for a long time, and did a lot of homework in advance to let him have fun. In fact, before leaving for the Taishan tour, she wanted to go together, but at that time she was attending a painting training class and had no time to go together. Jiang Ning walked in the corridor of the mall, and Zhenglu talked about her experience in the training class, the teacher's background, teaching skills, who the students were, and the grievances between the students. Jiang Ning often attracted the admiration of passers-by when she was by her side. Zhenglu's immature face concealed an amazing figure beyond her age, which was inevitably eye-catching. They sat down on a bench, and Zhenglu took out a small tube of hand cream. Jiang Ning said, "I remember you only used it in winter before." Zhenglu replied, "Studying art often involves hands-on work, so applying it will make my hands more comfortable." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, and Zhenglu's fingers were plump, white, and tender, and her nails were radiant with soft pearls. She deliberately squeezed too much hand cream, and after rubbing it twice, she made an excuse. "Oh, there's too much. I can't use it all." "Don't waste it," she said resolutely. Then she took Jiang Ning's hand, rubbed it back and forth to lubricate it, and felt his bony fingers. Zhenglu applied it for a long time, played with Jiang Ning's hand, and then reluctantly let go. She pretended to be calm, and in order to ease the embarrassment, she found a topic. "Don't you usually apply hand cream?" Jiang Ning's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that Zhenglu would be more and more courageous. Now she dared to grab his hand without passing by. What else would she dare to do in the future? He didn't dare to think about it. But she has always been so fierce. I remember that in the first semester of the first year of high school, she dared to use her hand when the electric was turned off. Jiang Ning decided to teach her a lesson. His eyes suddenly froze, staring at Zhenglu's face. Zhenglu was already panicking. She thought Jiang Ning was angry. Her eyes flashed with worry. The next second, she saw Jiang Ning's mouth corners raised. "I think you put on too much lipstick." In front of the archery hall, Zhenglu's neck was still red, with a red string tied around it. It was the jade bear pendant Jiang Ning had given her. She had been wearing it all the time. Faced with Jiang Ning's teasing, Zhenglu finally backed down in public and blushed. Entering the archery hall, Zhenglu chose a double set of 48 arrows, which cost 62 yuan. Compared with other sports, archery is indeed quite expensive. For a small city like Yuzhou, many people only have a day's salary, but this amount of money. Zhenglu rushed to pay the money. She said that, since she took the initiative to ask Jiang Ning to go out, she should bear the expenses. During the summer vacation, despite the high consumption, nearly half of the archery hall was still occupied by customers. There are 3 types of archery courses in the archery hall: 3 meters, 5 meters, and 10 meters. Jiang Ning chose 10 meters. The person who was responsible for putting on protective gear for them and teaching archery skills was a tall young woman. When she put on protective gear for Zhenglu, there was an envy on her face that was hard to hide. "Are you students?" "The second year of high school," Zhenglu replied. The archery coach took a breath and said, "You're only in the second year of high school." She immediately accepted her fate. In fact, if she couldn't have such a figure in the second year of high school, it would be difficult to have it later. After putting on the protective gear, the archery coach explained the key points. "You put the arrow here, and hear a click sound. Yes, that's it. Stretch your left hand straight. Pull the bow with your right hand to your chin. Don't be nervous. Aim the sight at the target. Yes, yes, and remember to draw the arrows together. If there is someone in front of you, don't shoot the arrow." Zhenglu drew the bow and the arrow missed the target. The archery coach quickly encouraged her. It's okay. It's the same for novices. Just practice more, and it will be fine. On the archery path next to him, a tall and thin man hit the target with one arrow. He clenched his fist and shouted, very excited. Jiang Lu played with arrows for a few times and felt tired. She turned around and said to Jiang Ning, it's your turn. Okay. Jiang Ning hadn't shot arrows for a while. The archery coach came over to help Jiang Ning put on protective gear, but Jiang Ning waved her hand and refused. I have the basics. Okay, try shooting an arrow and let me see, she said. After all, she was worried about the safety of her customers when she opened an archery parlor. Jiang Ning held the bow, and Jiang Lu next to him thought he would pose and get a feel for it, but Jiang Ning shot the bow instantly, and the arrow flew off the string, hitting the bullseye, with the tail of the arrow trembling continuously. The coach next to him couldn't help but say, beautiful. Jiang Ning shot a few more arrows, and every arrow hit the bullseye, forming a small circle. Jiang Lu's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she was so handsome even playing archery. After playing archery, Jiang Ning took her to the doll machine, and Jiang Ning grabbed the one Jiang Lu pointed to. 7 or 8 dolls that lived a peaceful life were pulled out by Jiang Ning. Jiang Lu was so happy that she hugged Jiang Ning's arm. Doll machines are very common in commercial streets, train stations, shopping malls, cinemas, and underground corridors. It is inevitable to encounter dolls of all kinds that you like. To Jiang Lu, the claw machines in the past were abominable. She could only insert coins, but could not get anything in. Sometimes she would try to grab a claw machine more than 10 times, but still could not grab a single one, which made her so angry that she would vomit blood. Now it has become a machine that spits out claws. She went to a nearby jewelry store and bought 2 bags, which were filled to the brim. The little girl next to her was so envious that she could not take her eyes off. Jiang Lu generously rewarded her with one. She received many good sister, good brother calls. The young couple who also grabbed claws were almost crazy with jealousy. After grabbing 10 yuan, they were stimulated and bought another 20 yuan of game coins, losing all their money. Jiang Ning and Jiang Lu went to a quiet dessert shop again and ordered small fruit cakes, watermelon, hawthorn, taro balls and tofu. It was not until nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Jiang Lu carried 2 portable bags and got into her mother's car. She waved goodbye through the car window. After Jiang Lu left, Jiang Ning realized that he had not spent a penny the whole time. He glanced at his phone. Zhu Yuantang had not sent any messages and seemed to be still sleeping. Jiang Ning stood in front of the square, looking at the crowd nearby, and whispered, it's time to get down to business. He took out a transparent talisman, which was a talisman with a trace-leaving effect, specially used for tracking. Get up. Jiang Ning chanted. A transparent talisman stood in mid-air, pointing to a direction. Jiang Ning walked towards the alley in the distance. His figure slowly disappeared and gradually turned into a transparent man. The spirit boat floated in the air. Jiang Ning got on the spirit boat, made a graceful tail swing, and rushed straight to Tai Road in the east. The speed of the spirit boat was not fast, probably only the speed of a train. Jiang Ning was on the spirit boat, overlooking the scenery below. Even so, after a minute or two, he arrived at Tai Road. The neighborhood was very quiet. Because the houses were marked with the word demolition, most of the residents moved away. The buildings here are 40 or 50 years old, and the house types are old. Jiang Ning went up the stairs, and an unpleasant smell filled the dilapidated stairwell. He walked to the door of a room, and heard a burst of shouting and cursing from inside. Jiang Ning twisted the door casually, and the door opened silently, and the people in the room did not notice it. He was a young man, with a bone age of more than 19 years old, a small scar on his face, sword eyebrows, and was quite handsome. He was sitting in front of the computer, playing online games, with a cigarette in his mouth. In the smoke, he laughed and cursed nervously. He was the only one in the room. When Jiang Ning explored with his spiritual sense, he found a steel slingshot on the table, with steel balls on the side, and a sharpened machete under the table. Jiang Ning snapped his fingers, and the room shook. The young man who was playing the game turned around and saw Jiang Ning. He was surprised and asked, "How did you get in?" While talking, he realized something was wrong and reached for the machete under the table. Jiang Ning ignored his question and asked, did you hit a woman riding an electric scooter a few days ago? The young man finally realized that he was here to seek revenge. What are you talking about? I don't understand. He pulled out the machete and held it in front of him, his eyes instantly fierce. You want to die, right? I'll kill your whole family. Jiang Ning, did you understand what I asked you just now? The young man suddenly laughed. It was me who did it. What can you do to me? Fuck you. You actually dared to stop me from doing my job. If I hadn't been in a bad condition that day, I would have crippled her with a slingshot. Jiang Ning's consciousness stayed on the steel ball for 2 seconds. The 8mm steel ball, shot out with a steel bow, has a speed of more than 100 meters per second. It is easy to break a beer bottle from a distance of dozens of meters. If it hits a person, it may not be fatal, but it is not difficult to cause injury or disability. If Aunt Gu didn't have the jade pendant to protect her body, she would have fallen off the electric bike after being hit. A steel ball can destroy a family. You did it. Jiang Ning walked towards the young man calmly. The scar on the young man's face twisted, and a ruthless look flashed. He pulled out a machete, twisted his arm muscles, and chopped it down fiercely, cutting through the air. He didn't hold back at all, and chopped to death. Bang! A knife chopped on Jiang Ning's shoulder, making a crisp sound of metal hitting each other. Jiang Ning did not move. The young man's palm was so painful that he looked at the scene in disbelief. He thought Jiang Ning was wearing a steel plate and cursed, grass. He swung the knife and chopped again, shocking him to take a step back. The young man's eyes were red, and he chopped more than 10 times like a mad bull. So many knives were enough to chop a person into pieces, but Jiang Ning was still intact and standing in the same place. Jiang Ning ate plum candy and said expressionlessly, boring. He grabbed his arm, and the young man had no time to react, and the machete was taken away. Jiang Ning pulled it casually, and with an unpleasant metal tearing sound, the sharp machete was torn in half. The young man's previous neurosis was gone. He was extremely terrified, and asked in panic, are you a human or a ghost? Jiang Ning curled the corners of his mouth. I'm a god. He held the broken knife in his hand, and chopped it out with a long blade, light flashing. Red blood gushed out, and the young man's left arm was split into 2 halves. It was not broken, but like chopping wood, from the palm to the shoulder, it was split into 2 pieces, with many nerves and muscles connected. The severe pain was transmitted completely to the brain, and the young man was almost fainted from the pain. He howled wildly, and suddenly found that his body was fixed, and his eyes could not blink. All the evil he had done in the past, at this moment, received retribution. Jiang Ning raised the knife and said playfully, have you heard of the octopus? The young man watched as the demon in front of him chopped again. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning ejected a spiritual fire and burned the blood all over the floor. He flicked his palm, the window opened, and stirred up the wind and waves to blow away the strange smell in the house. He recalled what the young man had said just now. Haha, it's quite interesting. The gangs don't know each other's identities? Well, just come to them one by one. Jiang Ning left the house calmly. Chapter 457 Rural Trivia. UK Internet Cafe. The footsteps at the stairs were particularly gentle, and Ma Shicheng's heart was lifted high. He had just stolen someone's questions, and the other party was a vicious person, so he couldn't help feeling guilty. After doing something wrong, he was naturally afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Ma Shicheng glanced at the master bedroom, where there were 5 brothers, and then he calmed down. Cuiyu and Meng Jiui had learned the art of combined attack, and had outstanding fighting ability. There were also Shan Kaikun, Jiuo Kunan, and Wang Langlang. I have thousands of brothers, no need to worry. However, when Ma Shicheng noticed the person coming, he was stunned and blurted out, Jiang Ning, why are you here? Before Jiang Ning entered the door, he used his spiritual sense to explore this place, and knew where Ma Shicheng was. Did you steal someone's questions? Jiang Ning asked. He used the internet and the hexagram technique to find this place. Ma Shicheng was puzzled. Yes, how did you know? A variety of thoughts came to his mind. Jiang Ning explained, I have the questions of that person. Please send me the account and password. Ma Shicheng felt that Jiang Ning was mysterious and seemed to have something to do. He did not ask in detail. Okay, I'll send you the questions. While they were talking, Cuiu in the master bedroom heard the noise and looked a little vulgar. Jiang Ning, rare guest, why are you here? Are you going to play with me, brother Ma? He asked tentatively. No, I have something to do with Ma Shicheng, Jiang Ning said. Cuiu was relieved when he heard this. If Jiang Ning was added, it meant that one of them would be eliminated. After confirming that there was no worry, Cuiu looked at Jiang Ning again. Apart from other things, although Jiang Ning was usually low-key, he had a big name in class 8. He was good at fighting, had good grades, was handsome, and had good popularity with women. Cuiu always felt that he could not compare with him and was inferior to him. Now it is different. He played with brother Ma and got on the fast track. Last night, he threw the income from playing with me to the large group of freshmen, and the tone of countless junior and senior students was different. Jiang Ning's family is rich, but, so what? Cuiu does not rely on heaven or earth, but only on himself. He is full of pride and shouts, Zio Weni, come and get a bottle of Coke for brother Ning. Forget it, no Coke, get me a bottle of Rio. Cuiu uses his high-end consumption ability to show his strength. Jiang Ning watched his performance. Ma Shicheng was embarrassed. Okay, Jiang Ning doesn't want to drink. Jiang Ning, let's go downstairs and talk. After the two left, Cuiu smacked his lips, still not satisfied. Shan Kaikwan said, Mr. Cuiu is awesome. Cuiu waved his hands. Don't praise me. Fortunately, Jiang Ning is not Zankai, otherwise your Rio would be 100% gone. Wang Lang joked. Hey. Cuiu changed the subject. Brother Nan, did you travel last time? When we make money, let's go out together. Now we are not short of money. Shan Kaikwan made money to prepare for travel, and he agreed immediately. Look at Dong King Feng and the others, and then look at us. We feel at ease spending the money we earn. Cuiu belittled others to highlight his own status. He is no longer a person of the same realm. Jiuo Kunan, indeed, but Jiang Ning spends money comfortably. Cuiu said, it's different. He is so strong, but he still spends his parents' money? Shan Kaikwan, no, Jiang Ning won 30,000 in the lottery. Cuiu's eyes bulged out, revealing an expression that said, are you kidding me? Jiang Ning listened to Ma Shicheng for a while. His expression did not fluctuate, and he nodded gently. You mean, cousin Chen Xiaoyu is in contact with those people? Ma Shicheng nodded. Yes, she is our classmate after all. It's best to take care of it. There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, and there is no such thing as a thief who can steal for 1,000 days. I'll send the address of the gang to you. Ma Shicheng didn't want to get involved in these things, and Jiang Ning happened to come to him, so he just pushed it to him. Jiang Ning took out another mobile phone and logged into questions. Okay, leave it to me. Ma Shicheng thought for a moment and reminded, I know you can fight, but those people are different. They must have weapons. It's best to call the police. It's okay. Jiang Ning rode away on his mountain bike with a bottle of Pocari Sweat in his hand. Ma Shicheng waited for a while. He was confident in Jiang Ning's ability to do things, so he went upstairs to continue his training. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was still hot, and the ground was steaming. The golden sunlight slanted across Xiansheng Square. Jiang Ning stood at the edge of the square. The sunlight outlined his facial features half hidden and half visible, and he looked mysteriously handsome. Chen Xiaoyu held her sister Chen Xiking's hand and ran over breathlessly. As soon as she saw him, without waiting for her classmate Chen Xiaoyu to speak, her elder sister Chen Xiking asked, Jiang Ning, what do you want to talk to us about? Chen Xiaoyu, yes. Did you hear that we made money and want us to treat you? Chen Xiking, don't worry, I will definitely treat you to a meal after eating your snacks several times. Let my sister go back to sell clothes. Chen Xiaoyu pinched her elder sister hard, but was pinched back by her elder sister with even greater force. The two of them played tricks for a while, and then Jiang Ning said, I'm sorry, you sisters have to accompany me tonight. After hearing this, the two sisters were stunned on the spot, and even the surprise was cast in the same mold. The sunlight was reflected in the eyes of the two girls, as if there were golden fireworks leaping, but two reactions emerged. The younger sister Chen Xiao's eyelashes trembled, and she couldn't believe it. Jiang Ning, is this something you can say? Question mark. Elder sister Chen Xiking pursed her lips, blushed, and found an excuse to decline. We didn't bring our ID cards. The two sisters often surf the internet, and when they come across knowledge, they often share it with each other. They appear innocent, but in fact they have rich theoretical knowledge. The only thing they lack is practical experience. But they are still children. Moreover, Jiang Ning actually came to them both at once, which was too greedy. It is absolutely not possible now. Jiang Ning's insight is so outstanding that he glanced through the sisters' inner thoughts. What are you thinking about? I want you to cooperate in investigating something about your cousin. The two girls breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden has been lifted off their shoulders, but they also felt so ashamed that they thought bad things of him. Chen Xiking was more mature and asked, "What do you want to do with my cousin? He is not a good person." A trace of disgust flashed across her face. Her cousin had a very bad character and had treated them badly since they were young. In the past, when the two sisters went to his house to play, the cousin stole money and put the blame on them, which resulted in him being beaten by their parents. Later, when they grew up, in order to show off, the cousin often told their questions numbers to those idle young people in society, resulting in them often receiving strange friend requests. The cousin even urged them to date people in society. Chen Xiao told Jiang Ning, "My cousin used to play slot machines frequently and lost money. Later, he gambled more and more, and owed hundreds of thousands. He sold his house and his uncle and aunt broke off relations with him." Jiang Ning was surprised. "Didn't you delete him as a friend?" Chen Xiking hesitated. "He has a problem with his brain. We dare not delete it." Jiang Ning understood what happened. People who are addicted to gambling are basically hopeless. No wonder he set his sights on the two sisters. Beautiful women are common, but beautiful twins are rare, enough to make up for his gambling debts. He looked directly at the two sisters. "I came here this time to solve your cousin's problem." Chen Xiao blinked and asked curiously, "How to solve it?" Chen Xiking next to her was equally curious. The two identical delicate faces, looking at each other, would make ordinary people feel that the world is out of order. Jiang Ning said seriously, "Do as I say." The next second, the two girls said in unison, "Okay." Their trust in Jiang Ning is a habit they have developed over a long period of time. For example, as soon as Bai Yuxia came on stage, they knew that Zai would surely amaze everyone. For example, when they were short of something, they would find Huan Yazhu, and he would definitely be able to give them what they needed. For example, once the math teacher Gao Hishui asked a question, there would be unlucky people standing in the corner. The two girls contacted their cousin through questions as Jiang Ning said, and received an ecstatic reply from their cousin. The cousin was going to treat them to a big meal, and told them that a car would drive to Xiansheng Plaza later. Although the two sisters were stupid, they were not ambiguous about certain things, otherwise they would have been deceived long ago. "I'm here." Jiang Ning gave the two of them a reassuring look. Chen Xiao held on to her sister. Even in the middle of summer, her sister's arms were surprisingly cold. They walked to the intersection and waited for about 10 minutes when a white business car slowly stopped. The window was rolled down, revealing a kind man's face. He looked at the identical sisters. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled with satisfaction. "Are you Xiao and Xiking? I'm your cousin's friend. Get in the car." Chen Xiao and Chen Xiking glanced at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't stop, but walked forward, leaving a message. "You guys go back." He opened the door. This business car had 7 seats, 3 rows, and the back 2 rows were like train seats, facing each other. In the slightly dim carriage, several vigilant eyes looked over. There was a man in his 40s with a scruffy beard and a hoarse voice. "Get out." "Jiang Ning, I'm her classmate." TSK. A fat man, who weighed more than 200 pounds, laughed. The man in the passenger seat hurriedly said, "Hey, Gongzi, guests are welcome. It won't cost much to add one more person. Get in the car, get in the car." Jiang Ning got in the car calmly. He waved to Chen Xiao and her sister outside, motioning them to go. Chen Xiao looked at his unswerving back, her eyes rippling. Jiang Ning was willing to take the risk to help them. She thought of the scenes of Jiang Ning fighting in the past. That kind of vigorous figure had always stayed in her mind and had never disappeared. I believe him. I can't let him take risks. Chen Xiao gritted her teeth and got in the car. When her sister Chen Xiqing saw her sister get in the car, she was panicked and couldn't stay out of it, so she got in the car. There was approval in Jiang Ning's eyes. Haha, good. The kind man in the passenger seat laughed. Close the door. At the same time, the doors and windows were all closed, and the sealed car became even darker. The 200-pound-old Gong stared at Jiang Ning. Now that the twins were in his hands, the young man who was showing off his strength in front of him was no longer useful. When he drove out of the city, he would find a place to strangle them. He looked at the twins wantonly, planning that when he got there, he would definitely have fun first, and it would definitely be fun. His pig-like face had a cruel smile. Chen Xiao and Chen Xiqing were horrified, as if they were facing a primitive beast. They realized how dangerous the situation was now. Jiang Ning said, "Brother, keep your eyes clear." As soon as he said this, the middle-aged man with a sloppy beard suddenly pulled out a dagger, and in a flash of light and shadow, he put it on Jiang Ning's neck. The twins next to him shuddered. Jiang Ning's technique was faster, and the sloppy man's wrist was grabbed before he could see the movement clearly. A cry of pain was heard. The fat man named Gongzi suddenly stood up and punched Jiang Ning with his huge fist. "Gongzi!" Someone shouted from the co-pilot. Gongzi stopped and glared at Jiang Ning, saying, "Wait for death." The kind man in the co-pilot seat said, "Gongzi, you lunatic, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" At this time, the business car was driving on the Cross River Bridge. Chen Xiao looked out. The river under the bridge divided Yazhou City. The further they went, the more desolate it became. Jiang Ning's calm appearance reassured the two sisters a little, but they were still worried. After all, this was the first time they had experienced such a thing since they were so old. At the same time, they felt extremely angry towards their cousin. They were obviously related by blood, but he did this to them. The car continued to move forward, heading in an unknown direction. As time passed, the atmosphere in the car became more and more solemn. The business car was driving on the cement road in the countryside. As the sky darkened, Gongzi no longer concealed his ugly fat face. "Brother Jew, do you still remember the daughter of the Liu family when we passed by that village last time?" Brother Jew, who was in the co-pilot seat, said, "I definitely remember. She's beautiful. I heard she's getting married soon. Let's go in and take a look when we are done." Gongzi licked his tongue and twisted his fat body. Brother Jew smiled and said, "When we are done with this, we'll do her." "Gongzi, you still understand me? When the time comes, I will hold her to sleep and be her first groom." Ha ha ha. Even the sloppy man with a knife next to him smiled. "Don't leave any traces. Gongzi, you are worthy of being just out of there. You know a lot. There are cameras in their house. Cut them before you do anything." Brother Jew lit a cigarette and leaned against the car window to smoke. Several people chatted, as if no one was around. Although the content of the chat was chilling, they seemed to be chatting as if it was a family affair. The atmosphere in the car gradually became light. In the wilderness, the situation was completely under their control. Chen Xiao and her sister trembled when they heard it. Now the only hope is placed on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took out a bandage and was wrapping it around his wrist. He felt that this looked very professional. After wrapping it, he said, "You are really a group of scum." The original atmosphere of casual chatting was broken, and it was quiet all of a sudden, with only the sound of the car driving. Brother Jew, the co-pilot, said, "Dude, where are you from?" Jiang Ning, "Just a student." "Oh." Ju Je responded, and then the kindness on his face disappeared, replaced by a wooden look. "Stop the car. Gongzi, lunatic, get out of the car and make him shut up." With a brake, the commercial vehicle stopped in the wilderness. Jiang Ning comforted, "Don't be afraid, I'll be back soon." Gongzi showed cruelty, holding an iron rod, and got out of the car first. The sloppy man called a lunatic also carried a dagger. At this time, the time was about 6 o'clock, and the red glow in the sky was particularly beautiful. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and took 2 photos. At the same time, the two surrounded Jiang Ning from the front and the back to ensure that he could not run away. Chen Xiao worried, sister, they have weapons. Chen Xiqing was also at a loss. She had heard her sister say many times that Jiang Ning was a good fighter, and even Bai Yuxia agreed, but she didn't know how good Jiang Ning was. If she couldn't win, Chen Xiqing clenched the phone in her pocket. Brother Zhu in the front row heard the two girls talking, turned around and comforted them. You two just be good, and put your hands on your legs. I promise you won't suffer along the way. If you don't listen. Zhu's wooden expression made the two women feel cold. Outside the car, Gongzi, with a body of more than 200 pounds, stood in front of Jiang Ning. He picked up an iron rod and said on his ugly face, I will break your legs today and then smash you to pieces. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ning moved forward, and with just his flesh and blood, his fist exploded and hit Gongzi's chin. It was as if a cannonball exploded, and a fierce force poured out. Gongzi's cervical vertebra lifted his fat body up to the sky. With the sound of bone cracking, he fell on his back in the field. Half of his face was covered with blood, and with his breathing, his scattered tongue and teeth mixed together and spit out. So much nonsense, Jiang Ning said. Instantly, the tip of the knife stabbed from behind. Jiang Ning turned his footsteps, the power was transferred to his shoulder, and his elbow struck out like lightning. He hit the madman's temple, and the terrifying tremor force was transmitted to his head, generating huge pressure inside and outside his skull, and his two eyeballs were instantly crushed into a ball of red and white flesh. Jiang Ning turned his head slowly, and the madman's figure fell to the ground. Due to the location of the fight, it was in a blind spot behind the car. The twin sisters did not see this scene, but Brother Zhu saw it clearly. Brother Zhu was stunned at first, and then his heart twitched, and he suddenly said, Alan, get out of the car with your weapons. He held a long knife, opened the car door, strode towards Jiang Ning, ready to kill him with a knife. Jiang Ning picked up the iron rod and smashed it out diagonally, drawing a white line in the air. Faced with such power, Brother Zhu had no time to dodge, and hurriedly raised his knife to block. Bang! A dull thud. He was hit on the shoulder with the knife, and from the shoulder blade to the heel, countless bones were shattered into bone fragments in an instant. His body was slammed to the ground, and became a soft-bodied creature without bones. The last driver, Yuan, could no longer suppress his fear when he saw this scene of a god descending to earth, and turned around to run away. Jiang Ning stepped forward, and Yuan felt his scalp tighten. Then, with his feet in the air, he was grabbed by Jiang Ning's head and lifted up. There was no fancy, just grabbed and lifted directly, which made him feel extremely scared. It was like an eagle catching a chick. The difference was so big that he ignored everything. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Yuan was extremely panicked. His skull seemed to be stuck in a huge iron clamp, and his body went down and touched the ground again. But he was even more panicked, because his head kept shrinking, as if there was a mountain pressing on it. He lost all his resistance, and was left with extreme regret. I was wrong. Let go, let go. Jiang Ning originally wanted to press his head directly into his abdominal cavity. After thinking about it, he decided to let go of his hand as he still had to go to the group's lair later. Yuan seemed to have been reborn. Jiang Ning shot out several spiritual fires to eliminate the traces left behind. At the same time, he locked onto Yuan with his spiritual sense to prevent him from carrying out a suicide attack. With 3 fewer people in the business car, it was much more spacious. Jiang Ning took 2 bottles of ice juice and handed them to Chen Xiao and her sister. All the windows were opened, and the car was driving through the countryside. The evening breeze blew by, which was very pleasant. The 2 sisters asked him, where are the 3 people just now? Jiang Ning said that he beat them away. Later, he used magic to shield them, so that they didn't notice the situation. Chen Xiao couldn't believe it. Beat them away by you? Chen Xiqing was also shocked, and her mouth couldn't close in surprise. She knew very well how vicious those people were, especially the smiling tiger in the co-pilot seat. After the comparison, she felt for the first time how good Jiang Ning was at fighting. Yuan, am I right? Jiang Ning smiled. Yuan in the front row stuttered, yes, Brother Zhu. Gongzi and the others all ran away. Jiang Ning removed the wrist bandage. They also said they wanted revenge on me, but there should be no chance. Chen Xiqing saw the bandage on his wrist and asked curiously, Jiang Ning, why are you wearing this? Wearing this is very safe and has a protective effect. Jiang Ning explained. Can't I not wear it? Jiang Ning said, of course. Chapter 458, Movements of All Parties. At 6:30 in the evening, the sky was gradually getting dark. The black business car arrived at Fingmiao Town, Xinjiang City. The twins called home in advance and told their parents that Jiang Ning, the second in their class, would be tutoring them in mathematics and would be home a little later. The driver, a Yuan, was very familiar with the nearby terrain and took a shortcut, which was all cement roads in the wilderness. He was scared by Jiang Ning, and when he thought of the scene like a god, he completely lost the idea of escaping. The car turned around and drove to a remote pond. A Yuan stopped the car and looked at Jiang Ning in awe. Every time we transport people, we can only stop here and let the contact person claim them. Jiang Ning extended his consciousness and saw a small village in the distance. Many brick and tile houses were built in the village, most of which were dilapidated, like an uninhabited village. If you are alone in the village at night, you will definitely have the experience of a horror movie. The situation of various cities in Anhui province is similar. Rural people want to make money, so they can only leave their hometowns, go out to work, and finally settle down outside. Many villages gradually died out. Jiang Ning opened the car door, and Chen Xiao and her sister did not dare to stay in the car. Alan, I will need you to pick me up after I finish my business, Jiang Ning said, and walked towards the desolate village. Chen Xiao looked around, and the scene of no one in the sky made her hug her sister's arm tightly. Between heaven and earth, the two comforted each other. They almost thought they were dreaming. In their past lives, they had never had such a magical experience. Under the well-behaved appearance, Chen Xiao hid a quirky heart. Otherwise, she would not have exchanged identities with her sister and amused Jiang Ning when school just started. The two girls did not stay where they were, but took steps to follow Jiang Ning's back. Jiang Ning, this seems to be their old nest. Yes. He did not stop. In the village at dusk, the setting sun hung above the treetops, as if it had grown huge fruits. The barking of dogs sounded from a distance, and a black dog ran out wildly, drooling, ferocious and hideous. Chen Xiao screamed in surprise. Jiang Ning took a step forward and kicked the dog in the head. The black dog flew backwards at a faster speed than when it came. Like a ball, it flew more than 20 meters and landed on the masonry wall, which shook. The black dog died on the spot. Soon, two patrolling figures appeared and immediately surrounded them with weapons. One of the men noticed the two twins beside Jiang Ning and couldn't help showing surprise. He hid his excitement and said coldly, "Brother, you are not following the rules." He treated Jiang Ning as a delivery man. They were complex and divided into several groups. People from outside were not qualified to enter the village. Another man, holding a long farm tool shovel, also stared coldly, as if he would tear his face apart if he disagreed with them. Jiang Ning looked at the two men and said, "What a bullshit rule." He flashed in front of the two men, grabbed their heads with both hands, and touched them in the middle, bursting with strength. The two men closed their eyes and fell dizzy. Jiang Ning threw it away and continued to walk into the village. Chen Xiao and Chen Xiqing were stunned. It was too fast, so fast that they couldn't see clearly. They were worried that the two would wake up, so they hurried to chase them. On the surface, the two lay down softly, but in fact, the inside of their heads had already turned into a paste, and they lost their lives. Jiang Ning stopped in front of a large house. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. The house was later modified. It was composed of 3 houses combined into a courtyard. There was no gate, only a small door that could only accommodate one person. There was a long house on the north side, divided into 3 rooms. The innermost room had no windows, only 2 fist-sized holes. The 2 rooms separated were like guardhouses. Falling into the last room, there was almost no hope of escape. Jiang Ning kicked the iron door open with 1 foot, and the sound caused a commotion in the yard. A man ran out quickly, holding a big knife in his hand, followed closely by a man who was pulling up his pants. "Fuck. What is that?" Jiang Ning punched him in the forehead. The man who was pulling up his pants saw this scene and hurried back to the house to grab a weapon. In order to delay time, he even locked the door. "Don't come in, both of you," Jiang Ning warned. There were several women locked up in the room, so it was not suitable for two little girls to watch. After that, he stepped into the yard and slowly walked towards the longhouse in the north. The light of the incandescent lamp illuminated the room. The environment was very shabby. There were some pig ears and other stewed dishes on the table. It seemed that they had just eaten. He continued to go in, but was blocked by an iron door. The iron door was ajar. A man was holding a hammer and waiting at the door. Anyone who pushed the door in would be hit by the hammer. The hammer is a blunt instrument with great power. A hammer hitting the head can easily be fatal. The man heard the movement, clenched the hammer, and his muscles were tense, ready to launch a thundering attack at any time. Jiang Ning stood in front of the iron door for 3 seconds. He suddenly raised his hand, spiritual power surrounded his arm, and suddenly punched the brick wall. The fist like a cannonball hit the brick wall, instantly shattering its internal structure, and countless building materials were blown away. Jiang Ning's fist pierced through the wall and hit the man with the hammer through the wall. The other party never thought that he would die in this way. Jiang Ning retracted his fist, his appearance spotless. He took out his mobile phone and called Xiao Shuangshan to explain the situation, clean up the mess. Jiang Ning did not enter the innermost room. He had made instructions that someone would come to rescue him later. Jiang Ning stood at the entrance of the village for a while. Chen Xiao and Chen Siking were waiting on the side. They only knew that they were in Xinjiang City now, and they didn't know how to get home at night. Jiang Ning was neither sad nor happy. Killing or saving people was not his intention. From beginning to end, he just wanted to help Zhu Yuantong and eliminate potential dangers. Jiang Ning stood there for 2 minutes and suddenly took out a plastic little yellow duck. He pinched it, and the little yellow duck screamed. He continued to pinch it, and it screamed a few more times. Chen Xiao looked over and said, "Hey, why is it different from the little yellow duck I saw?" This was the little yellow duck that Jiang Ning got as a gift when he bought snacks. It was a toy that was everywhere on the street. The ownership of the small toys at home has always belonged to Zhu Yuantang. Although it was just an ordinary little yellow duck, Zhu Yuantang still had a lot of fun playing with it. The little yellow duck could often be heard screaming at home. Later, in winter, the weather was very cold. Zhu Yuantang was worried that the little yellow duck would freeze to death in winter, so he made a set of clothes for it with wool and put it on the outside. That's why the little yellow duck with a unique appearance was created. Jiang Ning pinched it a few times and smiled silently. He said, "Since you are in Xinjiang, I will treat you to food." In Xinjiang City, the snack street was filled with fireworks and people came and went. Jiang Ning brought the two twins, one on the left and one on the right, surrounding him. Passers-by saw this scene and couldn't help but stare at them. Twins. The identical twins actually surrounded the boy like this. What virtue did he have? The bustling snack street and the various delicacies diluted the previous darkness. Chen Xiao's lively personality was revealed. She stood in front of the stall and looked at the food on sale. "Sister, have you tried this?" Chen Siking's cognitive scope was not wider than her sister's. She also shook her head in confusion. Jiang Ning paid 10 yuan. "Boss, give me 2 strings." "Okay." 2 strings of red dates, walnuts, and raisins were handed over. Chen Xiao took a bite. First, the glutinous and sweet dates, then the sour and sweet raisins, and then the crispy walnut kernels. 3 completely different tastes. "It's delicious." Chen Xiao praised. "Sister, try it quickly." Chen Siking didn't eat it, but put it to Jiang Ning's mouth. "Try it." Jiang Ning bit off one and tasted it. Chen Xiao was very dissatisfied when she saw that her sister was so attentive. She raised her head angrily and raised the string to Jiang Ning's mouth. "You have tasted my sister's. You must also taste mine." Then Jiang Ning tasted it once. Chen Xiao asked expectantly, "Whose tastes better?" Chen Siking, "Sister, your head was caught by the door. Ours must taste the same." Chen Xiao tilted her head. That's right. Why did she ask Jiang Ning that? Her head was really caught by the door. She ate another red date walnut and suddenly had an idea. "Sister, do you think walnuts caught by the door can still nourish the brain?" Chen Siking sorted it out for a long time, thought for a long time, and concluded naively, walnuts caught by the door should be able to nourish the head caught by the door. Chen Xiao was shocked by her sister's strong logical ability. So, Can the walnuts you eat now nourish your brain? Jiang Ning asked. Chen Xiaoyu said, you are silly, of course it can. Jiang Ning led the twins from one end of the snack street to the other. In front of the milk tea shop, Jiang Ning's appearance caused quite a stir. A couple in line next to him looked at the two girls on his left and right with envy. Jiang Ning ordered a cup of milk tea, 4 yuan a cup. The girl selling milk tea asked, hello, do you need any more toppings? There are many toppings for milk tea, such as pearls, coconut flakes, grass jelly, pudding, red beans, taro balls, etc. All of them can be added. It is the various toppings that make milk tea colorful. Some toppings cost 50 cents, and some cost 1 yuan. In the past, Jiang Ning liked to have more toppings, but he could only choose one to save money. But now, everything is different. Things that were not obtained in childhood, I always want to make up for them later. Jiang Ning pointed at the pearls. The milk tea girl, is it right to add pearls? Jiang Ning said, no pearls, add everything else. As soon as these words came out, a sense of avarice emanated, and all the customers who ordered milk tea around were stunned. The milk tea girl did the same, and she confirmed it again. After getting the nod, she began to make milk tea. Jiang Ning held the milk tea, surrounded by the beautiful twins. He took a sip of the small ingredients, and thought, life is indeed very rich. He ordered another cup of normal milk tea, and gave it to a migrant worker who was wandering in front of the milk tea shop. Thank you, you are such a good person. The migrant worker bowed repeatedly to thank him, and anyone could feel his sincerity. Jiang Ning laughed in his heart, am I a good person? After the two sisters bought milk tea, Chen Xiaoyu saw that the migrant worker uncle didn't drink it, so she asked, why don't you drink it? It tastes best while it's cold. The migrant worker uncle smiled honestly, I'll take it back for my wife to drink. It's time to go back to Yazhou, Jiang Ning said. Chen Xiaoyu looked at the time. It was 7:30 in the evening. How do we go back? Take a car? She did not forget that she took the bad guy's car when she came here. Jiang Ning, high-speed rail. A yuan, who was driving, was used as a waste and then was destroyed by Jiang Ning. There is a direct high-speed rail from Xinjiang City to Yazhou, which only takes 30 minutes to arrive. Chen Xiaoyu is an expert in surfing the internet. She quickly opened her mobile phone to check the train schedule. After checking, she exclaimed, the next high-speed rail is 20 minutes away. Chen Xiaoyu has a clear division of labor. She checked the distance to the high-speed rail station. Even if she took a taxi, it would still take 20 minutes. It is impossible to arrive at the high-speed rail station before the high-speed rail starts. The next high-speed rail will not start until 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Xiaoyu was worried. In that case, they would be very late to go home. Jiang Ning glanced at the high-speed rail schedule and said, you can take a taxi at the intersection and leave it to me. The backbone spoke, and the two sisters did it. Jiang Ning called Xiao Shuangshan, I'm in Xinjiang City, and I'll take the G8972 high-speed train in 20 minutes. Please make arrangements. Xiao Shuangshan, who was far away in Yazhou, immediately stopped the work at hand and called the secretary's office too. A mobilization began quickly. Xinjiang High-Speed Railway Station. The benches in the waiting hall were full of people waiting for the high-speed train. Some people had no seats, so they simply sat in the suitcases or on the cold floor. Some people stared at the big screen, and the G8972 high-speed train was on the list. Get ready, the ticket check is almost done. The train is finally leaving. I'm going to the bathroom. Please help me watch my luggage. I'll be right back. Okay, hurry up. At this moment, a reminder sounded in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the G8972 train from Jingnan to Shanghai is about 20 minutes late. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to you by the train delay. As the station broadcast sounded, it caused a lot of commotion. There was chaos among hundreds of passengers. Some complained, what is it? Why is it suddenly late? What are you doing? Wasting my time. Hey, isn't it normal to be late? It's only 20 minutes anyway. Just wait a little longer. It's not a big deal. After the commotion, everyone honestly accepted the fact that the train was late. Fengmiao Town, village. A team of uniformed officials were investigating the situation in that house. The leader was a middle-aged man in a white shirt. The lights were bright in the broken room. He took the lead, looked at the broken hole in the wall for a while, and then picked up a handful of crumbs, his face solemn, not simple. The slightly younger man next to him murmured without thinking, "It's too similar, too similar." The man in the white shirt asked, "What does it look like?" The young man said, "It looks like someone punched the wall and killed the suspect behind the wall." After saying that, he himself felt incredible. With the strength of the masonry wall, even if the boxing champion came, it would be impossible to cause such a huge destructive force. But the way the suspect died behind the wall happened to be perfectly consistent. The man in the white shirt didn't believe it. He said, "Place the victim, seal off the scene, and continue to investigate the situation." At the same time, a taxi stopped in front of the high-speed rail station. After the twins got off the car, they suddenly remembered, "It's over, my sister and I didn't bring our ID cards." Without ID cards, it means that we can't get tickets to take the high-speed rail. The two girls' faces were full of annoyance. Jiang Ning showed his ID card. "It's okay, I brought it." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Real Speed. Since 2011, the Beijing-Shenyang high-speed railway has been opened to traffic, and cities such as Xinjiang and Yazhou have announced that they have entered the era of high-speed rail. During this period, Yazhou, as one of the 7 stations of the Beijing-Shenyang high-speed railway, had developed transportation and had always been the big brother in the province. Jiang Ning stepped into the Xinjiang high-speed railway station, his thoughts flying. Unfortunately, in the following 10 years, Yazhou had almost no achievements in the field of transportation and gradually declined. However, in this life, the rise of Changqing Liquid Company, in just less than a year, it has become a leading enterprise in the province, and the fate of Yazhou will be different. Jiang Ning swiped his ID card to get the ticket, and the Chen Xiaoyu sisters waited anxiously. They didn't have ID cards, and they knew that they needed to check their tickets to enter the station, for fear that they would be abandoned later. After Jiang Ning got the ticket, he said, "Follow me." At the entrance to the station, a uniformed staff member was waiting. Jiang Ning showed his ticket, and the staff member immediately showed a standard smile. "Hello, please follow me." They passed the ticket gate smoothly all the way. Chen Xiaoyu pinched her sister, recalling what the old people in her family said about the experience of evading the train ticket many years ago. The waiting hall was bustling with people, and every seat was full of people. It was the summer vacation, the peak tourist season, and the number of tourists at various stations across the country increased dramatically. Chen Xiaoyu looked up and noticed the big screen, which showed the message that the G8972 train was delayed. Then she suddenly realized, sister, we are so lucky, the high-speed rail is actually delayed. Chen Xiaoyu, what a coincidence. Now there are only a dozen minutes left before departure. Although the waiting hall is full, they don't think it's a big deal. Just stand for a while. As a result, Jiang Ning actually walked through the busy waiting hall and came to the so-called business waiting area. The environment became quiet, without the noise outside at all. Scattered people sat quietly, and there were even foreigners, as if they were in a library. Exquisite decoration, comfortable sofa, simple and elegant wooden table, and even a self-service area on the side, full of snacks, juice, cola, potato chips, crab roe and peas. The family conditions of Chen Xiaoyu and her sister are moderate. They have taken high-speed trains, but have never been to such a place. They showed the same surprised face, like cats that have not seen the sun for a long time. Is this the business waiting room? After a little reaction, the elder sister Chen Xiaoyu whispered, Jiang Ning, did you buy a business class? Yeah. Isn't it expensive? It's not expensive for a half-hour ride, Jiang Ning said calmly. Although he said so, the twin sister still remembered it in her heart. Even if it was very cheap, it would cost a lot for 3 people. Jiang Ning, we will compensate you, Chen Xiaoyu said solemnly. Chen Xiqing nodded seriously on the side. Jiang Ning smiled. Every time he arrived at a place, Jiang Ning's consciousness would scan the surrounding situation in advance. Although there was no threat to his life in real life, this kind of vigilance was an instinct developed over countless years. In the business waiting hall, at the southwest corner, Lin Zida, Zhuang Jianhu, and Yuan Lin were sitting at the table, playing poker without paying attention to anyone around. When someone came in, Lin Zida took a look and recognized Jiang Ning. He was also shocked to see the identical twins next to him. He admitted that Jiang Ning had some skills, but why was the girl next to him different every time he saw him? Lin Zida's family background was very impressive, but he really didn't know twins of Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiqing's level. The handsome and extraordinary boy next to him was Yuan Lin, a native of Shenzhen. After discovering Jiang Ning, he thought for several seconds before remembering that the other party was a boy from Yazhou BBQ stall, 1 against 4. He was stunned, then asked, Fatty Lin, who is next to him? Girls from class 8 of our school. Are they traveling together? Yuan Lin couldn't believe it. Even though he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such smart twins. Lin Zida, isn't it obvious? Yuan Lin secretly envied. When everyone was 16 or 17, who hadn't fantasized about having a pair of twins around them. Besides anything else, the girls in Yazhou are really pretty, Yuan Lin commented. Lin Zida had been in Yazhou for a year and had the right to speak. He said, Yazhou is located on the dividing line between the north and the south. The girls have both the gentle and soft appearance of southern girls and the boldness of northern girls. When talking about this, Zhuang Jianhu's lips twitched. He thought of Pang Jiao from class 8 who had blocked the road to confess her love and wanted to express his objection. But he was afraid of being laughed at, so he had to hold it in. Yuan Lin nodded. Last time, Li Shi, my god, I didn't drink her. The few of them were chatting excitedly, and the speed of playing cards slowed down a lot. Sister Chen Xiaoyu took a bunch of snacks and helped Jiang Ning unscrew the orange juice and then stuck to him on the left and right. Jiang Ning hadn't taken 2 bites of crab ropees when he saw a dark figure walking over. Jiang Ning glanced at it. The dark skin color was not the black of Chinese people, but pure black. His bone age was 40, but because of his bald head, he looked like he was about 50 years old, with a full beard on his chin. He had a familiar expression and ignored Jiang Ning. He stared at Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiqing on both sides and excitedly called out, "Oh my god." Then he said something very strange. "You are the most beautiful women I have ever seen." It was the first time that the twins were approached by a foreigner. They were young people of the new era, and unlike many people of the 1970s and 1980s, they had an almost perverted worship of foreigners. The black man in front of them only made them feel scary. The bold black man did not give up approaching because of the twins' retreat. He continued to introduce himself in English. "I'm an English teacher. Nice to meet you all." His endless introduction attracted many passengers in the waiting hall. After seeing this scene, Lin Zida cursed in indignation. Fuck, what is he doing? The black guy was at least 40 or 50 years old, but he approached a 15 or 16-year-old girl. It was simply outrageous. Zhuang Jianhu was also a young man, and he couldn't stand seeing this kind of scene, and his face was also unhappy. On the contrary, Yuan Lin said cheerfully, "Why don't we make a bet on whether they will give us their contact information?" Lin Zida, "What the hell, I'll just tell them to get lost." Yuan Lin shook his head and said calmly, "I know you are angry, but the current situation is very cruel. Many girls will use this experience as a capital to show off." Lin Zida said coldly, "Have you been kneeling for a long time?" Zhuang Jianhu slapped out 2 red banknotes. "Xiao Pang and I, let's bet that they won't give us their contact information." Yuan Lin said, "Just wait and see." The black-skinned foreign teacher was still introducing them and trying to act like a gentleman, but the faces of the Chen Xiaoyu sisters were very ugly. They smelled that unique odor. Jiang Ning leaned on the sofa. No matter what, he was the one who brought the twins out, and they were considered his companions. In the end, he was ignored. He put his hands on the thin shoulders of the 2 girls, and the girls trembled. He smiled and said, "Let me show you what it means to follow one's words." Jiang Ning's smile faded, and he uttered one word, "Get lost." The black-skinned foreign teacher's voice suddenly stopped. He turned his body uncontrollably, knelt down suddenly, pressed his hands forward, and rolled over. Then he rolled out of the business waiting hall like a basketball. He made a meaningless weird noise. The bizarre action attracted the attention of all the passengers in the waiting hall. Lindsay was dumbfounded and stammered, Chap, what's going on? Yuanlin, who was originally calm, had a stiff face. Are you kidding me? Zhuang Jian, who was puzzled. The behavior was too abnormal. What was the operation of rolling on the spot? Is he sick? Lindsay couldn't figure it out. He was an optimist. He didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he whistled to express his joy, then grabbed 2 bills and gave them to Zhuang Jianhu. Yuanlin, thank you. Zhuang Jianhu said. Yuanlin smiled bitterly, saying he lost money. Then, he said seriously, it's worth it. The staff of the business waiting hall hurriedly chased him out. Jiang Ning casually cast a spell, killing someone in about half a month. At this time, another young and beautiful staff member came over and told them, hello, you can check the tickets now, please follow me. After calling Jiang Ning, she called Lindsay and others. When checking their tickets, the twins were surprised again. There was clearly a long queue at the ticket gate. The staff member led them directly out of the side door of the ticket gate, completely skipping the process of queuing for ticket checking. Lindsay and others beside them were used to it. The G8972 train was like a long dragon, lying quietly. They entered carriage number 1 and looked around. The carriage was very spacious, completely different from the crowded second-class seats in the past. Even the seats were similar to the space capsules of astronauts on TV. The sisters' eyes widened. 1, 2, 3 they counted, and found that there were only 8 seats in the entire carriage. Sister, it's so classy. Chen Xiaoyu pulled her sister's soft arm. Compared to her sister's excitement, Chen Xiqing, as the elder sister, was much more reserved. She pretended that it was not her first time and said calmly, of course, the price of business class is 3 times that of ordinary tickets. Chen Xiaoyu touched the seat that looked like a space capsule. Sister, is the business class faster than the second class? Chen Xiqing thought for 2 seconds and said uncertainly, the seats are streamlined, and the wind resistance is better. Logically speaking. Jiang Ning was embarrassed. You don't discuss it. The 2 sisters immediately scratched their heads and agreed. After sitting down, Chen Xiqing secretly searched Beidou and suddenly realized that the second class and business class were in the same car. Lindsay was in the business class and was in the same compartment with Jiang Ning. He chatted with her for a few words. What happened to the guy who approached you before? Lindsay's words revealed confusion. He suddenly got sick. Jiang Ning said. Lindsay could only understand it as a coincidence. The modern education he received from childhood to adulthood made him a firm materialist. Ding Xuan, who doesn't follow the rules, is just an outlier after all. Are you going back to Yazhou? Lindsay asked. Jiang Ning nodded. I won't be back for the time being. I'm going to Shanghai. I'll come and play when I have time. I'll arrange food and accommodation. Lindsay said enthusiastically. He and Jiang Ning got along well, and the other party was good at fighting, so he was a good friend. His family had a villa in Shanghai, so it was no problem to accommodate his friends. After chatting for a few sentences, Jiang Ning suddenly asked, where is your cousin? Lindsay was stunned, then looked at Jiang Ning warily, and then glanced at the twins. His expression gradually became suspicious. How outstanding is his cousin Ding Xuan's appearance? Jian, who has been interested in her since he was a child, but it's a pity that Ding Xuan is not interested at all. Before Yuanlin came to Yazhou, in fact, he also had the idea of meeting Ding Xuan. Could it be that Jiang Ning was interested in her? It shouldn't be. Lindsay couldn't figure it out. Apart from anything else, the girl next to Jiang Ning at the barbecue stall that day was definitely as good looking as Ding Xuan. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lindsay said, Xuan went to Kan province and is taking the paragliding license exam. Do you have anything to do with her? Jiang Ning said, oh, nothing. I gave her coins for the CF mobile game, but she didn't give me any. Lindsay's eyelids twitched. What the hell, that's it. Don't play CF, it's a rubbish game. Don't you have a computer? Just play Call of Duty 10. It's pretty cool. When it comes to games, Lindsay, as a senior player, Can't help but recommend it to him. He didn't go back to his seat, but simply stood by and chatted with Jiang Ning about his gaming experience. The staff on the train distributed mineral water and snacks. The two sisters thought they were paid items, whispered, and prepared to Beidou first. After hearing this, Linzada reminded them, the things in the business class are free, don't worry. Also, the seats can be adjusted. There are buttons on the right hand side. You can try it. He was cheerful and calm, without any condescending contempt. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Passengers getting off at Yazhou station, please prepare to get off in advance. The train drove from Xinjiang for 27 minutes and arrived in Yazhou. After getting off the train, it was a familiar hometown. Sister, we're home. Chen Xiaoyu said cheerfully. Yes, I'm back. Although it was only a few hours, the experience that Jiang Ning brought to Chen Xiaoyu and her sister today will probably be unforgettable for a lifetime. From the beginning, the car was nervous and timid when it drove to an unknown direction, to the worry in the wilderness, and then entered the dilapidated old village, the snack street in the unfamiliar city, the high-speed rail station, and the business class. It was like a dream, and was just awakened now. The experience along the way was forever engraved in their hearts. Let's go, get out of the station, and then go home. Jiang Ning took a step. The twin sisters hurriedly caught up, grabbing Jiang Ning's arms on the left and right. They didn't resist Jiang Ning before, but now they have experienced a wonderful journey together and are closer. It's a bit too much to say that Jiang Ning is hugged on both sides, but now, Jiang Ning is only slightly less than that. At the exit, Jiang Ning took a taxi and sent the two home. It was almost 9 o'clock. The summer night was very lively. There were many snack stalls parked at the entrance of the community, and there were two tricycles selling watermelons. From here, each household in the residential building had bright lights. The dim street lights tried their best to illuminate the road. Under the light, Jiang Ning took out two bracelets and handed them to the twins. I bought them on the pedestrian street in Xinjiang City. Keep them. Chen Xiaoyu lowered her head. It was a very ordinary bracelet, plain and ordinary, and it was very different from the cloud and koi jade pendants that Jiang Ning gave them. But they liked it very much. Jiang Ning always smiled. The two bracelets that looked unremarkable were engraved with a body protection formation. There was no way. After they got on the car boldly, Jiang Ning knew that it was time to protect their safety. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiqing put on the bracelets in front of Jiang Ning and shook them in front of him. The girls' white wrists were slender and delicate, touching the heart. They stood at the gate of the community for a while and finally said together, Jiang Ning, come to my house and sit down. My parents have been wanting to meet you for a long time. Jiang Ning refused. Next time. Sister Chen Xiqing analyzed the reasons, thought about it, and said, next time when your parents are not at home, we will call you again. Chapter 460 Jiang Ning's Gift. The night gradually deepened. Yazhou City was like a glittering treasure box in the dark, with all kinds of neon lights flashing, looking bizarre. During the day, there were small stalls selling fried rice, fried skewers, steamed buns, ice wine and UK internet cafe. The music of LOL resounded throughout the room, accompanied by a strong victory sound effect. Shan Kaikun put down the keyboard and relaxedly leaned back in the chair. It's time to call it a day. CUIU shouted. Playing LOL for a whole day was a great test of physical strength. In the last game, CUIU was in a trance and made several mistakes in operation. Fortunately, Ma Jie had excellent skills and led the team to win. Ma Shicheng stood up. BBQ, barbecue, let's go. After playing games for a day and making money, I must reward myself. All the barbecues that I couldn't bear to eat before were ordered. CUIU and Meng Jiui responded one after another. Wang Lang licked his face. Brother Ma, and me too. Together. Although Lang Lang did not play for others, he was planning a bigger plan. Once successful, the income he would get would be more than what he would earn from playing for others all his life. Ma Shicheng shouted twice, and seeing that there were still two people who did not respond, he said generously, Brother Nan, Brother Quan, let's go, I'll treat you tonight. Shan Kaikun waved his hand and refused. Brother Ma, no, we are all making money together, how can I let you treat us? Besides, you treated us once yesterday. The barbecue meal of the young men cost at least 2 or 300 yuan. It is not easy to make money from playing for others, and Shan Kaikun did not want Ma Shichen to pay more. But if they shared the money equally, Shan Kaikun would definitely feel distressed. After playing games for 2 days, he experienced the difficulty of making money firsthand, and he wanted to save some money for traveling. Jiuo Kunan had the same idea. Brother Ma had already taken him to play games, and he didn't want to take advantage of him. Brother Ma, forget it, you guys go eat. Ciu was so hungry that he was panicking. Seeing that the two were determined, he urged them, Brother Ma, since they don't want to, let's go first. We are so hungry. Ma Shichen thought about it and agreed. Wang Lang said, Brother Nan, do you want me to pack some for you guys? Jiuo Kunan waved his hand. Forget it, you guys eat. After Ma Shichen and the others left, only Dan and Jiuo were left in the computer room. Dan Kaikun lay in a chair in a daze, thinking about what to eat. When he went out, barbecue was too expensive, so he could just have a burrito later. Seeing his good brother's deep expression, Jiuo Kunan thought he was thinking about life, and asked out of the blue, are you still thinking about her? Shan Kaikun was stunned for a moment, and then, a peerless girl's face appeared in his mind. She was so beautiful, so outstanding, and so otherworldly. Unfortunately, Shan Kaikun smiled bitterly, like a dog that had strayed for thousands of miles. I forgot it a long time ago. Jiuo Kunan looked at him directly. But, I haven't said her name yet. Shan Kaikun was silent for half a minute. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the night view of the city outside. The past year's past events emerged one after another. Now thinking carefully, most of them are absurd. Later, he worked hard and became one of the top 10 in the class, wanting to prove something. But he was wrong. In fact, Shan Kaikun understood what kind of person she was. At the beginning, his grades were sloppy, and he asked Bayuxia for help, and she never looked down on him. Naturally, she would not look at him with new eyes, because of his great improvement in grades. She is a real good girl, but because of her goodness, Shan Kaikun never had a chance. Shan Kaikun suddenly felt relieved, but also extremely sad. He said solemnly, from now on, I will no longer have any connection with her. I missed her, and she missed me. Everything is not important anymore. Jiuo Kunan's mobile phone was not turned off, and he heard a ding-dong sound. Huang Zhengfei at everyone in the class group. Mathematics Gao Hishui privately messaged me to join the group. I pulled him into another class group. Everyone should be careful in the future. Class 8 has 2 class groups. Everyone usually chats in the group without the class teacher. The other group has a class teacher and chats less. Lukaki was the first to express his thoughts. Why did he join the group? Maybe he was assigning homework. It's so annoying. Chen Kan said, Teacher Gao's teaching level is very high. I agree to let him join the group. Lukaki, Chen Kan, you are crazy about studying. Ciu cheered. Kaienzi, what's wrong with you? Meng Gui, Kaienzi, don't try to pull us, if you are ambitious. Pang Jiao, you betrayed us. Many classmates stood up to oppose Chen Kan, and some even encouraged the class monitor to kick Gao Hishui out. Among all the condemnations, Gao Hishui was described as a plague god because his image in the class was too bad. If the chemistry teacher Jiuo Ran joined the group, the classmates would definitely agree with him. Chen Kan was outnumbered and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Ciu and Meng Gui beat Chen Kan when he was down. They had long been unhappy with Chen Kan. Wang Lang saw that Chen Kan was scolded and had no power to fight back and knew that it was time for him to stand up. Helping others in times of need shows the depth of friendship. Wang Lang said, I support Brother Kan. Everyone thought he was crazy. After all, Chen Kan often opposed the students in the back row, and the two sides were incompatible. Wang Lang said something fair. Everyone calm down. Gao Hishui is willing to sacrifice his vacation time to arrange a study plan for us in the group. In terms of both public and private, his spirit is worthy of admiration. Zenkai. Duan Shigen. Chen Kan's favorability plus 99. Shan Kaikun couldn't listen anymore. Without even looking at it, he clicked on the group and quickly typed a line of words. I don't want to listen to Gao Hishui's lectures in the group. I strongly oppose it. He clicked send in a cool way. After sending it, he found that someone was talking in class 1 group just now, and he sent it to class 1 group by mistake. The message above was just sent by Gayo Hishuari. Hello everyone, I'm Gayo Hishuari. The following is what Shan Kaikwan just sent. The originally silent class group became even quieter. Only that message, lying alone on the message page. It was so lonely and so dazzling. No one dared to stand up and break the silence. Gayo Hishuari was so angry that he was fuming at Shan King Grong. But, this is your class 8 student. In another group, countless people at Shan Kaikwan. Brother Kwan, you are confused. CUIU, I admit that you are very strong, but you can't be so strong. Lukiki, Shan Kaikwan Uzankai gloated. Open the champagne. In the internet cafe, Jiuo Kunan saw that his good brother's face was pale and said complicatedly, Brother Kwan, it's not easy to deal with. Mocking Gayo Hishuari in public has serious consequences. With Gayo Hishuari's mind, Jiuo Kunan dare not think about how much trouble he will put on Brother Kwan when school starts. Shan Kaikwan was a little panicked. As a student, how many people are not afraid of teachers? How scary. For a while, the classmates had different thoughts. Some were worried about Shan Kaikwan, and some watched coldly. For example, Dong Qingfeng. If it was Jiang Yanan who caused this incident, he would definitely be able to stimulate the potential of his brain, turn the tide in desperate situations, and resolve embarrassment. Just when there was silence in the large group. Considering the class image, Bayuksha calmly said, I object to. Teacher Gayo's teaching level is too high. I'm afraid that, after listening to him too much, I will not be able to listen to other math teachers' lectures. As soon as these words came out, Gayo Hishuari, who was originally furious, suddenly calmed down. He was coaxed by these words, or maybe he had a way out. Gayo Hishuari took the opportunity to say, don't worry, classmates, as long as class 8 does not disband in the next 2 years, I will always be your math teacher. Hu Jun's eyes went dark on the spot, and the world was only black and white. Fortunately, without a math teacher, he still has the young aunt selling oden at the door and the gentle young woman in the barber shop, which adds a lot of comfort to his lost heart. Bayuksha, you are awesome. Dong Qingfeng praised. Jiuo Kunan congratulated his good brother. Bayuksha, you are still capable. Jiang Yanan, fortunately you said that, otherwise our class would definitely be targeted by Gayo Hishuari when school starts. A string of praises swept the class group. Shan Kaikwan saw the message sent by Bayuksha and couldn't help thinking, could it be that she cares about me? Bayuksha looked at the message in the group. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and suddenly she received a private message, which turned out to be from her classmate Chen Xiaoyu. She subconsciously raised her head and scanned the surroundings. In the petty bourgeoisie pub, the guests sat together and listened to a folk singer in the middle singing. Fortunately, no one paid attention. Sometimes the content of the message sent by Chen Xiaoyu was not presentable to others, which would definitely affect Bayuksha's own image. Zaya, you were so handsome just now. Chen Xiaoyu came up and praised her. Bayuksha said calmly, handsome, not bad. Chen Xiaoyu said again, if it were me, I would definitely not remember to say that. She asked a few questions and sent a few photos that she took in Xinjiang City today, including a lively snack street, a wide range of small products, Jiang Ning's back, and a photo of the three of them. Zaya, Jiang Ning took us out today. It was super fun. We even took the business class of the high-speed train. Chen Xiaoyu shared her experience today. However, she concealed the dangerous part. She is not really stupid. Bayuksha was stunned for a moment, and then asked, you mean, you went out for a trip? Chen Xiaoyu, yes. What we experienced today is not just traveling, it's just very exciting. She sent another picture, 2 white wrists. She and her sister wore bracelets respectively. Chen Xiaoyu said, Zaya, Jiang Ning gave them to me. I have more than you now. Bayuksha observed carefully and didn't see anything strange about the 2 bracelets, but she always felt that if it was a gift from Jiang Ning, it must be extraordinary. Chen Xiaoyu said a few words. Bayuksha frowned her eyebrows. She decided to knock Chen Xiaoyu and said, be careful when you travel. I'm afraid you will be sold. After all, my deskmate is a fool. Chen Xiaoyu received the news and thought about it for a while. Isn't Bayuxia's deskmate her? She actually said that she was stupid. I can't stand it. Chen Xiaoyu immediately retorted, your deskmate is stupid. Night. Zhang Kai, who carried cement bags all day, got today's daily salary, a full 150 yuan. He dragged his tired body covered with cement dust back to the boys' dormitory of Yuzhou No. 4 middle school. Although the first grade of high school was on vacation, there were still senior high school students taking tutoring at school, so the dormitory was still available. And Zhang Kai lived in a good place. He used toothpaste, soap, and shampoo left by his classmates, which was really wonderful. Tonight, he walked out of the dormitory because Yan Xianpeng called him and decided to get together. Zhang Kai didn't walk directly to the school gate. After all, there was a distance. He went to the carport downstairs and picked a brand new mountain bike that was not locked. He started pedaling. He rode all the way to the Lobster Barbecue Street, then shook the bike violently, pinched the handbrake, and used the dragon's tail swing to wipe a black mark on the ground. Zhang Kai dared to use the bike that others were reluctant to step on to practice drifting. Yan Xianpeng's majestic figure standing on the street is particularly eye-catching. Opposite him was a girl with heavy makeup and exquisite dress. Zhang Kai recognized her as Lu Kiki from their class. Yan Xianpeng pressed his hand on the telephone pole and posed in a chic pose. Kiki, I was wrong before. Don't be angry. Can you please stop bothering me? Lu Kiki had a physical nausea for him. She had never seen a boy who was so ungentlemanly. Yan Xianpeng's mature face was full of affection. No, I just want to bother you. Lu Kiki was puzzled. She even used the method of self-deprecation. I'm so ugly, why do you want to find me? Yan Xianpeng pestered her and insisted on her. I just like ugly ones. Lu Kiki was no longer bothered. She was busy dating others and had no time to pay attention to Yan Xianpeng, so she perfunctorily said, don't you like ugly ones? Okay, go find someone uglier than me. Yan Xianpeng smiled innocently. No, you are the ugliest. Lu Kiki left, and Yan Xianpeng leaned on the telephone pole, sighing. Seeing this, Zhang Kai pushed the cart forward and said, Xianpeng, don't be sad. Treat me to a barbecue and have fun. Yan Xianpeng was so sad that he decided to splurge. In front of Zhang Kai, he patted his bulging trouser pockets and shouted, okay, let's have a good barbecue today. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Kai was as if hit by a surprise and said happily, are you really eating barbecue? How could it be fake? Yan Xianpeng strode forward, entered a barbecue restaurant, and shouted, boss, prepare the menu. Yan Xianpeng is 1.9 meters tall and weighs 200 to 300 kilograms. He is as strong as a bear. No matter where he goes in life, people will look at him twice. First, 30 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of lamb tendons, and 10 skewers of pork belly. Yan Xianpeng was very generous. Chizzy, order whatever you want. Zhang Kai next to him was shocked. He had misjudged Xianpeng before. He didn't expect him to be such a generous person. Since Yan Xianpeng said to order whatever he wanted, Zhang Kai was naturally not polite and ordered grilled pomfret, anchovies, and chicken wings, all of which were good. Beer, drinks, side dishes, and even 2 plates of canned yellow peaches, which Zhang Kai always craved. There was a whole table of barbecue. Zhang Kai did physical work every day, so he immediately picked up the skewers and ate them vigorously. He ordered a lot today, so he didn't have to compete with Yan Xianpeng. After eating a barbecue, the brotherhood between the two quickly became closer. There were still many skewers, and Zhang Kai deliberately slowed down his barbecue in order to eat more. With the barbecue to eat as much as he wanted, Zhang Kai treated Yan Xianpeng as a brother and sighed. Pengzi, do you know what I do now? Yan Xianpeng ate a skewer of mutton. I know, it's not like I haven't done your job before, even for a whole summer vacation. This was the first time Zhang Kai heard that Yan Xianpeng had actually moved cement. He said, Pengzi, since you have experience, let me ask you, I move cement every day. I'm so tired that I can't walk, and my body is still sore the next day. I have been working for half a month recently, and I can't hold on any longer. How do you get through it? Yan Xianpeng raised his finger to his mouth after hearing this. Zhang Kai thought, you mean, talk less and work more. Yan Xianpeng cursed, I told you to shut up, you reminded me of moving cement before, and I feel so upset. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, the night got deeper, but there were still many people walking on the lobster barbecue street. The barbecue was finally finished, and the table was full of skewers, a full 1 or 200. Zhang Kai wiped his mouth, finished the last can of Wang Laoji, and burped by the way. It was so fucking cool. Zhang Kai hadn't been able to eat barbecue like today for many years. Yan Xianpeng and Zhang Kai went to the front desk to pay the bill. The proprietress calculated that the two of them had eaten a total of 174 yuan, which was 170 yuan after rounding off. Zhang Kai said nothing and stood aside waiting for Yan Xianpeng to pay the bill. Yan Xianpeng reached into his trouser pocket and dug several times in a row. While searching, he muttered, "Fuck, where's my money? Where's my money? Damn, my money is lost." Yan Xianpeng said in shock. Hearing this, the male boss who was grilling skewers and the 2 young men in charge of serving the skewers looked over. The boss's wife also stared closely. She was not worried about defaulting on the bill because there was a police station nearby. Yan Xianpeng couldn't find the money for a long time. Zhang Kai felt very embarrassed, so he said, "Let me do it, let me do it." Yan Xianpeng waved his hands with an expression of brother, you are ignorant, and evaded. How can I let you pay the bill? How unreasonable. Zhang Kai, I'll do it, I'll do it. Yan Xianpeng had no choice but to agree. Who knew that Zhang Kai stepped forward, dug into Yan Xianpeng's bulging trouser pocket, and took out the money given to him. Zhang Kai got it in his hand, looked down, and found that it was not money, but a large ball of toilet paper. Fuck. Zhang Kai was so angry that he searched all of Yan Xianpeng's pockets in public and found that he didn't bring any money at all. Faced with the boss's threat, Zhang Kai gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. He reluctantly paid the bill, his heart bleeding. He was so angry that he pushed the mountain bike without waiting for Yan Xianpeng, stood up and pedaled. Yan Xianpeng looked at Zhang Kai's receding back, sat on the curb, took off his sneakers, and took out a few paper bills from them. Heba. Unlike the noisy urban area, it was as quiet as another world. The moon was inlaid in the night sky like a pearl, and the moonlight flowed in the fields. Chachu, I brought you a gift. Zhu Yuantang raised the glass bottle and saw that the bottle was a small living jellyfish. She bought it at the Pengcheng aquarium for 15 yuan. The jellyfish floated slowly in the bottle, and the light shone on it, very beautiful. It was the first time Zhu Chachu saw a jellyfish, and her eyes were all focused on it, full of curiosity. Seeing her like this, Zhu Yuantang guessed that she was very satisfied, so he put the small bottle on Zhu Chachu's desk. For you. Zhu Chachu said seriously. Tang Tang, thank you. Zhu Yuantang waved his hand. No, didn't you bring me a gift when you came back from the study last time? Of course, if you feel bad, don't sweep the floor for Jiang Ning in the future. She bewitched. Zhu Yuantang gritted his teeth. Damn Jiang Ning, I don't know what he did today, and he hasn't come back yet. He must have grown wings. Zhu Chachu wanted to agree to Tang Tang, but when she thought of eating and drinking Jiang Ning's fruit for free, she hesitated. Zhu Yuantang complained a few words, and Zhu Chachu suggested, why don't you call him and ask? Zhu Yuantang immediately snorted, I won't call him. It's better not to come back at night. Zhu Chachu couldn't help laughing, but for Tang Tang's face, she held back. Zhu Yuantang said a few harsh words, roughly saying that it would be better if Jiang Ning didn't come back. Zhu Chachu took out the question set and tried to use studying to divert her smile. Seeing her studying, Zhu Yuantang sat on the bed with an iPad and played games. Zhu Yuantang was playing the iPad version of Monument Valley, with beautiful pictures and light music, like a work of art. Once this game was released, it shocked the industry, because the quality of the game was too good. Even such an excellent game could not stop Zhu Yuantang's thoughts, and she gradually lost her mind. After playing for a while, Zhu Yuantang was afraid that Jiang Ning would sneak home, so she decided to guard the door. She deliberately found an excuse. Chachu, I'm going home first. Then she picked up the tablet and walked away leisurely. Zhu Chuchu held the pen. A ripple passed across her cold face, and a barely noticeable sweet smile condensed at the corner of her mouth. Zhu Yuantang moved a small stool and sat at the door. She felt like an ancient general guarding the door, blocking all attacks. She made up her mind to wait for Jiang Ning to come back and give him a taste of his color. She wanted to eat up all the dinner she had left for Jiang Ning, but she felt that he was too pitiful and couldn't bear it. On the asphalt road of the river dam, Jiang Ning rode a mountain bike and passed by old men and women who were taking a walk from time to time. After Jiang Ning sent the twins home in order to prevent future troubles, he flew to their cousin's place and beat the gambling and inhuman cousin into an idiot before rushing home. Zhu Yuantang was very quiet tonight, but based on Jiang Ning's understanding of her, she would definitely complain. In order to prevent her from saying this and that, Jiang Ning decided to occupy the moral high ground in advance. He stretched out his hand and wiped his face. When Zhu Yuantang was playing games, her little ears stood up. When she heard the familiar sound of a mountain bike, she immediately recognized who was coming. That's right, it was Jiang Ning. She clearly recognized Jiang Ning, but she didn't even look up and continued to play games with her head down. Until Jiang Ning walked up to her and shouted. Zhu Yuantang said nonchalantly, "Going home?" She raised her head proudly, ready to give him a look, but Zhu Yuantang was stunned. Jiang Ning's thin face was slightly pale, stained with a lot of fatigue, and completely lost his former spirit. In Zhu Yuantang's impression, he always had a gentle smile. "Sorry, I'm too tired today." Jiang Ning's voice was low and hoarse, mixed with deep fatigue. Zhu Yuantang's calculating mind completely disappeared. She opened her mouth and hurriedly cared. "Jiang Ning, what's wrong with you?" She had never seen Jiang Ning like this before, and she didn't know how to comfort him in a short time. "Didn't you eat dinner?" She took Jiang Ning's wrist, took him to the kitchen, and put him on the bench. She ran to the stove and opened the lid of the earthen pot. There were 2 dishes on the steaming plate. One was the stir-fried beef tripe left over from lunch, and the other was stir-fried edamame and 3 big steamed buns. She brought the dishes to the table and then took off the steaming plate. There was warm mung bean soup in the pot. She filled a large bowl, brought it to him, and brought him chopsticks. Then she sat opposite him and watched him eat obediently. Jiang Ning felt guilty after being treated like this. Was he pretending too much? Since he had lied, Jiang Ning could only continue to act. He drank 2 sips of mung bean soup and ate some vegetables. His complexion was visibly better. The worry on Zhu Yuantang's face eased a little. Jiang Ning sighed and said, "I was too busy going out today and forgot to choose a gift for you. This is the only one I have." He took out a pink peach from his pocket. He picked the magical peaches from Huqi Mountain. Zhu Yuantang did not take the peach as she did in the past. She sat quietly, her black eyes reflecting the soft waves. Her clear voice sounded especially serious. "You don't need to bring a gift. The best gift is that you can go home safely." Chapter 461 A Battle of Wits. At 6 in the morning, the sun rises from the east. Zhu Yuantang wakes up from a deep sleep. She slept for several hours yesterday afternoon, which resulted in a short sleep last night. In the past, after waking up, she often ran to Jiang Ning's house. Now that Chuchu has moved in, Zhu Yuantang has changed her position. The weather has been unusually hot in the past 2 days, with the temperature reaching over 38 degrees. The tutoring during the summer vacation is not at a fixed time. The number 2 middle school where Chuchu is located has given students 2 days off. As soon as Zhu Yuantang entered the door, Chuchu stirred the cup with a spoon. There was a thick liquid in the cup, and Zhu Yuantang asked quietly, "Chuchu, what are you drinking?" "I smell it." Zhu Chuchu kept moving. "Isotis root." It was too hot last night, so she turned on the air conditioner to sleep. In order to save electricity, she only set the timer for 1 hour. Who knew that it was too hot in the middle of the night? She turned on the air conditioner in a daze and forgot to turn it off and accidentally caught a cold. She blew on the cup and the temperature was right. Just as she was about to drink it, she saw Tang Tang looking eagerly. Zhu Chuchu was helpless. She moved the cup to Tang Tang's mouth. "Drink it." "Zhu Yuantang, don't worry, I'll just take a sip." After drinking the isotis root, the two returned to Tang Tang's house and prepared breakfast. Jiang Ning was sleeping in the house. When the smell of rice wafted out, Jiang Ning slowly got up, stepped on flip-flops, and went to the next door to eat breakfast. The sunlight shone in the yard, which was a little strong. Zhu Yuantang held a shovel in his hand and scolded him. Jiang Ning, you got up too late. It's hot and you can't eat outside. Jiang Ning, it's obviously you who cooked late. Zhu Yuantang looked for his teammates. Chachu, is it Jiang Ning's fault? Zhu Chachu was speechless. She wanted to be a neutral party, but she was in the arena and had no choice. After a few words, Zhu Yuantang did not fall behind and deftly put breakfast on the table. There were 2 dishes, stir-fried lotus root slices, and minced beans and pork for rice. The staple food was the egg pancake made by Zhu Chachu, and the cooked rice soup. The 3 of them ate around the table, and Jiang Ning moved a stool to Zhu Yuantang's side. Zhu Yuantang was delighted, and said proudly, it's summer, don't you think it's hot? Zhu Chachu ate a piece of egg pancake silently. During the meal, Zhu Yuantang talked about her recent travel experience, including her conquest of Mount Te, Hangmen, Zongshanmen, Nanshanmen, Gangbi Stone, and adventures along the way. In short, it highlighted her strength. In the end, she also said that thanks to her foresight, Jiang Ning brought tomatoes in advance. Although Zhu Chachu knew that Tang Tang was bragging, she couldn't help but feel a little envious when she thought about their travel. A few days ago, Tang Tang was not at home, and she occasionally thought at night, if she didn't have classes, could she play with them? As soon as this idea came to mind, it was denied by Zhu Chachu. Since Jiang Ning and Tong Tong were having so much fun, it would be better not to take her along. If they were unhappy, it would be her fault. It was very hot during the day, so in order to save on air conditioning fees, Zhu Yuantang took Chachu to Jiang Ning's room. Zhu Chachu stopped walking as soon as she entered the room. She was 100% sure that Jiang Ning's room was still very cool, even though the air conditioning was not turned on. Unlike the cool air from the air conditioner, this coolness was particularly natural, like the changes of the spring, summer, autumn and winter seasons. Zhu Yuantang told her that Jiang Ning's house was a feng shui treasure land. Zhu Chachu was skeptical. Jiang Ning did not carve jade pendants and wood today, but took out a box of used matches, glue, rubber bands, and some special spiritual clay, put them on the desk, and started to assemble things. Jiang Ning liked this kind of handicrafts very much in his childhood, but later, as he grew up, he gradually gave up his hobby. Now what he lacks the least is time, and he has picked up his childhood hobby again. Zhu Yuantang was originally teaching Chachu how to play the game Monument Valley. After taking her on the road, she watched Jiang Ning do handicrafts. After watching for a while, Zhu Yuantang felt that he was really clumsy, so she decided to do it herself. She abandoned Chachu on the sofa and squeezed in front of the desk with Jiang Ning, using his matches, glue and other tools. Although Zhu Yuantang was small, he was very good at hands-on work. After a while, he put together a small wooden chair for her, which was the same model as the big wooden chair in her home, and it was very restored. Zhu Chachu was quite surprised when she saw it. Zhu Yuantang enjoyed Chachu's strange look, and a sense of satisfaction came up in her heart. She said proudly, "Chachu, what do you want? I will make it for you, just say it." With her craftsmanship, it must be enough to meet all of Chachu's requirements. Zhu Chachu said, "I want an eagle with wings spread." This sentence stumped Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang admitted that she had good skills, but how could something like an eagle be made with matches? After Zhu Chachu finished speaking, she realized that she had overestimated Tang Tang's ability, but once the words were spoken, it was difficult to take them back. In order to prevent Tang Tang from losing face, Zhu Chachu put down her iPad and used matches to form the word eagle in front of the two of them. Zhu Yuantang said guiltily, "So you want this kind of eagle? It's not difficult at all." After saving his dignity, Zhu Yuantang stopped showing off and returned to the sofa honestly. Time passed quickly, and Zhu Chachu passed several levels in the game. Jiang Ning finally glued the last piece, and an eagle as big as a palm appeared in front of him. He tried to attract attention. Ahem. Sure enough, Zhu Yuantang was immediately attracted. Zhu Yuantang's eyes first looked at Jiang Ning's face, then moved down, and then her eyes widened. A wooden mechanical eagle was pecking at Jiang Ning's fingertips with its eagle's beak, and the rest of its body was actually suspended in the air. She immediately recalled the toy balance eagle she played with when she was a child. That thing was a craft product, and it was far less shocking than Jiang Ning's handmade eagle. Zhu Chuchu was also attracted. She stared at the eagle intently. The whole body is made of matches. The internal mechanical structure is clear, full of a rough beauty. You put it together? Zhu Chuchu asked awkwardly. She just mentioned it casually, but she didn't expect that she was flattered, a little uncomfortable, and there were indescribable emotions in her heart. Jiang Ning, is it difficult? Everyone was very happy, only Zhu Yuantang was it. At noon, Zhu Yuantang was uncharacteristically finished her meal early and then left the main room in Chuchu's surprised eyes. Zhu Yuantang has never been a person who admits defeat. She would rather give up lunch and sneak into Jiang Ning's room, find the match eagle, secretly study it, and then replicate it. The second before Zhu Yuantang entered the next yard, the feather marks on the wings of the wooden eagle on the desk flowed, and a pair of wings actually flapped. Finally, the wooden eagle, which looked like a dead object, actually spread its wings and flew into the sky. Zhu Yuantang found a lonely place. She was so angry that she turned back and finished 2 more bowls of rice. In the evening, the setting sun slowly sank into the sparse clouds, leaving a blood-red sky. As the sun completely set, the last trace of color disappeared. The weather was a little cooler, and crickets were chirping in the fields. Uncle Tang, Butcher Zhang, and Teacher Kan from next door gathered at the door to talk. College student Zhang Ruan waved a table tennis racket and played against the wall alone. Jiang Ning pushed his mountain bike out. He was the only one left at home tonight. Zhu Yuantang took the list of travel invoices and went to Changqing Liquid Company with Aunt Gu to claim reimbursement. Zhu Chuchu took her on an electric bike. Jiang Ning went out because Chen Xiao called him. The 2 sisters decided to treat him to seafood tonight because he was very generous yesterday. Jiang Ning happened to have time, so he simply agreed. Langma Shopping Center, 3rd floor. Chen Xiqing leaned on the railing and looked at the shopping mall downstairs. People were coming and going, and her sister next to her was browsing question space. Sister, a classmate in our class posted a message to curse another classmate. Chen Xiao shared gossip. Luke Ki cursed Yan Xianpeng to death. Chen Xiqing was surprised and cursed quite viciously. She asked, did Yan Xianpeng violate the heavenly law? This is not an area that Chen Xiao can understand. She browsed her phone for a while and asked her sister again, do you think Jiang Ning will like to eat the seafood we chose? Sister Chen Xiqing is more mature than the naive sister. She encouraged, of course. The sisters are very concerned about this. As the host, they arrived early. While waiting, a girl who stood out from the crowd came towards them. When Chen Xiao recognized her, her eyes suddenly lit up. Tang Fu. Only in front of her can Chen Xiao feel superior in wisdom. She took her sister's hand and greeted her. Fu, what a coincidence. Tang Fu lowered her head and recognized them as well. After all, twin girls are too easy to remember. What are you doing here? She stopped and chatted with the 2. Let's go eat. Have you eaten yet? Tang Fu, we have. My family is having dinner with my brother-in-law today. I came out to get some fresh air. Chen Xiqing, you have a sister? Tang Fu, yes, let me tell you, my sister and I have a special coincidence. Our birthdays are only 5 days apart. Chen Xiao pondered for a while and used the inertial thinking of twins. That's amazing. Isn't it that your mother gave birth to you 5 days after giving birth to your sister? After hearing this, Tang Fu's first reaction was that there was nothing wrong. Then how? She finally found something wrong and explained with a smile, my sister is several years older than me. Chen Xiao looked embarrassed. It was hateful that she actually lost face in front of Tang Fu. What a shame. Tang Fu thought that the 2 of them were so stupid and she felt much better for no reason. She would never make such a low-level mistake. They chatted for a few more sentences, and suddenly a man and a woman came over and greeted Tang Fu, who was chatting happily. Did you meet a friend? Tang Fu, classmates, what a coincidence. She was just about to introduce the twin sisters, but Chen Xiao was very polite. Before she could introduce herself, she said, hello, auntie. I'm Tang Fu. You look so young. No matter what kind of woman she is, she always likes to be praised. Chen Xiqing knew this very well and said, Auntie, you are really young. You and Fufu don't look like mother and daughter when you walk together. At the same time, the twins showed the same cute and lovely smile. But after the voice fell, the atmosphere became very strange. None of the three people on the opposite side responded. The next moment, Tang Fu said stiffly, she is my sister. Chen Xiaoyu tapped her toes on the ground in embarrassment. She praised the wrong person. Sister Chen Xiqing also felt embarrassed and wanted to turn around and leave immediately, but if she left, how could she meet Tang Fu in the future? As a sister, Chen Xiqing decided to take back the face that her sister had lost. She took a look at the man Tang Fu's sister was holding. He was in his early 50s, with a bald head and a beer belly, but the gold watch on his wrist was shining and exuding a dazzling heroic spirit. With Chen Xiqing's experience of surfing the internet, she instantly understood why Tang Fu's sister was willing to hold the arm of this plain-looking old man. Chen Xiqing said, this is your brother-in-law, right? He looks as elegant as the boss of the company. Sister Chen Xiaoyu and her sister had a spiritual connection and immediately said, yes, brother-in-law is in good spirits, with a rosy face. Hehe. The twins laughed happily. But after they finished speaking, no one still spoke, especially Sister Tang Fu, whose face turned black. Tang Fu sighed helplessly and said, he is my father. The twins left the sad place of Lanma shopping mall. Chen Xiaoyu touched her sister's face. It's so hot. Chen Xiqing didn't need to touch it. She knew that her sister's face must be very hot. It's so embarrassing. They said in unison. Jiang Ning appeared behind the two women silently, and a light voice rang out, what's embarrassing? The twins turned their heads suddenly, and then looked up, and saw his face with a faint smile. Chen Xiaoyu waved her hands. No. They couldn't say such an embarrassing thing. Quickly perfunctorily, Chen Xiqing said, we have chosen the store, please eat crabs. They specially applied for the salary from selling clothes from their aunt, in advance to treat him to a meal. No need for crabs, crayfish is also good. Jiang Ning said. The two sisters were determined, because they also wanted to eat crabs. They made plans in advance, pulled Jiang Ning, and went straight to a seafood store with a big front. After entering the store, they were led to the place where crabs were selected. Faced with a wide variety of crabs, the two sisters were in a dilemma for a while, not knowing which one to choose. Finally, they chose a big crab that sold better. This kind of crab is produced in Myango, and one catty costs 80 yuan. The two sisters did not skimp on money, and chose 3 big crabs. The crabs alone cost 170 yuan. They also chose some shrimps, shells, and drinks. The price was close to 250 yuan, which can be said to be a huge investment. You don't have to order side dishes. We provide potato chips, lettuce, and lentils. Chen Xiqing said. After confirming this, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly thought of the news on the internet about bullfrogs injected with hormones and dead shrimps and crabs. She grabbed her sister and whispered, sister, do you remember what was said on the internet? Some stores deliberately let customers choose live crabs, but the actual crabs cooked in the kitchen are dead crabs. Crabs are not like other livestock. Once they die, toxins will be produced, which is very bad for the body. Never overestimate the conscience of merchants. They didn't want to treat Jiang Ning this time, but let him eat dead crabs. After hearing this, Jiang Ning thought to himself that the two sisters were finally smart for once. Chen Xiaoyu decided to break off the 2 toes of the crabs and then check them after they were cooked. Eating a meal turned into a detective experience. Jiang Ning helped and took photos with his mobile phone. Afterwards, they returned to their seats and waited for the crabs to be served. Recommend a book, Ash's Civilization After Coming Out of the Morgue, I Was Normal. Chapter 462 Free Food and Drink. The seafood restaurant was doing good business. Most of the customers were seated in the spacious hall, and more people were coming. The weather was hot now, otherwise the open space outside could also accommodate 7 or 8 tables. Jiang Ning occupied one side of the restaurant booth alone, and opposite her were the twin sisters. It was quite pleasing to the eye. The customers in the restaurant occasionally cast surprised glances. Chen Xiaoyu sent a message to Bei Yuxia, saying that this restaurant was recommended to them by her classmate. With Bayuksha's family background, she had tasted most of the famous restaurants in Yuzhou. Her elder sister Chen Siking used boiling water to scald the tableau for Jiang Ning. The twins were smart and virtuous, and it was a good experience to eat with them. It didn't take long before the waiter pushed a cart to serve the dishes. A large iron pot was filled with fresh and fragrant smells. The dishes are served. It was a little late now, and they were already hungry. Before picking up her chopsticks, Chen Xiaoyu did not forget her previous detective journey. After the waiter left, she lowered her voice. "Sister, Jiang Ning, let's check it out." After that, she turned the pot with chopsticks. They ordered 3 crabs, so the workload was not large. The two sisters checked twice, looked at each other, and were incredulous. It's really been swapped. Clearly 2 crab legs were broken, but now all the crab legs in front of them are intact. This means that the crabs in the pot must have been swapped. Perhaps there are frozen crabs or dead crabs. The former is okay, at most you will be cheated, but the latter is poisonous and not good for your health. Chen Xiaoyu pretended to call the waiter and pointed out that the crabs were swapped. Sister Chen Siking covered her sister's mouth first, and she waved to the nearby waiter. Chen Siking did not shout it out in public, but whispered, "There is something wrong with your crabs. I would like to ask your boss to come over." The waiter went to the front desk to find someone, and soon, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined face came out. Chen Siking said, "Boss, there is something wrong with your crabs. They are not the ones we selected." She pointed to the seafood pot in front of her. The boss put on a smile. "How could that be? We have been open for many years." He stretched out his hand and gestured to the grand occasion in the hall. "All the people who often come to our restaurant are old customers. Why should I ruin my reputation?" After saying that, he put his hands in the pockets of his casual pants with an expression of "there is nothing wrong with us." His hypocritical behavior annoyed Chen Xiaoyu. She took out her mobile phone and put it in front of the boss. "Look, the crabs in the picture are obviously legless. Why do they have legs when you eat them?" With the witnesses and evidence in front of her, Chen Xiaoyu completely had the upper hand. She wanted to see how the boss would quibble. The boss was obviously stunned. He didn't expect someone to be so serious. Then, he took his hand out of his trouser pocket and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, our chef found that the crab you ordered had a broken leg, so he took the initiative to select a live crab with better quality. I hope you can understand." When Chen Xiaoyu heard this, she wanted to refute, but she was speechless. She dared to bet 100% that the boss had definitely replaced the bad crab, but unfortunately the boss's excuse was watertight and there was no weakness. Jiang Ning's consciousness had already explored the kitchen and knew that the crabs that were replaced were not live crabs, but frozen crabs. He suddenly said, "Did I ask you to change it?" Chen Xiaoyu, "Yes, we want the previous one." She spent more than 200 to order crabs, but she was still cheated. Who can bear it? You are making trouble, right? The boss took off his gold-rimmed glasses, and his aura changed instantly. He actually had a bit of the fierce aura of the rivers and lakes, and turned out to be a tough character. "Please get them out." The boss waved his hand. All of a sudden, all the diners in the hall heard it. 2 burly men walked out of the store, ready to grab Jiang Ning and send them out. Facing the fierce man, Jiang Ning raised his hand and straightened his collar. Chen Xiaoyu thought he was going to attack. The gold-rimmed boss warned, "Do you still want to hit people?" But then he heard Jiang Ning say, "Don't do it, we will go alone." Then, he and the twin sisters left the store together. Chen Xiaoyu was puzzled. Jiang Ning was so powerful, but he actually gave in today. Jiang Ning saw what she was thinking and smiled. In the face of such a situation, we can't just rely on violence to solve it. Chen Siking agreed. Violence can't solve the problem. Chen Xiaoyu was smart, but violence can solve the problem of the person who raised the problem. Chen Siking knocked her. "It's illegal. He is the boss and has opened such a big store. There must be power behind him. As ordinary people, Chen Siking and others should not provoke him." Chen Xiaoyu felt bullied by society. They looked at the store in trance and saw the boss wearing gold-rimmed glasses lighting a cigarette and looking down slowly in front of the magnificent store on the 5th floor. He didn't care about the 3 young people at all. He had 3 seafood restaurants of this size in the city, and the annual net profit added up to more than 2 million. He usually managed everything very clearly. That kind of high-handed attitude made Chen Xiao angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "If I had to live, I would hang myself in front of the store on a dark and windy night." Chen Xiking hurriedly stopped him. "You are stupid. You hurt the enemy 800 and hurt yourself 80,000. Jiang Ning was speechless. He coughed twice and said, "The price is too high. Let me do it. Wait a minute. I'll ask the boss to invite us into the store." The twins looked puzzled. "Really?" Jiang Ning called Xiao Shuangshan. 10 minutes later, a team of uniformed staff stepped into the seafood restaurant. The boss with gold-rimmed glasses hurried to greet them, but they went straight to the kitchen. The boss panicked. Facing the surprise inspection, the chef in the back kitchen was caught just as he was about to put 2 frozen crabs into the pot to cook. The seafood restaurant was in chaos. At this time, a young man with a decent temperament, about 30 years old, walked down the stairs and said politely, "Hello, are you Jiang Ning?" The Changqing group has developed very fast. It is now the most profitable enterprise in Yuzhou and even in Anhui province. In order to help handle business, the Yuzhou government has sent several clerks to help coordinate various official units. The young man is one of the clerks of the Changqing group. He usually helps to deal with various issues. Today, he was fortunate to be assigned work by Mr. Xiao himself. "Yes, it's me," Jiang Ning replied. "The problem has been solved. Since the store owner cheated and shirked responsibility, even though he knew the food was problematic, he seriously violated the rights of consumers. Therefore, we have imposed a penalty of 10 times the price of fakes." Chen Xiao was annoyed. "I haven't paid yet." The staff was stunned and said, "It's okay, they will compensate." Jiang Ning stepped into the seafood restaurant again. The owner of the golden frame no longer had the arrogance before, but put on a flattering smile. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'll ask the kitchen to make you another one." Jiang Ning stretched out his hand and said, "You do it yourself." The proprietress who came over after hearing the news was not happy. This store was originally just a small store, and it was all thanks to her husband's craftsmanship that it became bigger and stronger. Now, as the store grows, only when there are distinguished customers does her husband often do it himself. Fine it, don't do it," the proprietress said. "Shut up," the owner of the golden frame shouted fiercely, with a murderous look on his face. When he faced Jiang Ning, he immediately said, "Okay, I'll do it." In order to prevent him from doing anything tricky, Jiang Ning asked the staff to supervise him. Finally, a seafood pot was served. Originally there were only 3 crabs in the pot, but now there are 6 crabs. The boss also gave small seafood, fruit platter, and fresh juice. Jiang Ning glanced at him and said, "You have been like this for a long time, right?" The gold-rimmed boss cursed in his heart. He knew that everything now must have been caused by the young man, but he didn't dare to say more, for fear that the store would be closed. He kept responding, yes, it's my fault. Okay, you are busy." Jiang Ning saw the guest off. "It's delicious." Chen Xiao was amazed. Although the boss was wicked, his cooking skills were impeccable. The fried crabs, then stir-fried with dried chilies and other spices, were particularly delicious. The crabs that the boss later selected were of high quality, and the crab roe was fragrant. With a spoon, they took a big bite. The 2 girls ate heartily. They rarely had such delicious food. They tried their best to eat, but they didn't even eat a third of it. In fact, the golden wire frame boss was getting more and more scared the more he thought about it. In order to satisfy them, he not only added crabs, but also a lot of small seafood. "Jiang Ning, don't you want to eat?" Sister Chen Xiking stopped. "Yes, look." He pointed to the crab shell in front of him. After comparing, Chen Xiking found that he ate no less than her, so she was relieved. She didn't forget that today was mainly to thank Jiang Ning. "What are you looking at?" Chen Xiking asked. Jiang Ning turned the screen towards her. Someone broke the news about the iPhone 6 in the post. He used a 5S. Chen Xiking knew that the phone was worth 4 or 5,000 yuan. For her family, it must be painful to buy it. Is the screen of iPhone 6 the same size as iPhone 5? Although iPhone is expensive, Chen Xiking doesn't like it because the screen is too small, only 4.0 inches. She is currently using Xiaomi 2A, which has a 4.5-inch screen, and she still thinks it is too small. The screen of iPhone 6 is a circle larger than iPhone 5, 4.7 inches. It's actually bigger. Well, there is also a iPhone 6 Plus, with a 5.5-inch screen. Jiang Ning said. 6 Plus? Well, the screen enlargement version, also called 6P. Chen Xiqing is not particularly interested in mobile phones, but she is interested in Jiang Ning, so she asked, is there a Plus version of iPhone 5? What is the difference between iPhone 5P and iPhone 6P? Perhaps it seemed that the keywords activated Chen Xiu, who was trying to get the first thing, shuddered and said reflexively, sister, you are stupid, the difference is one more person. After she finished speaking, she realized what she had just said. Her sister's shocked eyes were facing her. Chen Xiu wanted to cry, but had no tears, and she was so ashamed that she didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Ning. After dinner, Jiang Ning went to the front desk to pay the bill. The gold wire-framed boss handed over a stack of banknotes without saying a word. Jiang Ning swiped his fingertips. 25 bills, 2,500 yuan. The twins beside him didn't expect that the boss actually abided by the 10 times compensation for fake goods. Free meals, making 2,500 yuan. How can there be such a good thing in the world? They subconsciously wanted to refuse. Jiang Ning patted the money into their hands and said, you deserve it. Think about it carefully. If you are fooled, you will suffer. Besides, they make 100 times or 1,000 times more money from frozen crabs. The gold wire-framed boss didn't dare to refute and said humbly, welcome to come again next time. The boss lady, who was wearing gold, forced herself to be patient, and her resentment was about to overflow. Jiang Ning glanced at the billboard at the door, which read, top up 1,000 and get 100, top up 3,000 and get 500 yuan. He said, give me another membership card for 3,000 yuan. The lady boss was furious, like a cat with its tail plucked, and shrieked, it's not easy for us to make money running a store. We often lose money. Don't go too far. Jiang Ning said happily, you have such a big store, why do you make so little money? Are you serious about running the store? Look for your own reasons. The boss of the gold wireframe was flexible. He knew that, if he didn't handle it well, his store might be gone, and the foundation he had worked hard to build over the years would be burned to ashes. He not only gave her a membership card, but also a 5,000 yuan denomination. When Jiang Ning and his friends left the store, the lady boss was still indignant. The boss of the gold wireframe lit a cigarette, was silent for a few minutes, and advised, just think of it as a loss. It's only 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. Anyway, it's just a day's profit. The lady boss was worried. In the future, we won't need frozen crabs, and the profit won't be that high. The boss of the gold wireframe said, it's not just Yazhao. The wind was blowing on the street. The twins regained their usual energy, chattering, so much money. Jiang Ning, you are so smart. Jiang Ning enjoyed the praise of the two girls, and felt quite comfortable. The two sisters wanted to give the money to Jiang Ning, but they didn't agree, so they divided it equally, and kept the membership card with them. They also planned to watch a movie, but they were worried that it would be too late after the movie, so they simply gave up. Jiang Ning was going to ride a bike home, so he went to Lanma Square to push the bike, and the twins went there to wait for their mother to pick them up. They walked through the bustling food street and entered the vegetable market street. The vegetable market was very busy during the day, but it was very lonely at night. There were 2 or 3 stalls parked under the bright street lights, and there were few pedestrians. Halfway through the walk, a middle-aged woman came from the opposite side. She stopped a few people and asked for help. Handsome boys and beautiful girls, my wallet was stolen. Can you give me some money to go home? It turned out that it was the person who asked for help. Chen Xiu and her sister were good people. They got a windfall today, so it was natural to help them. Chen Xiu generously gave her 10 yuan. It should be enough for you to go home. The middle-aged woman did not thank him. She looked at Jiang Ning again. Jiang Ning simply ignored her. The middle-aged woman once again looked at the twins, believing that they were kind, and continued to plead. 10 yuan is not enough. I haven't eaten yet, and my home is a bit far. Can you please give me some more? The twins didn't know what to do for a moment. They felt that 10 yuan was a lot. Jiang Ning disliked wasting time. He took out a 100 yuan note and said, "Is it enough?" The middle-aged woman didn't expect that she had caught a big fish and nodded quickly. "Enough, enough. Okay, then give me the 10 yuan. I'll take a taxi home." The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, but still handed the money back. After Jiang Ning took the money, he put it in his pocket expressionlessly and took the twins away. Chapter 463 no longer reserved. After returning home at night, Zhu Yuantang's house was pitch black. She was still visiting the Changqing Liquid Company. According to Xiao Shuangshan, she arranged chefs from all over the country to make a lot of snacks for Zhu Yuantang, and the little girl was so happy that she didn't want to leave. A little further away, at the door of Uncle Tang, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, and Teacher Kan gathered together to chat, and college student Zhang Ruan was playing table tennis. The scene was harmonious. The naughty child Dong Dong and his grandmother moved away. Although Jiang Ning removed the formation, the other party still hasn't returned. The lights in Zhu Chachu's house were always on. The girl was sitting at the desk, writing test papers, and doing exercises without distraction. In terms of hard work, Zhu Chachu was only slightly inferior to Qin Kan from class 8, but her grades were much higher. Usually, Jiang Ning rarely looked for Zhu Chachu without Tang Tong, and the other party also had the same idea, for fear of disturbing him. Zhu Chachu has a very slow personality and a cold appearance. Outsiders can rarely see her inner thoughts. If it weren't for Tang Tong, Jiang Ning and her probably wouldn't have said a few words throughout the year, even though they were neighbors. In some ways, they were very similar. Both of them had passive personalities. Tang Tong happened to be a bridge between them, which allowed them to have a relationship. Jiang Ning took back the eagle made of matches. He took out spiritual materials from his storage ring, including wind-removing crystals and Qingluozi, and continued to transform the eagle, refining it into a qualified puppet. The moonlight sprinkled into the house from the window, like wisps of light smoke, drifting away and filling the room. Jiang Ning, who was tempering the materials, was as quiet as a painting. On the dam, Zhu Yuantang took her mother's electric car. When she got home, she jumped off the car, moved like a rabbit, and ran into Jiang Ning's house, calling out. The originally static picture suddenly moved. "Jiang Ning, I had something delicious today. I guarantee you've never had it before." Zhu Yuantang pouted her lips, revealing a rich expression. "Yes, I brought it home specially." She opened the lunchbox and showed it to Jiang Ning. The lunchbox was very high-end, with layers inside. She carefully took out the bowl, which contained many milky white cubes, and sprinkled osmanthus on the surface. "Osmanthus milk tofu," Zhu Yuantang introduced. She tasted a piece at the company, and it was delicious. In order to surprise Jiang Ning, she brought it back and asked him to try it too. Jiang Ning took a bite in front of her. It was cold and smooth, with a milky fragrance and the sweet taste of osmanthus, not greasy at all. "Is it delicious?" Zhu Yuantang blinked expectantly. "It's delicious," Jiang Ning replied. She let Jiang Ning taste 2 dishes before she remembered to call Chachu. Zhu Chachu was tempted when she heard there was something delicious, but she still followed the procedure to refuse. Then, unable to bear Tang Tong's enthusiasm, she stood up modestly. Then she controlled her steps and followed Zhu Yuantang. In this way, there were 3 people in Jiang Ning's bedroom. Zhu Yuantang was already full, and seeing the 2 of them, she couldn't resist the temptation and joined them, and finally lay on the sofa with satisfaction. Zhu Chachu was always reliable. She cleaned up the mess, wiped the table, washed the dishes, and kept everything in order. It was late at night. After a full meal, Zhu Chachu didn't continue to study, but listened to Zhu Yuantang's experience in the Changqing Guy group. Although Zhu Chachu's mother had talked about many of the contents, from Zhu Yuantang's perspective, it was interesting. They stayed in the house for a while, and decided to go outside, to enjoy the cool air. At this time, Aunt Gu and Hua Fengmei were all at the door. Compared with the indifference between urban neighbors, the Heba bungalow was full of human touch, like a piece of pure land. No matter how clean a place is, there will always be misfortunes. Aunt Zhang shouted, "Did you hear about it? A little boy drowned in Yao village. I heard he's in junior high school." Uncle Tang, "I heard about it. It happened this afternoon. Many people gathered behind Yao village. It is said that after he was fished out, his mother fainted from crying. When this news came out, everyone sighed. Nowadays, every family has a boy. Generally, once a child is gone, the blow to the family can be imagined, and even there will be no descendants. Teacher Kyan, is it another big pit dug by the excavator? Aunt Zhang, of course it is. She hurriedly told her son, Ruan, don't go down to the ditch to take a bath. The water is very deep. If you go down, you will die. Zhang Ruan is a college student. He felt offended and retorted, I'm not a child anymore. Do you need to ask me? Uncle Zhang, hey, you son of a bitch. Aunt Zhang scolded, who are you talking about? The next morning, breakfast was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Zhu Yuantang ate the tomatoes, and always felt that they were not tasty. After eating Jiang Ning's tomatoes, other tomatoes did not interest her at all. During this time, she hinted, Jiang Ning, do you want to eat tomatoes? Zhu Chuchu paused, and her wandering thoughts flew back instantly. Jiang Ning said nonchalantly, aren't I eating it? Zhu Yuantang was silent for 2 seconds, and continued to hint, not this tomato. Jiang Ning picked up an egg. What kind of tomato? That's it. Oh. Jiang Ning stopped talking. His slow movements made Zhu Yuantang grit her teeth. She was so anxious that she took the opportunity to ask a few more questions. Jiang Ning suddenly asked, do you want to eat it? Zhu Yuantang immediately replied, I don't want to, I just ask you. Jiang Ning laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Zhu Yuantang frowned and sat upright. Jiang Ning, I laugh at the madness of the world. Zhu Chuchu choked, cough cough cough. Chuchu, what's wrong with you? Zhu Yuantang asked with concern. I have a little cough. Afternoon, sunset. Zhu Yuantang sat on a small stool and watched the sunset with Chuchu. After returning from a trip, Zhu Yuantang was not dazzled by the prosperous world. She cherished her pastoral life now. With her mother, Jiang Ning, and Chuchu, she could eat delicious food every day and play games. She could live 10 lifetimes. After she cleared Monument Valley, Zhu Yuantang downloaded a game called Vanity. This is a real mobile MOBA game. Jiang Ning has heard of it many times. Now, King of Glory is still in the womb. Vanity has excellent picture quality. As soon as it was born, it became a benchmark in MOBA games. Unfortunately, it was born in the wrong era. Compared with Zhu Yuantang's internet-addicted girl group, Uncle Tang next door is a senior chess group. Uncle Tang and Teacher Khan were having a good time, and Zhang the butcher's family showed up. Uncle Zhang said to his son, Ruan, you called me last time and said you joined the school chess club. Has your chess skills improved? Zhang Ruan said confidently, of course I have improved. Uncle Zhang looked at his son, who had a ferocious face, and unconsciously became much kinder. He had been mediocre all his life, just a butcher, and had no future. His son was different. He was a serious college student. Uncle Tang finished a game and won against Teacher Kyan. After hearing what Zhang Ruan said, he shouted, chess club? Come on, Ruan, play a game with me. Uncle Tang played chess with Ruan a lot in the past, and he won every game. Zhang Ruan wanted to back out when he heard that. Originally, he joined the chess club because the girl was advertised to be very attractive. He was attracted by her beauty and paid the fee to join the club. He thought that after he learned chess, he would be a killer and win the beauty. As a result, after joining the club, he found out that the girl was the president's girlfriend. The president showed affection with his girlfriend in public all day long. Zhang Ruan could not bear such grievance and never joined the club again. So his chess skills not only did not improve, but regressed. Uncle Zhang smiled and said, Ruan, go ahead. Uncle Tang, I have never played chess with college students. Zhang Ruan went ahead with gritted teeth. Fortunately, he was not useless. After entering college, Zhang Ruan did not learn anything else, but his ability to take shortcuts improved a lot. Zhang Ruan was not good at chess, but he was good at using smartphones. Young people today should be good at using tools. He has a chess software on his phone. Zhang Ruan has no martial ethics. He turned the computer into master mode. Although there is a grandmaster on it, it is not needed at all. Master mode is enough to crush all ordinary people. Uncle Tang made a move. He operated the software to make a move, and then the computer made a move. Zhang Ruan followed the way the master of the computer made a move, and restored the reality. Uncle Tang, who was originally smiling, gradually became solemn and finally frowned. The smile did not disappear, but moved to Zhang Ruan's face. "Uncle, play faster," Zhang Ruan urged. After a chariot was eaten, Uncle Tang was silent for a long time and said, "Can I regret it?" Zhang Ruan smiled. "Go ahead and regret it." Uncle Tang regretted his move, and then a cannon was eaten. The situation was already at a disadvantage, and it became even more disadvantageous. After struggling for a few times, Uncle Tang was defeated. After the game, Master Tang's hands were shaking. The young man from the Zhang family, who had been defeated by him many times, now easily beat him. Is he old? Master Tang was still strong in his old age. He played 2 more games with Zhang Ruan, but both ended in disastrous defeat. Zhang Ruan's smile became brighter and brighter. Although he did not win by reliability, this victory was real. Uncle Zhang, who was watching from the side, had a great ambition in his heart. "I have a unicorn son, Zhang Ruan." Teacher Khan did not believe in evil, and played 2 games, but the result was also miserable. Uncle Zhang and his son were extremely arrogant, especially Uncle Zhang, who said, "My good son, Dad will stew pork ribs for you tonight. I just got a good pig." Zhu Yuantong, who was playing games, heard this and glanced over here. Spare ribs. No matter what Uncle Zhang's character is, the spare ribs he brought back are indeed very fragrant. Uncle Tang caught Zhu Yuantong's eyes, and at this moment, he recalled the painful memories he had in the past. Uncle Tang's eyes twitched, and he said, "Ruan, you are indeed good at chess, but you may not be able to beat the little girl from the Gu family." Uncle Zhang patted his son on the shoulder. "My son is a college student." His words were full of pride. His son was his greatest achievement. Zhang Ruan smiled calmly, and was not afraid of danger. "She can't beat me." He used the computer master player of the mobile version of Chinese chess. Although the computing power of the mobile phone is not as good as that of the computer, it is not something that a little girl can defeat. Uncle Tang called Zhu Yuantong and others. Uncle Zhang thought of the ribs and peaches that he had lost to them, and his heart ached. He opened his mouth and said, "If you can win, you can take away 2 pounds of ribs from my house." Zhu Yuantong, "Really? Can your Uncle Zhang's words be false?" Uncle Zhang must use his son to get back what he had lost. Zhang Ruan's attention was not on the little kid Zhu Yuantong, but on the stunning Zhu Chuchu. He was deeply shocked when he saw such a beautiful girl moving into the bungalow after returning from summer vacation. Compared with Zhu Chuchu, the girlfriend of the chess club leader is like the difference between a toad and a swan, not at the same level at all. Last time, in order to chat up, Zhang Ruan took the initiative to show off his college entrance examination results, and was even willing to help Zhu Chuchu with tutoring. After all, she worked so hard, it must be because of her poor academic performance. In Zhang Ruan's previous class, there were also girls who studied all day and worked very hard, but unfortunately, they only went to the 3rd book in the end. Zhang Ruan is a first-class university, a child of destiny, and he does not despise Zhu Chuchu's stupidity at all. Later, he learned that Zhu Chuchu was a student in that Tsinghua and Peking University class of number 2 middle school. Like a chicken with its neck pinched, he became silent from then on. Zhang Ruan still shamelessly used his mobile phone to assist. He deliberately glanced at a few people and found that they were like Uncle Tang and did not know that he was cheating. Zhang Ruan was happy. Today, he must make Zhu Chuchu look at him with new eyes. What is a genuine college student? Zhu Yuantong is a little expert in surfing the internet. She did not reveal it and pretended not to see it. A game of chess started. Zhu Yuantong played chess very fast. He touched the chess pieces and made one move after another in seconds. Zhang Ruan's computer master needed to think for a few seconds before he could respond. "It doesn't matter. The faster you play, the more mistakes you make. Victory belongs to me." Zhang Ruan encouraged the computer. Zhu Yuantong ate a horse. The computer master reacted clumsily for a few seconds and made a move. Zhang Ruan didn't understand chess. He was very puzzled. In the previous game with Uncle Tang, once he paid the price, the computer would definitely take back more. Why didn't it take it now? Zhu Yuantang killed several times in a row. In Zhang Ruan's incredible eyes, he turned the game into a dead end and won the game. She slapped the table. She shouted, "Uncle Zhang, take the ribs." Zhang Ruan was stunned and looked at the prompt on the screen. He won the master level computer. He was confused. How is it possible? Is it still human? Zhu Yuantang took a bag of ribs home. Dinner was settled. Jiang Ning responded to Zhu Yuantang's expectations and took to tender and juicy Hukish tomatoes. Zhu Chuchu brought fresh mushrooms and corn from home. She stewed tomato, corn and pork rib soup in the evening. Zhu Yuantang was the chef. Zhu Chuchu assisted, and Jiang Ning played with his phone. The fragrance spread half a mile away. Uncle Zhang sat at the door, smelling the fragrance with his son, and the black wolfhound at home barked wildly. Uncle Zhang cursed, "Noise, noise, noise, I will stew you." A pot of pork ribs was soon stewed. Zhu Yuantang stood in front of the pot and tasted one bite, another bite, and another bite. The tomato and pork rib soup was so fragrant, and the rich flavor filled the whole kitchen, which made Zhu Chuchu greedy. She accidentally couldn't control her reservedness and asked Tang Tang, "How does it taste?" Zhu Yuantang scooped a spoonful and put it to Chuchu's mouth. Zhu Chuchu's rosy lips opened slightly, like a flower petal, wanting to taste it. Unexpectedly, the spoon stopped halfway, and Zhu Yuantang smiled. "Do you smell it?" Chapter 464 Special Association. It's hot in the summer, so it's not easy to eat greasy food. The pork rib soup in front of him is different. It has sweet corn and the special tomato of Huki Mountain. The soup tastes very sweet. The fragrance lingers at the tip of Zhu Chuchu's nose, causing her beautiful little nose to tremble. Zhu Yuantang finally realized the joy when Jiang Ning teased her. Zhu Chuchu smelled the fragrance, and her eyes were full of water. Her lips, which were originally open, gradually closed and pursed slightly. Zhu Yuantang's eyebrows were curved, and her little face bloomed with a quirky smile. "Ha ha ha, Chuchu, is it fragrant?" "It's very fragrant." Zhu Yuantang was very happy. Jiang Ning also coughed lightly over there. He felt that with Zhu Chuchu's personality, it would be difficult for her to accept such a thing. However, the next moment, Zhu Chuchu raised her head, revealing her white and tender neck, and suddenly opened her little mouth and bit the soup spoon. In Zhu Yuantang's stunned expression, he drank a mouthful of soup. Perhaps she was a little anxious, and the bright red soup flowed down the corner of her slightly raised lips, drawing an attractive arc. Zhu Chuchu reached out her hand in time to cover it. After drinking the soup, she sat back on the stool lightly. Her face was fine, as if nothing had happened. However, her ears, which were white and rosy, betrayed Zhu Chuchu enough to show her inner emotions. July 18th afternoon. Hot summer. Shady place at the door. "Chuchu, Chuchu, let me teach you how to play games." Zhu Yuantang volunteered. As a game girl, after playing games herself, Zhu Yuantang's interest turned to getting others to play games. Especially for an ambitious girl like Chuchu, she wanted to see Chuchu's depravity. Zhu Chuchu was a little tempted. The last time Tang Tang taught her to play Monument Valley, she cleared it in one go. If the game had that kind of quality, she would like to play it. Zhu Yuantang opened a game called 2048 that was more challenging. Zhu Chuchu was playing games. Jiang Ning was sitting in a small chair in a daze, and Zhu Yuantang was peeking at Jiang Ning. She didn't look away until Jiang Ning noticed her. Zhu Yuantang looked at her phone and saw the class group of class 8. Yuan decided to treat him to a meal to show her appreciation for the class monitor's care during the last trip to Mount Tay. They were also discussing in the group which restaurant in the city was delicious. In order to show her knowledge, Lukaki picked a restaurant with an average of 200 plus per person for her. Later, Yuan stopped showing up in the class group. Shen Qinsh smoothed things over, and the atmosphere became better. Jiang Yanan asked in the group, "Can I eat ice cream if my stomach is uncomfortable?" Deng Qingfeng immediately stepped forward and began to care. "Yanan, what's wrong with you? Did you get cold last night? The weather is very hot. Remember not to set the air conditioner temperature too low. It is best to be 26 degrees, which is the most suitable temperature for girls. If you get cold, you must adjust it in time, otherwise it will leave a root of disease." He sent a long message and finally said, as for ice cream, it is too cold, don't eat it. After he finished sending it, Jiuo Kanan was stunned. He despised people like Deng Qingfeng the most in his life. He didn't care about his face. Jiang Yanan, what should I do if I still want to eat ice cream? Deng Qingfeng took a look and was about to persuade her, telling her how cold ice cream is, and so on. Suddenly, the clever Chen Xiaoyu spoke, since you can't eat cold ice cream, why don't you eat room temperature ice cream? Bai Yuxia had a blank expression. Ice cream is not available at room temperature. The classmates in the class were shocked, and the group fell into a brief silence. Yang Sheng, what are you all standing there for? Smile. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten to laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yuantang looked at the speech record in the group, and couldn't help laughing. Jiang Ning, there is no snacks at home. Buy some. Okay, buy some. Zhu Yuantang was very happy. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he still sat there motionless. Why don't you go? You bought the snacks. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Ning took it for granted. Zhu Yuantang said with hatred, you are not allowed to eat the snacks I bought. Buy the snacks first. Jiang Ning was not afraid at all. Chachu, let's go. Zhu Yuantang called another driver. Jiang Ning said, Zhu Chachu, didn't you say last time that you wanted to use my computer to learn some technology to prepare for the future computer exam? I have downloaded the software, let me teach you now. Zhu Chachu was in a dilemma and couldn't make a choice. Zhu Yuantang was furious. She swore that she would learn to ride an electric scooter and make Jiang Ning regret it. Thinking about the future, he looked at his cool figure riding the electric bike, while Zhu Yuantang on the bike didn't even look at him. Such a proud scene immediately made Zhu Yuantang avenge his great vengeance. However, 10 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang still sat on the backseat of Jiang Ning's mountain bike. Choo-choo, you stay at home to watch the door, let's go. She waved her hand, got on the mountain bike, and set off for the city. It was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was very scorching, and the weather was very hot, but Zhu Yuantang didn't feel it at all. He could only feel the pleasure of blowing the wind. There were few pedestrians on the river dam. At this time, most people stayed at home to enjoy the air conditioning and fans. However, there were exceptions. 2 electric bikes and a motorcycle appeared, with a total of 5 teenagers aged 13 or 14, driving to the east, shouting words like going to the river to take a bath. When they passed by each other, Zhu Yuantang said to Jiang Ning, they seem to be going to the river to swim. Last night, Aunt Zhang next door said that someone drowned in the river dam, but in the end, some people dared to go to the river to swim. Jiang Ning, it should be. His spiritual sense has a wider range of observation and more information. Even if the other party drowned, Jiang Ning still didn't care, but hoped that they would die farther away. Otherwise, going fishing by the river in the future might affect Zhu Yuantang's interest. Zhu Yuantang has never been an Aussie person, and he will not jump out to dissuade him with righteous words. Jiang Ning thought about it and hooked his finger. Heba bungalow. Zhang Ruan was touching the dog at home. The ferocious black-backed wolfhound could only obey him as its master. Just as he was stroking the black dog's fur, the black-backed wolfhound suddenly stood up, spread its 4 legs, and rushed out desperately. Uncle Zhang cursed, you ungrateful wolf. No need to think, the dog must have run to the next door. Uncle Zhang used to hate, go crazy, and feel helpless, but now he has gradually gotten used to it. Since it cannot be changed, just face life with a smile. North of the dam 1 kilometer away from the bungalow, between the large tracts of trees, there is a large pit about 8 meters wide and 15 meters long, which was dug by an excavator. The originally light blue water has now become turbid. The teenagers splashed in the water. A yellow-haired boy stood on the shore and jumped into the water, causing a large wave. It's so cool. The teenagers competed in swimming, but they only bypassed the last piece of water because they heard that it was more than 2 meters deep. In the previous few swims, everyone agreed not to touch it. However, today, when they were swimming excitedly, the yellow-haired boy stood in the water, and the water surface only reached his shoulders. He suggested, brothers, can we try it? There was fear in the eyes of an honest child. No, the water is deep and people will drown. Yes. The other 3 regarded that area as a taboo. "Look at how timid you are," the yellow-haired boy said disdainfully. "It's too shallow here. It's boring." Seeing that he was about to try, the honest child said, "Don't try yet. I'll find a stick to test how deep it is." As he said that, he climbed to the shore and was about to find a stick, but he found that the clothes piled on the shore were gone. He panicked and shouted quickly, "Fuck, where are my clothes?" The yellow-haired boy said impatiently, "Aren't the clothes there? Brother, your clothes are gone too," the honest child cried. After hearing this, Huang Mao quickly climbed to the shore to look for clothes and found that there was only one shirt left from the pile of clothes. At this time, a big wolf dog ran from a distance, bit the remaining clothes, turned around and ran away. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment and then cursed, "Fuck. Brothers, chase it." The other boys reacted and realized that their clothes must have been taken away by the dog. "What the hell? What's the matter? I went to the river to take a bath and my clothes were gone." Several people crawled and chased out. Under the sun, the river dam showed a scene of 5 people chasing a dog. Supermarket. Zhu Yuantang said to Jiang Ning excitedly, "You must not know that our travel vouchers can be reimbursed, even if we buy things in Yazhou." The day before yesterday, she went to the finance department of Changqing Company to submit reimbursement materials. Zhu Yuantang had made many preparations. As a result, the staff responsible for approval asked casually and reimbursed her. It immediately reminded her of many opportunistic ways. Jiang Ning perfunctorily said, yeah, I don't know." Zhu Yuantang snorted, "I'm still smart. Let me tell you, Changqing Liquid Company is huge. If you go in, you might be too scared to speak." Jiang Ning, yeah, I don't dare to go in at all." In such a comparison, Zhu Yuantang was very happy, thinking that she was someone who could do big things and see big scenes. From now on, the power of the family will be in her hands. As for Jiang Ning, he must rely on her for life. They walked to the dairy products area of the supermarket, and Zhu Yuantang asked, "Do you drink milk?" Jiang Ning, "Let's have some pure milk." Zhu Yuantang, "Don't you think pure milk has no taste?" Jiang Ning, "It's okay, let's have pure milk. But it has no taste." Zhu Yuantang said, "Don't you want to drink sweet?" "No." Jiang Ning replied. Zhu Yuantang smiled and said, "Impossible, you must like sweet drinks." As she said that, she moved a box of Wangzhe milk. Jiang Ning, "I think you like it." After shopping in the supermarket, Jiang Ning stored the things she bought in the supermarket locker. Zhu Yuantang had only heard of lockers before, but had never used one. She stood in front of the locker and looked at it carefully for a while, as if thinking about something. It was not until Jiang Ning told her that the movie was about to start that she returned to normal. After watching the movie and returning home, night fell and the street lights of the river dam lit up. Some snack vendors and vegetable vendors appeared on both sides of the road. Chachu sent me a message saying that she had prepared dinner and was waiting for us to go home. Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning nodded. Zhu Chachu often ate at their house and always stubbornly looked for opportunities to make up for it. Jiang Ning, the tofu pudding seller is here again. Zhu Yuantang waved. Teacher Khan is eating tofu pudding again. Hey, there is even a fried food stall. Look, her gas tank is hung on the car body. Zhu Yuantang said. She was very afraid of gas tanks, fearing that they would explode suddenly. Jiang Ning didn't think it was a big deal. The amulet he gave Tang Tang had been strengthened several times. Even if a gas tank exploded close to her, it couldn't hurt her at all. Jiang Ning, look, the rabbit seller, so cute. Zhu Yuantang called out. Yeah, cute. Jiang Ning replied, but the rabbit was killed right away. The shopkeeper was sharpening his knife. Zhu Yuantang felt that the rabbit was about to cry, and she couldn't bear it. Riding all the way home, Zhu Yuantang smelled the fragrance from Chachu's kitchen and quickly pulled Jiang Ning to eat. Chachu, it smells so good. Zhu Yuantang sniffed her little nose. She shared with Chachu, I just passed by the river dam, and someone was selling rabbits. The rabbits were super cute, but it was a pity that such a cute rabbit was killed by the shopkeeper. After listening, Zhu Chachu nodded and said to Tang Tang, it's okay, I rescued half of it. After that, she opened the pot, and there was a fragrant braised rabbit meat in the pot. After the meal, Zhu Yuantang was full of the smell of fireworks and went home to take a shower. Jiang Ning used Zhu Yuantang's game account to continue to double row with Shang Kaiwei to gain points. The little girl didn't know that her game partner had changed. Halfway through the game, Chen Siking sent a message. Jiang Ning, my cousin is in trouble. Then, she called. Jiang Ning continued to play games, thinking, then what? That day, the twin sisters and Jiang Ning got on the business car, and they knew how vicious their cousin was. He owed so much debt, and finally he set his sights on them. Whenever Chen Siking thought of her cousin, she couldn't help but shudder. Originally, after my uncle sold the house, he no longer cared about my cousin, but today I was notified by the police and found out that my cousin was in a mental hospital. Chen Siking told them one by one, and her sister Chen Xiao occasionally supplemented them. As for the cousin, the two girls didn't feel regret or hatred after hearing about his misfortune. Instead, they were numb. There was also a kind of wonder, maybe it was retribution. After my cousin got into trouble, many debt collectors came to my uncle's house and found out that he had borrowed hundreds of thousands of yuan from various channels and hadn't paid it back. Chen Siking said. Sister Chen Xiao interrupted. He not only borrowed money from the bank, but also found many moneylenders. Chen Siking said bitterly, being able to borrow so much money is also a skill. Chen Xiao was curious, can everyone borrow so much? Jiang Ning, no. First of all, before the bank lends money, it needs to look at your credit situation. Chen Xiao, what is credit? A credit assessment report. Oh, as long as the credit is good, can you get a loan? Chen Xiao, it's that simple. Jiang Ning popularized loan knowledge to the twins. Many aspects, such as whether your family has collateral, real estate, cars, valuables, and how much cash flow you usually have. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Siking's face turned red, and she secretly spat. Why did he suddenly ask such a question? Chen Xiao covered the microphone, blushing, lowered her head, and complained to her sister, Jiang Ning, you are too rogue. Chapter 465 His Shadow. July 19th, Hebei. Jiang Ning was alone in the bedroom. Uncle Jiang Kishan's loud voice rang from the speaker of his cell phone. When will you come to my place for dinner? Your cousin and his friends are planning to travel in 2 days. They said they are going to Qingdao to see the sea. You can go with them. You won't have to pay a penny. After he finished speaking, his aunt's warm voice rang from the receiver of the phone. Yes, Ning Ning, it won't be a problem to have one more person. Come along. It will be more lively with more people. Jiang Ning was stunned. In his previous life, his aunt had never invited him to travel, and Shen Qinsh had always been with him. Every time they came back from a trip, his cousin's wife and Shen Qinsh would sit in the living room and talk about what they had seen and heard along the way, the scenery, the food, the culture, and how interesting it was. Jiang Ning was completely unable to join in and could only laugh dryly beside him. Occasionally, Shen Qinsh would show him the photo she took outside and tell him how regrettable it was that he didn't go. Those memories involuntarily emerged in his mind. Jiang Ning's expression did not change. He refused. No, I just came back from outside and planned to rest at home for a while. After a few perfunctory words, Jiang Ning hung up the phone. Perhaps if he started over again, the past experience would not be worth referring to, but there are always some things that cannot be erased in a lifetime. In the large flat in the city, Shen Qinsh was originally listening to their phone call. After hearing Jiang Ning's refusal, her heart sank. A few days ago, her sister decided to travel to Qingdao, and she was very concerned, especially her sister's family, who were planning to invite Jiang Ning. This made Shen Qinsh think a lot more. If she could travel with Jiang Ning, maybe she could take this opportunity to ask Jiang Ning why he had changed so much in the past year, and maybe it would be possible to repair the relationship. Unfortunately, he did not agree. Shen Qinsh felt lost. Some time ago, Jiang Ning climbed Mount Tay, and she used a little trick to get a lot of information from Yuan. She rarely contacted Jiang Ning, but Shen Qinsh knew his every move. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning did not waste his mood. He sat in the house for a while, then got up to play with Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning found Zhu Chuchu's bedroom and saw Tang Tang lying on the desk writing something while Chuchu was sitting on the bed playing with iPad. He almost thought he had seen it wrong. In the past, their positions should have been swapped. Jiang Ning paused, then retreated to the door, deliberately looking at the sun in the sky. He was amazed. Oh, it's strange. The sun doesn't rise from the west. Zhu Yuantang had amazing insight. She noticed from a small detail that Jiang Ning was mocking herself. She immediately unfolded the paper in her hand and said, "I'm making future travel plans." Jiang Ning's spiritual sense flickered, and he saw that the paper was written with Nanshi, Huangshan, porcelain capital, grassland, watching the sea and other cities, or travel destinations. Zhu Yuantang pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "I'm making a travel guide for the future, and you actually mocked me." Jiang Ning, the relationship between us has changed. As she said this, she memorized the information on the paper, put her two small hands together, and fiddled with it twice, and a piece of white paper suddenly became wrinkled. The relationship between us is like this piece of paper. Once it is wrinkled, it can never be smoothed out again. Zhu Yuantang wanted to let him know the seriousness of the problem. By the way, using this as an excuse to blackmail Jiang Ning for a big watermelon, 3 peaches, a bunch of red grapes, and 2 tomatoes is not okay. Don't think about it anymore, otherwise Zhu Yuantang's face will not hold back. Zhu Chuchu read quietly. On the surface, she didn't get involved in the struggle between the two of them, but in fact, she was extremely concerned. Jiang Ning reached out and took the worn paper. He looked at it and it was indeed very wrinkled. Zhu Yuantang crossed his arms and looked up at him with confidence. "Jiang Ning, it's okay." He took the water cup on the desk and the water flowed down, soaking the white paper, and then threw it against the window. The white paper stuck with a snap, and suddenly, it became flat again. Jiang Ning said, "See, it's still the same as before." Zhu Yuantang was speechless. Zhu Chuchu covered her mouth and laughed. Thanks to Jiang Ning's ability to reverse right and wrong, Zhu Yuantang didn't bother with Jiang Ning, and she continued to plan her summer vacation travel. Today is the 19th, and she plans to leave on the 22nd. This time, she plans to play outside for a month, spend all the travel cards given by Changqing Company, and come back on August 22nd. By then, it will be time for a flood. She kept her promise, and didn't forget the agreement with Bayuxia and the twins. "Chuchu, do you want to join us?" Zhu Yuantang bought tickets online. Zhu Chuchu wanted to join them, but she had to go to class. She shook her head helplessly, saying forget it. Zhu Yuantang was regretful at first, but then he looked forward to it. "After we graduate from high school, we will have a long summer vacation, and I will take you out to play again." "Okay." Zhu Chuchu agreed. It's not enough to just agree, hook your fingers. Zhu Yuantang turned the chair and tried to turn his body around, but found that he couldn't turn it around. It turned out that Chuchu's chair was a wooden chair, not the high-end chair of Jiang Ning's house. She had to put her feet down with great effort and twisted it over little by little. The two girls hooked their little fingers, and Jiang Ning said on the side, "Childish." Then Zhu Yuantang pulled him over to stamp. In the afternoon, a small truck drove to the river dam bungalow. The driver opened the truck bed, and there was a wooden cabinet inside, which was used to hold books and other sundries. The driver helped to move it down, and after letting Zhu Chuchu sign for it, he left. Zhang Ruan, a college student next door, came around and looked at the heavy wooden cabinet. He put his mobile phone on the side and said to Zhu Chuchu, "I'll help you." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Ning picked up the cabinet with one hand and carried it into the house. Zhu Chuchu smiled back at Zhang Ruan. Zhu Yuantang followed closely behind and ran to the yard. Recently, as Hua Fengmei received her salary, she took out part of it to pay off the foreign debt and used the rest of the money to buy some furniture for the family. Heba will be their home in the future, and they will probably live there for the rest of their lives, so they are naturally very careful. The wooden cabinet is very new, and it looks like it was made not long ago. Zhu Chuchu filled a basin of water and wiped it carefully. She will put the cabinet in her bedroom in the future. Let's ventilate it for a few days before moving it, she decided in her heart. Zhu Yuantang walked around the cabinet, and after a while, she sighed softly. I used to have a cabinet that looks very similar in my house. Zhu Chuchu's cold face moved, and she wanted to speak. Zhu Yuantang quickly covered her mouth. At that time, Zhu Yuantang was very young, only a few years old, and her favorite drink was a drink called Wahaha. There were 4 bottles of Wahaha in a box, and she could easily drink them all at once. For her family, it was still a big burden. Her mother was shocked by her and decided not to indulge her, so she hid Wahaha in the cabinet. Every morning, her mother took out a bottle of Wahaha from the locked cabinet on time, just like the hen at home laying eggs on time. The young Zhu Yuantang was very ignorant and thought that the wooden cabinet at home would lay a bottle of Wahaha every day. She looked forward to it every day until one day, Zhu Yuantang ran out of patience and borrowed a saw from Chuchu's house. That day, Zhu Yuantang's family was very noisy. July 20th, nothing happened. July 21st, one day before the departure of the trip. A few days before the last trip, Zhu Yuantang was very panicked, confused about the outside world, and talked to Jiang Ning from time to time to seek a sense of security. However, this time, she has grown a lot and just took it as a way to relax, without any panic. In the morning, Zhu Chuchu started school today, and she still got up early to cook for Tang Tang and Jiang Ning. The breakfast was noodles with vegetables, tofu, and eggs. Zhu Chuchu made 6 poached eggs, 2 for each person. She also stir-fried shredded kidney beans with soy sauce as a side dish. After serving the noodles, Zhu Chuchu was ready to drip some sesame oil to enhance the aroma. But the sesame oil bottle was empty. For Jiang Ning, noodles without sesame oil were soulless. He knocked the edge of the bowl with chopsticks and ordered, Tang Tang, go and get the oil bottle from home. Zhu Yuantang immediately glared at him. Why didn't he go? He would squeeze her. She didn't agree. She should have a spirit of resistance. The weaker you are, the more rampant others will be. Go quickly, I'll take you to the city to eat ice cream in the afternoon. Jiang Ning tempted. Okay. Zhu Yuantang was so happy, like a little whirlwind. As soon as she left, the atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly became cold. Zhu Chuchu responded with a polite smile. She and Jiang Ning were probably in a state of respect for each other. Jiang Ning also smiled. He picked up the chopsticks, pushed towards Tang Tang's bowl, turned out her 2 poached eggs, and put them in his own bowl. Zhu Chuchu, she hesitated to speak. Suddenly, Jiang Ning gave her a fried egg and dragged her into the pirate ship. Zhu Chuchu hurriedly evaded. Jiang Ning said, last time, Tang Tang stole your fried egg, have you forgotten? Zhu Chuchu said seriously, it's okay with me. She picked up 2 fried eggs from her own bowl and gave them to Tang Tang. Jiang Ning, after a long time, he ate Chuchu's fried egg 11 o'clock in the morning. Some evil wind was spread in the class group. Jiuo Kunan said in the group that he was dark, and Huang Yasu said that he was darker to comfort him. Cuiyu said that he was as thin as a monkey, and Shan Zhao said that he was called uncle by others. Jiuo Kunan was not convinced and pulled Shan Capeman to stand up for his ugliness. Everyone actually started to compare ugliness and chat happily. Finally, Pang Jiao jumped out, and Cuiyu said that professional players were prohibited from participating. Just when they were enjoying themselves, Lukaki came out and cursed. This is too much. I was having lunch at McDonald's just now, and there was a man smoking. It was so suffocating. I asked the waiter to stop him, but he didn't listen. Oh my god. How can there be such a person? Such a man deserves to die. Dong King Feng said, it's really not good to smoke in public places. It shows low quality. Jiuo Kunan, yes, I don't like the smell of cigarettes either. Perhaps because she could empathize with them. Wang Yanan jumped out and said, some men really deserve to die. I met a man sitting with his legs crossed on the train. Oh, there was no seat for me. Zhang Yifei jumped out. Last time I went home at night, a drunk followed me. Didn't he know to keep his distance? There is too much malice towards women in this society. Originally it was only directed at some boys, but gradually it escalated to all, and even Dong King Feng could no longer come forward to support it. Cuiyu, are you sure he dares to have bad intentions towards you? Pang Jiao understood what CUIU meant, and she sarcastically said, "Sisters, I don't understand where the shining point of men is. Why are all the boys around me a pile of mud? Ma Shiching, I don't know where the shining point of boys is, but I found the shining point of women in you. Wang Long Long, great, repay evil with virtue." Pang Jiao pounded the table angrily, making a lot of noise, disturbing Pang Jiao's mother who was cooking outside. Pang Jiao's mother yelled, "Since the holiday, you have been eating and sleeping all day long. Didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? Why don't you go? You have the strength to smash the table. Why don't you get up and help me cook? How old are you? You can't even cook. Who can you marry?" Pang Jiao yelled back, "Do women have to cook after marriage? Why? Women have given birth to children. Why do they still cook? In this world, men should cook. When I get married in the future, I will never cook." Pang Jiao became more and more excited and promoted her theory crazily. Pang Jiao's mother in the kitchen was persuaded. Jiao, you are right. Why should I cook all these years? From now on, I won't cook." Pang Jiao's face fell. "If you don't cook, what should I eat?" Afternoon, 6 o'clock. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is almost dusk. Zhang Ruan, a college student next door, plays table tennis. There is no table tennis table in the bungalow, so he can only play against the wall. He seems lonely, but he enjoys it. However, every time Zhang Ruan turns his head and sees Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang playing badminton nearby, he still shows some yearning. Jiang Ning did not hold back and beat Zhu Yuantang so hard that he ran around and was sweating from exhaustion. She gritted her teeth and insisted, never admitting defeat, until Jiang Ning had abused her enough and then ended the game. Zhu Yuantang collapsed on the small chair and he didn't even have the strength to take a shower. The badminton rackets were placed randomly and Jiang Ning also moved a small stool, sat at the door, and looked to the west. Without the obstruction of high-rise buildings, the line of sight extended and the sun set over the vast land. "Jiang Ning, we won't come home for the next month." Zhu Yuantang finally became worried. The route she planned was thousands of miles long, and she had never walked such a long way. "Well, do you miss home?" "I don't. Call Aunt Boo when the time comes. Don't cry," Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang, TSK. The sun in the west was about to set. The sky was getting darker. The sun sank a little bit in front of her eyes, and the last golden afterglow covered the earth. Zhu Yuantang's sweaty little face was stained with a layer of golden color, and she seemed to be glowing. When Zhu Yuantang was in junior high school, she often sat at the door like this, waiting for her mother to get off work, day after day, year after year. However, she always waited until the sunset, but still could not see her mother's figure. At this moment, she looked at Jiang Ning's back, and his shadow was dragged very long by the sunset. Zhu Yuantang thought about playing badminton just now, and he didn't let her at all, and she was very annoyed. She stretched out her hand and wanted to pinch Jiang Ning's shadow. In the blink of an eye, the sun was swallowed by the earth. The whole sky suddenly darkened, and Jiang Ning's shadow disappeared. Zhu Yuantang pinched nothing. When she was melancholy, Jiang Ning reached out and turned on the light in front of the door, and his shadow appeared again. Zhu Yuantang laughed and easily touched his shadow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, 1000 Miles Journey. 2014, July 22nd, afternoon. Two electric cars set off from the river dam. Zhu Yuantang took Jiang Ning's electric car, and Zhu Chuchu sat in Aunt Gu's electric car. Yuzhai railway station. Jiang Ning carried a travel backpack, and Zhu Yuantang carried a small backpack, which contained their ID cards, wallets, tissues and other daily necessities. "Mom, Chuchu, we are leaving." Zhu Yuantang laughed happily, without any sadness of parting. Aunt Gu sighed in her heart. A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles, not to mention that this journey is more than 1,000 miles. "Jiang Ning, take good care of Tang Tang," Aunt Gu instructed. Jiang Ning nodded. Zhu Yuantang raised her little head. Mom, it's my turn to take care of him. Aunt Gu touched her daughter's head, which made Zhu Yuantang complain, he won't grow taller. Although it was a farewell, Zhu Yuantang was always active to make his mother less sad. However, in the end, they always parted. In the square in front of the station, Aunt Gu watched her daughter enter the station, and only looked away, until she could no longer see her back. Chachu, go to school. Zhu Chachu, okay. 2 days later, sunny, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Guangling, Slender West Lake. Dragonhead cruise ships float on the lake, and countless weeping willows are planted on both sides, with pavilions and towers mixed in. Zhu Yuantang sat on the boat, and looked out the window. The clear lake water was sparkling and sparkling, which was very beautiful. Cruise ships were floating leisurely on the water. As the cruise ship moved forward, the lake became wider and narrower. Zhu Yuantang said in shock, isn't Slender West Lake a lake? Why does it look like a river? In her stereotype, lakes should be round. At the bow, the tour guide brought a microphone. She pointed to the pavilion in front and introduced, we are at Diaote in front. When the emperor was on a southern tour, he suddenly felt like fishing here, which made the salt merchants around him anxious. What if the emperor couldn't catch any fish? There was a smart salt merchant who sent sailors to dive into the lake and hang live fish on dragon hooks. The emperor caught many dragonfish. The emperor was very depressed. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the salt merchant say, how dare fish approach the emperor? The long-lived golden hook only catches dragons. This speech made the emperor very happy. After listening to it, Zhu Yuantang was full of emotion. It's great to be an emperor. A tourist next to him laughed. What's so good about being an emperor in ancient times? There was no air conditioning in the summer, and it was not as comfortable as the rich people now. It's cool to be an emperor in modern times, said the tourist. Zhu Yuantang, there are no emperors in modern times. Jiang Ning looked around the beautiful scenery of Slender West Lake. This garden was not owned by a salt merchant alone. It was built by countless salt merchants in Guangling to please the emperor. He thought that, when he had nothing to do in the future, when Changqingga launched a few more products, he could create a similar private garden. There were not many attractions in Guangling. Apart from the Slender West Lake, there were only a few gardens to see. The Grand Canal Museum, which was famous in later generations, had just begun to propose construction decisions. As for the opening of the museum, it would be 7 years later. July 27th, Nanshi, a 5-star hotel. The magnificent and elegant 46th floor offers a panoramic view of the prosperity of Nanshi. For the hotel's buffet breakfast, Zhu Yuantang chose the famous big meat buns, duck blood vermicelli, salted duck, beef pot stickers, and various fruits, which filled up 3 or 4 plates. Since she knew that the hotel cost 1,000 yuan a night, she vowed to eat back her money. While Zhu Yuantang was feasting, a well-dressed urban beauty at the table next to her just ordered a cup of coffee, sat there, and tasted it quietly. Indescribably elegant. In contrast, it was like people from 2 different worlds. Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but slow down her eating speed, and her Tao heart was affected. After seeing this, Jiang Ning said, eat, 269 per person. Do you want to make a profit? Zhu Yuantang was instantly full of motivation. In the next few days, they visited the scenic spots in Nanshi, Zuanwu Lake, Qinhui River, Liaomandang, and Confucius Temple. Zhu Yuantang also tasted the delicacies, including the 8 wonders of Qinhui, honey lotus root, yuanxiao, plum cake, pickled duck, and stinky tofu. August 7th. The train drove to Huangshan, in a soft sleeper car. Outside the window was a picturesque scenery, with thick blue clouds, distant mountains like dark blue, layer upon layer, and HUI-style buildings dotted among the Kangshan Mountains. Let's climb the mountain tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang was full of fighting spirit. Since she conquered Mount Te effortless, she wanted to conquer Mount Huangshan again. It was night. The swaying pine branches sifted the moonlight, and sprinkled it drop by drop on the winding steps. Jiang Ning stepped on the moonlight, and climbed to Guangmingding. Zhu Yuantang trotted behind him, full of energy, which made the tourists who were half-tired nearby complain in their hearts. The night breeze blew, and the sunset stage was crowded with people. Jiang Ning found a seat and put his hands in his pockets. The sunrise in Huangshan is more beautiful than that in Taishan, but it is not as good as the first time, because Zhu Yuantang had hot pot that time, but not this time, so it always felt a little less interesting. After watching the sunrise, Zhu Yuantang was in high spirits. He visited several more scenic spots. He came to a canyon, with the sound of waterfalls roaring in the distance, and high mountains and dense forests on both sides. A little further away, there were beautiful summer azaleas in full bloom, clustered like bells, and set off against the strange pines, adding a bit of lively and moving beauty to the mountain. Jiang Ning, it's so beautiful. Zhu Yuantang jumped up and down. Many tourists took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the azaleas, and many tourists were amazed by the beauty of the flowers. A child shouted, "Dad, I want flowers." The child's father looked at the azaleas on the cliff with a sad face. The child didn't want the azaleas, but obviously wanted his life. Monkeys flickered around from time to time. They were agile and active in the mountains and forests, walking on flat ground. They often flew by in groups. Tourists exclaimed. Zhu Yuantang was also surprised. It was the first time she saw a living monkey. A young woman took out food from her bag and prepared to feed the monkeys. As soon as she untied the plastic bag, a monkey came running and took the food flexibly. The young woman was satisfied and admired the photo she had just taken. Zhu Yuantang was tempted and took out a peach from her small bag and put it on the fence. Thinking that the monkeys were eating, she was a little greedy and tore open a honey chicken drumstick to try it. A monkey jumped over. Zhu Yuantang thought it was taking the peach. The monkey probably had a picky appetite and didn't care about the peach at all. It kicked its legs, stretched out its claws, and savagely snatched the chicken drumstick from Zhu Yuantang's hand. Zhu Yuantang was shocked. The monkey was very wild and bared its teeth and claws. Ordinary people would definitely be stunned. Tourists nearby couldn't help but scream. Seeing that the monkey was about to grab Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning took a half step forward and slapped the monkey's red face. It was stunned for a moment. When it reacted, it immediately bared its teeth and looked extremely vicious. "You think you are right to rob things?" Jiang Ning slapped it twice more. This movement attracted the attention of others. "Oh my god, he is hitting the monkey." The two slaps were so powerful that the monkey almost had a concussion. It was originally squatting on the railing, but now it was swaying and about to fall. Jiang Ning reached out to steady it and pointed to the summer azalea flowers in the distance. In the eyes of everyone, the monkey seemed to understand. It jumped a few times, turned to the edge of the flowers, picked two bright red azaleas, jumped back, and gave them to Jiang Ning like a treasure. Jiang Ning gestured to Zhu Yuantang next to him, and the monkey obediently presented them. Zhu Yuantang took the azalea flowers in a daze. The beautiful azalea flower set off her exquisite face. The other tourists were stunned. How could this be possible? Jiang Ning turned on his phone camera to capture the scene. After he finished, he picked up the peach on the railing. The monkey was very smart and rubbed his hands excitedly, thinking that he was going to give him a peach. As a result, Jiang Ning ate the peach in a few bites in front of the monkey and handed the peach pit to it. The monkey dared not say anything and left angrily holding the peach pit. August 10th, Porcelain Capital. A room full of porcelain. Zhu Yuantang spent 4 hours making a small porcelain bottle. On the surface of the pure white porcelain bottle, there was an ancient and fragrant ink-colored human figure. Jiang Ning, look. She showed off, and her little hand covered with mud was about to smear on Jiang Ning's face. Jiang Ning seriously suspected that she did it on purpose. "Does it look good?" she asked. "Of course it looks good. After all, that figure is me," Jiang Ning said. "TSK. Zhu Yuantang pouted. She wanted Jiang Ning to guess. Immediately, she tilted her head and said, "Right, last time I went to the Evergreen Liquid Company, the bottles of their Evergreen Liquid seemed to be porcelain bottles." The master who was teaching people how to DIY porcelain next to her said with a smile, "Little girl, the outer packaging bottles of Evergreen Liquid are all customized from us." Her words were full of complacency. After all, Evergreen Liquid is a popular product abroad. Zhu Yuantang held the porcelain bottle in her hand, and after comparison, she said stupidly, "But the evergreen liquid bottle is not very good looking, not as good looking as the bottle I made." The porcelain master was stunned, remembering that the packaging of evergreen liquid was indeed not outstanding. In order to save face, he held back a sentence. "Do you know what cultural heritage is?" Zhu Yuantang didn't understand. She imagined, "It would be great if I could use the bottle I designed." Jiang Ning took her words to heart, and he recorded a video of the porcelain bottle and sent it to Xiao Shuangshan. August 14th, Yunnan, Zicheng. The beautiful scenery has made this place a must-visit place for tourists since ancient times. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang walked freely as they went. The bus was driving in the mountains and forests. Outside the window, there were lush green trees covering the sky. Jiang Ning's consciousness spread out, and there were monkeys living in the forest. The bus was full of people, including grandpa and aunt, couples with children, and young people. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang stayed in the last row. The car drove to an open space. There were 2 stalls on the road ahead. Several men were selling some hats, clothes, and handicrafts. The bus stopped slowly. A young couple asked in confusion, "We haven't arrived yet? Why did we stop?" Not only them, but other tourists on the bus also expressed doubts. For a time, a complex sound resounded throughout the car. The female tour guide in her 40s held a loudspeaker and shouted, "It's not easy for everyone to come to Zicheng. Let's get off the bus and buy something to commemorate the meaning of the trip." The girl in the young couple was dressed quite fashionably and had a tattoo on her wrist. She said impatiently, "It's in the wilderness. What can I buy here? Drive quickly." The aunt in the backseat shouted, "That's right, that's right. Drive quickly." The crowd in the car was furious. The female tour guide's face changed. "If you don't buy things, how can we make money? We have no money. How can we drive you?" The boy and the young couple shouted, "You are cheating me, right?" The female tour guide shouted, "We open for 2 months a year, and we make a year's profit in 2 months. You should get off the bus and buy it quickly." "I don't have money." Some tourists were unruly. The female tour guide laughed. In her opinion, these tourists were pigs to be slaughtered. If they didn't scrape some meat off, what kind of tour guide would they be? She said sarcastically, "If you don't have money, don't come out to play. What do you say you are doing? If you don't have money, don't come out to harm others. All those who don't buy anything get off the bus," I said. The female tour guide shouted. As she spoke, the strong driver silently picked up his weapon. In addition, there was a strong man in the car who was staring at him. He walked up to the young couple, who were shouting the loudest, and slapped them. Suddenly, the environment in the car became quiet. The female tour guide roared, "You want to travel without spending a penny? What do you think Zicheng is? Go down and buy 1,000 yuan each." There were only 3 evil men, but they scared the 20 or 30 tourists in the car and made them silent. The young couple was beaten and immediately became honest. Facing the weapons in the hands of the evil men, they got off the bus honestly and went to the broken stall in front to shop. With someone taking the lead, the old men and women, the young couples with their families, all got off the bus to shop. There is no village in front and no shop behind. They are traveling here. How dare they lose their lives for 1,000 yuan? Everyone was shopping with their noses pinched. Some middle-aged women, in order to look good, praise the clothes awkwardly. Hahaha, look at how good the quality is, not expensive. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning got off the bus. She was ready to swallow her anger and buy a gift worth 1,000 yuan. She knew that Jiang Ning was very powerful, but Zhu Yuantang was never a violent person, especially when they were out and about and they were unfamiliar with the place. If they got into a conflict, the consequences would be disastrous. She didn't want Jiang Ning to get into trouble, so she would rather spend money to avoid disaster. Zhu Yuantang reluctantly picked a wool hat and bought 2 wooden signs, and 1,000 yuan was gone. The female tour guide found that this group of tourists was quite rich, so she picked up the loudspeaker to increase the price. 1,000 yuan is not enough. Buy 3,000 yuan each. If you want to slaughter a pig, you should slaughter it all at once. As expected, it aroused public anger. After a lot of bargaining and spending money, the female tour guide kindly lowered the price to 2,000 yuan. Okay, get on the bus quickly after buying. We are going to the next attraction right away. The female tour guide shouted. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were the last to get on the bus. Seeing that they didn't get on the bus, the female tour guide urged them in a bad tone. Hurry up and get on the bus. This stop is over, and there is still the next stop, to continue to cheat people. Jiang Ning pinched the wool hat and gently pulled it. A few wool strands fell off. He said, the wool hat is fake. According to the market price, you should give me 10 times the compensation. Ha ha ha. The big man selling wool hats, the female tour guide, and the people around all laughed. The female tour guide asked back, what if I don't pay? What can you do to me? The man selling hats copied the local dialect, chicken feathers stuck on a bat. Who do you think you are? Jiang Ning said righteously, you are breaking the law. The female tour guide laughed. I find it funny, even when you talk about the law. Jiang Ning pinched Zhu Yuantang's little hand and said helplessly, look how arrogant they are. Chapter 467 Shadows at Night. Yunnan, Mountain Road. 5 or 6 burly men spread out and surrounded Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. In contrast, the 2 weak men looked particularly small. On the bus, a group of tourists looked at the scene below through the window. Young and energetic people couldn't help but clench their fists, wishing to beat up those damn profiteers. However, they would not do anything that would put them in danger. In the back row, a middle-aged man with a cultured atmosphere said, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. It's unwise for the young man. An old lady forced a smile and said, I think the things they sell are very good, not a rip-off. People use all kinds of excuses to cover up their cowardice, as if they are superior people who don't need to compete with the mudlegs. A man with a beer belly took 2 steps in front of Jiang Ning and was about to hit him. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang and took a step back. Such a cowardly behavior immediately made several men laugh. Ha ha ha. What do I think I am? A coward? The female tour guide sarcastically said, although the young man was handsome, compared to making money, that was nothing. Thinking that the other party was afraid, the female tour guide rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. You delayed our time. So many people were delayed for you for almost 2 hours. How about this? You compensate us for the lost work. 2,000 yuan. Pay the money, and we will leave. Zhu Yuantang saw that they were confusing right and wrong, and said, how can it be 2 hours? She didn't stay for long. The female tour guide shouted, I said 2 hours. That's 2 hours. Zhu Yuantang didn't say anything. Jiang Ning was at the center, not afraid at all. He said slowly, why are you yelling so loudly? The strong man stepped forward with an arrogant face. Hey, what's wrong? You don't accept it? He stretched out his big face, which had many pockmarks on it, making it even more creepy. If you don't accept it, you hit me? You hit me? The strong man opened his mouth wide, not hiding his disdain. They have done this kind of thing many times. These outsiders may talk big, but when they really fight, he can beat 3 people at once. He moved his face and asked for a beating. Hit me, hit me, hit me. Ha ha ha. Several men beside him laughed. Jiang Ning looked strange. He said to Tong Tong, look, he asked for it. Hit me, hit me, hit me. The pockmarked man spoke faster and faster. Everyone was amused, and the air around them became cheerful. Someone on the bus urged, young man, don't waste time. Pay the money and leave. Jiang Ning looked at the pockmarked man, slowly raised his hand, and slapped him without hesitation. The palm was extremely fast, making a whistling sound, and hit the man's temple with a bang. With a bang, the man who was still shouting on the top actually fell down. Jiang Ning said nonchalantly, noisy. This palm slap deformed the atmosphere around them, just like when everyone in class 8 was chatting enthusiastically. Gao Hishui suddenly walked into the classroom and said, okay, let's start the class. The female tour guide's face, which had been in control of everything, was distorted in an instant. Several big men next to her roared, you're looking for death, you bastard. They picked up their weapons and hit Jiang Ning mercilessly. At the same time, they attacked from several directions without holding back. Zhu Yuantang was very nervous. She was worried about Jiang Ning, and subconsciously loosened his clothes for fear of disturbing him. Jiang Ning did not retreat but advanced. Under his spiritual sense, he found that the movements of several people were as slow as a snail. He snatched the wooden pole that was pulled out and swung it out at a faster speed. The powerful force was like sweeping the weeds on the roadside. The pole drew a semicircle and knocked several people over. The female tour guide had just finished changing her face, and when she saw what was happening in front of her, she changed her face again. Jiang Ning leaned on the pole and stopped looking at the people howling on the ground. He turned his head slightly. Next, we should talk about compensation. On the bus a little further away, the middle-aged man with a cultured air had just finished saying a good man never suffers a loss in front of him when he saw this scene. For a moment, all the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. The fashionable girl in the young couple widened her eyes. Are they filming a movie? She had never seen such a scene in real life. The female tour guide looked at the men lying on the ground and her eyes twitched. She traveled all over the country and cheated in many cities, but she had never seen such a good fighter. Was he still a human being? She lost her previous arrogance and replaced it with a flattering look. Pay, we will pay you. Jiang Ning asked Tong Tong, and he deliberately raised his eyebrows. How much did we spend on shopping just now? Zhu Yuan Tong understood and lied. It cost 4,000 yuan. As soon as this was said, the female tour guide screamed, how can it be 4,000? Jiang Ning's face sank, and he weighed the carrying pole in his hand. I said 4,000, so it's 4,000. Zhu Yuan Tong relied on his backers. 10 times the compensation is 40,000 yuan. These bad guys almost hurt Jiang Ning. How could she be soft-hearted? The female tour guide was going crazy, but facing the smiling tiger-like opponent, she didn't dare to say a word of resistance, and very reluctantly took out 4 stacks of banknotes. In this way, almost all the money that she had cheated the customers just now was compensated to Jiang Ning. She seemed to be afraid and forced a smile. We are unlucky today, admit it. Get in the car quickly. On the surface, the female tour guide hated it in her heart. Now they were in the wilderness, with no village or shop in sight. Even though they had a falling out, the other party had to take their car. When the time came, she would inform the people in front to prepare some good things for him. No matter how good you are at fighting, can you beat a homemade gun? When we get there, spit it all out for her. Jiang Ning got the benefit, but said, I won't get on the car. It's a good opportunity to take a stroll. Tong Tong, let's go. He carried the shoulder pole and walked towards the path in the forest. Zhu Yuantang stuffed 4 stacks of banknotes into her bag, and she was very happy. She was originally worried that there was not much money left in the Changqingai travel card, but she didn't expect to make a fortune. She followed Jiang Ning happily. The female tour guide was left there, going crazy. The passengers on the bus saw a bunch of men lying on the ground, and their minds couldn't help but become active. The female tour guide drew out a short knife and roared, what are you looking at? In the quiet forest, there was an abandoned path, occasionally blocked by branches and weeds. Jiang Ning's shoulder pole flashed past, and the road was suddenly unobstructed. Zhu Yuantang didn't know where Jiang Ning was going, but she never worried. They walked deeper and deeper. Squirrels were squatting on trees with nuts in their mouths. Spiders were hanging upside down on their webs. Birds were flying in the woods, and the sound of gurgling streams came from the distance. The scenery of the primitive mountains and forests was completely revealed. The two of them were sightseeing along the way. On the way, Zhu Yuantang opened a can and ate while walking, completely in a tourist mentality. After more than 2 hours, the sky above suddenly opened up. There were towering peaks in the distance. A modern highway extended from the feet and was built around the mountains. Compared with the plains, where Yazhou is located, Yunnan province is mostly a combination of mountains. It's 4:30. Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning, follow this road. We can get to where we live before dark. Zhu Yuantang, okay. She walked a distance, turned around and looked at the long downhill, and sighed. It would be great if there was a skateboard. It must be fun to slide down from here. Jiang Ning, I'm afraid you'll fall down the mountain. Humph. The road was very empty. After walking for more than half an hour, and SUV sped by. The SUV drove several dozen meters away and stopped on the side of the road. When Jiang Ning and his partner passed by, a young woman leaned out of the car window. Sister, can I give you a ride? Zhu Yuantang thanked him, but then declined. The world is getting worse and worse, and people's hearts are no longer the same. She was not sure whether the other party was kind or malicious. Okay. The SUV started again. Jiang Ning went a little further and saw the SUV parked on the side of the road from a distance. Two men were checking with tools. Judging from the age difference, one was 50 and the other was about 30. They were probably a father and son. Until Jiang Ning approached, they were still repairing the car, looking worried. When Zhu Yuantang passed by, he looked through the car window and saw an elderly man in the car and a young woman with a child, who was the woman who had just spoken. Seeing someone coming, the man who was repairing the car smiled bitterly and greeted them. Zhu Yuantang, is the car broken? It suddenly stalled. The man was helpless. It seemed that he could only find someone to tow the car, which was very troublesome. Jiang Ning scanned the car with his spiritual sense and found the fault. The throttle was too dirty. The man asked curiously, do you know cars? Jiang Ning said, I know a little. He came forward and knocked on the engine while urging his spiritual power to clean the throttle of the car. You try to start it again. The man was skeptical and returned to the driver's seat and tried to start it. It really started. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Great. They invited again. Young man, thanks to you. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride. This time Jiang Ning didn't refuse and took Zhu Yuantang in the car. The SUV has 3 rows of seats and is not crowded. During the conversation on the way, Zhu Yuantang learned that they were going back to their hometown to visit relatives. The old man in the car hadn't been back to the village for 30 years. With the idea of returning to his roots, he came back to see. A bus was parked at the temporary station. The SUV driver, Brother Chen, said, you can take a bus from here to the county town and then take another bus to the city. I originally wanted to treat you to a meal and send you back on the way, but now there is no way. The elderly at home are homesick and are in a hurry to go back. Haha. The young woman touched her son's head and tried to persuade him to stay. We are going to take a look at the village. Aren't you here for tourism? In fact, you can come with me. It's just 2 more chopsticks anyway. Sister Zheng, no need. Thank you for sending us here. Zhu Yuantang thanked her. Sister Zheng's son, holding a deck of playing cards, reluctantly said, brother, don't leave. Let's continue playing cards. While speaking, a man in a flowered shirt beside him waved a fan. There are no cars at this time. If you want to go back to the county, you can only wait for tomorrow's car. After this, Sister Zheng smiled and said, girl, get in the car. It's just right for us to go to the village to take a look. Zhu Yuantang hesitated for a while, but heard Jiang Ning say, you haven't seen the village in the mountains. Let's take a look together. Sister Zheng's son cheered, get in the car, get in the car, let's play cards. This chubby little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, was addicted to landlord. So Zhu Yuantang got in the car again. After asking around, Brother Chen drove towards his grandfather's hometown. The road was bumpy. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, he found that the village had long gone. After several inquiries, he learned that the village had moved after 30 years. Brother Chen rushed to the new village without stopping, but ended up driving back to the temporary bus station in the town. The original road leading to the new village was all mountain roads, and he couldn't drive, so he had to walk. Brother Chen and Sister Zheng looked at each other in bewilderment. As the elderly at home were homesick, they had no choice but to find a local acquaintance and walk along the rugged mountain road to the new village. The little boy from the city could not bear such hardship. He cried and screamed halfway, sat on the ground, and refused to go. Brother Chen and Sister Zheng used their special skills to beat the child. The little boy was beaten so hard that he burst into tears. Sister Zheng asked, are you still going to cheat? No, no, the little boy said fearfully. What if you cheat again? Sister Zheng asked again. The little boy howled, if you cheat again, I will become an orphan. Half a minute later, the little boy's crying became louder. After walking for more than 2 hours, it was completely dark. The guide held a flashlight and helped the old man walk on the mountain road. The night sky was extremely deep, vast, and beautiful. Looking up, I saw thousands of stars floating in the night, and my heart was instantly clear. It was a night that had never happened in Anhu province. Zhu Yuantang turned on the flashlight on his phone and held Jiang Ning tightly, fearing that he would lose him. Suddenly, several beams of light lit up in the distance, and those lights were getting closer and closer. Finally, the two groups of people came into contact. Opposite them were 7 or 8 young people, dressed simply, with rough skin, real rural people. The village chief was very old. He looked at the old man's face for a long time, and said in surprise, "Are you Uncle Chen?" Then, there was a burst of noise in the crowd. The old man was very excited. He left his hometown in middle age. More than 30 years had passed. When he came back, he was already full of white hair. The village chief led a group of villagers in the village to welcome the group to the village. Zhu Yuantang looked at the houses here curiously. There were many grey brick houses and even adobe houses. Like her in the village, the worst house was also a red brick house. Most people lived in 2-story buildings. The adobe houses were eliminated many years ago. But here, in the whole village, there was not a single building. It was hard for her to imagine that there were still places so poor now. Someone came back to recognize his relatives. The village chief set up 3 tables of banquets, which was unusual. The elderly were invited to the main table to drink. The roasted chicken, duck and mutton were served in large bowls. Although the environment was simple, the dishes were all large and very enjoyable to eat. The customs in the village were strict. Women could not sit at the table. Zhu Yuantang could only eat at a small table. When Jiang Ning was almost finished eating, he pulled a chicken leg and gave it to Zhu Yuantang. Sister Zheng found an opportunity and brought a few hundred yuan bills over. She asked privately, "Zio Jiang, do you have change? Change me some 10 or 20 yuan." She told Jiang Ning that this was a red envelope from the elderly in the family. They were too poor here. They could only kill chickens during festivals. In order to entertain them, the village spent a lot of money, so they should give some red envelopes. Jiang Ning changed her 500 yuan in change, which surprised Sister Zheng a lot. She also gave some change to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang called some children and gave them pocket money. Under the light of the incandescent lamp, the children and the village were very happy. They had never seen such a large amount of money. Zhu Yuantang gave 10 yuan notes to a silly child. After receiving the money, he ran away with a silly smile and ended up dropping one. Zhu Yuantang chased after him with the money, but the child ran very fast. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. She grabbed Jiang Ning and looked for the child just now. After chasing for several turns, she didn't find the child, but got lost. The mountain village has undulating terrain, unlike the plain village. It is very difficult to walk here. Zhu Yuantang walked around and came to a dilapidated yard with Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, do you still remember the road just now?" Zhu Yuantang was frustrated. She was actually lost. "Of course I remember." Jiang Ning's spiritual sense covered the village without any problem. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound next to him. Zhu Yuantang was curious and turned his head to look. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he found that it was a dilapidated window. She thought the child was hiding there, playing hide and seek, so she ran over to see. At first glance, the window was covered with grey, and a thin iron fence could be vaguely seen. It was quiet, especially quiet, and all the movement inside the window disappeared. Zhu Yuantang leaned forward and focused his eyes on the glass. Suddenly, a woman with disheveled hair rushed towards him. Zhu Yuantang was so scared that his soul flew away, and he hurriedly shouted, "Jiang Ning, save me." Chapter 468 The Last Journey. Night. Mountain countryside. Zhu Yuantang's little face almost leaned against the window. Suddenly, a disheveled woman rushed out from the darkness and quickly enlarged in Zhu Yuantang's field of vision. Like a scene from a horror movie, reality reappeared. Zhu Yuantang took 2 steps back in panic and asked Jiang Ning for help. In the window, across the iron railings, a face with distorted features appeared. She frantically slapped the railings, making bursts of noise, full of desire to survive. Jiang Ning snapped his fingers and blocked the movement here. He touched Zhu Yuantang's head to ease her panic. During this time, the woman in the window kept slapping like crazy. Zhu Yuantang's heart was full of mixed emotions, fear, confusion, and doubt. She finally calmed down and asked, "Jiang Ning, is she crazy?" Jiang Ning's consciousness scanned into the house and scanned 2 stained iron chains. He said, yes, she is crazy. His words easily passed through the window and reflected in the woman's ears like thunder, and the slapping action stopped in an instant. The crazy woman slowly lowered her hands as if she had lost all her strength. Zhu Yuantang retracted her gaze and cast her gaze towards the night sky in the distance. The mountain village was built in the mountains, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, isolated from the world, and the scenery was beautiful, but at this moment, she felt creepy. A few shouts came from outside the yard, and Jiang Ning turned and left. Zhu Yuantang took another look at the crazy woman, and memorized her appearance. At this moment, the crazy woman seemed to realize something, and slammed the window again. The shouts outside became louder and louder, and Zhu Yuantang caught up with Jiang Ning. Outside the yard, two men with flashlights approached. The shorter one was about 16 or 17 years old, and the taller one was in his early 30s, about 1.80 m tall, with a burly build. The young man shouted, "It's too dark, don't run around." Zhu Yuantang calmed down and said crisply, "Just now the kid dropped his money. I chased him out to give it to him." The young man glanced at the small courtyard and said to himself, "Your sister saw you leave and asked me to come out to find you. Go back quickly, the meal is not over yet." Zhu Yuantang responded and prepared to go back to the banquet. The tall and burly man passed by and walked into the yard. Soon, a few roars came from inside, and the sound of knocking on the window disappeared. The young man continued to lead the way as usual. This kind of thing is normal in their village. Zhu Yuantang asked, "Someone knocked on the window just now. It was very scary. Who was she?" The young man said woodenly, "My uncle's silly daughter-in-law." Accommodation was arranged for the night. Uncle Chen, who came to visit his relatives, was a distinguished guest in the village, and was arranged in a brick house. Uncle Chen served him, and Sister Zeng and her family of 3 stayed in a room. Jiang Ning was assigned to a side room. He and Zhu Yuantang were out of town. To avoid trouble, they were siblings, so it was fine for them to stay in the same room. The floor of the room was also made of grey bricks. There was not even the common cement floor, not to mention all kinds of high-end floors. Compared with the living environment of the hotel, it was very different, but fortunately it was clean. Zhu Yuantang hugged her knees and huddled on the bed. Her hair, which was originally tied into a ball, was now all scattered and fell on her weak shoulders. There was a trace of melancholy in her eyes, and her thoughts were floating like clouds. She seemed to be in a daze, but also seemed to be thinking about something. With Jiang Ning's understanding of her, he naturally knew her mood. It must be because of the crazy woman tonight. Sometimes Zhu Yuantang was very smart and could detect something unusual, which was also within his expectations. The night passed quickly. Until the next day, the bright red sun emerged from the top of the mountain, and the clouds and mist were pulled apart like a curtain, and the whole village appeared in the golden sunlight. It was too dark last night, so Zhu Yuantang couldn't see the village clearly. She took advantage of the daytime to look around, and found that the village was more dilapidated and backward than she had imagined. Washing machines, LCD TVs, these furniture, were not seen in the village at all. The yard was more lively today than last night, and many people gathered around Grandpa Chen to reminisce about the past. The little boy from Sister Zeng's family took out his Pokemon card and taught the little kids in the village how to play. Sister Zeng chatted with Zhu Yuantang. They are so hospitable and prepared so many things. Zhu Yuantang said that in order to entertain the relatives who came to visit, the village actually killed a pig, and someone got fresh fish from outside the village early in the morning. For the people in the mountain village, all of them were rare goods. Sister Zeng smiled. It's true that they are hospitable, but they didn't prepare it for nothing. She looked around and whispered, "My grandfather told me yesterday to leave more money when we leave." Zhu Yuantang was surprised. Should I give it? She also ate their food. Sister Zeng didn't care. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. What are you giving me? Eat more at noon. They are all rural products. You can't eat them in the city. Sister Zeng grew up in the city. She looked up at the earthen stove in the distance. Many women were busy cooking and doing chores. She felt it was quite fresh. Before 11 o'clock, lunch was ready. Because of the custom, Zhu Yuantang still couldn't sit at the table. He could only go to the table of women and children with Sister Zeng. Jiang Ning sat at the big table in the middle. There was a glass of white wine on the table. After Uncle Chen introduced him, the people around him understood that he was a tourist they met on the road. Then, Jiang Ning obviously noticed that the enthusiasm of the surrounding villagers had faded a lot. More of them went to pay tribute to Uncle Chen's family. There were dishes one after another: chicken, duck, fish, rabbit, mutton, pork, and various mountain products. The richness was only a little worse than a real banquet. Zhu Yuantang didn't eat rice like before. She found that the women in the village were all responsible for serving the dishes. Suddenly, Zhu Yuantang stopped using her chopsticks. She looked up and found that the person serving the dishes was actually a woman in her early 20s. The woman's temperament gave Zhu Yuantang the feeling that she was like a female college student she met during a trip who was out of place in the remote mountain village. When serving the dishes, the woman approached Zhu Yuantang with her eyes fixed. Zhu Yuantang felt her emotions through her eyes: begging, pain, and despair. She recognized that she was the crazy woman from last night. The woman put the porcelain bowl in Zhu Yuantang's hand, and then she put it on the table. Zhu Yuantang took the porcelain bowl, touched it with her fingers, and found that there was something unusual under the bowl, which seemed to be a piece of paper. Her body trembled. Then, she held it calmly and put down the porcelain bowl naturally. After completing the whole step, Zhu Yuantang's heart was pounding, and she was very nervous. Jiang Ning's figure was all in her mind. Just as she was holding her head tight, a voice suddenly rang out from the table. Wait. Zhu Yuantang subconsciously looked towards the place where the voice came from and saw an old lady with vigorous spirit, her eyes staring at her like eagle eyes. What do you have in your hand? The old lady asked. Zhu Yuantang did not speak. I ask you, what do you have in your hand? The old lady shouted sharply. Not only the table where Zhu Yuantang was, but even the main table nearby heard the movement. Sister Zheng hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Hurry up and tell grandma. Zhu Yuantang clenched her hands tightly. She probably guessed the identity of the woman and the content of the note. If it was exposed, not only the woman, but even she herself would be in trouble. You are not obedient, right? The old lady burst out with dialect and stood up to grab Zhu Yuantang. After seeing this, Sister Zheng tried to stop her, but she was a city woman, and compared with the old lady who had done farm work all her life, she was much weaker in strength, and she could not stop it at all. In a panic, as the old lady was about to grab Zhu Yuantang, a figure suddenly flashed out. Jiang Ning stood in front of Zhu Yuantang and stared at the old lady. The old lady stretched out her hand to grab, but Jiang Ning swung his chopsticks like an iron bar and hit the old lady's dry hand. She immediately retracted her hand in pain. At the same time, the conflict here attracted the attention of the main table. The elderly village chief, like an old wolf, led several villagers, including the tall and burly man from yesterday. Tell me, the old village chief said. The old lady took the initiative and pointed at Zhu Yuantang and said, just now, someone from Dacheo's family handed something to this little girl. The tall man heard it, his face changed, and he asked, what did they hand over? The old lady, it's in her hand. Ask her to open her hand. The village chief said, stretch out your hand. His words were calm, but full of a sense of no doubt. In such a mountain village, the village chief's words are as important as heaven and earth. Jiang Ning said, Tong Tong, do as I say. Zhu Yuantang was a little flustered, but with Jiang Ning by her side, she was no longer afraid. She spread out her hands in front of dozens of eyes. What appeared in front of everyone was Zhu Yuantang's clean palm, without anything on it. Zhu Yuantang felt strange. It was there just now. She could clearly feel the touch. However, when she opened her hand, there was nothing. Could it be that she turned her eyes to Jiang Ning? Could it be that he performed a magic trick again? The old lady's originally sharp face turned into disbelief. She shrilly voice rang out, the other hand, the other hand. Zhu Yuantang spread out her hand again, but it was still empty. The old lady wanted to pester her again, but Sister Zheng frowned. She said bluntly, we came back to visit relatives, and you treat guests like this? Although the village chief felt strange, he didn't say anything else. He made a gesture, and the burly man next to him chased out of the yard. A little friction, a few polite words from the village chief, was considered to be calmed down. After this incident, Sister Zheng wanted to leave more strongly. After dinner, she went to find her husband. It was time to leave. Uncle Chen gave up the idea of returning home. He left a stack of banknotes and walked for more than 2 hours on the mountain road with the village chief to return to the temporary station. The sun started, and the countryside was getting farther and farther away. Zhu Yuantang felt like she was experiencing a dream, but the note in her hand reminded her all the time that everything was real. It was not until the car drove onto the mountain road that Sister Zheng in the front row asked, "Tang Tang, did you get something? It doesn't matter if you don't say it." Sister Zheng said hurriedly. Zhu Yuantang did not hide it. She took out the note and spread it out. Inside was a string of numbers in the format of a phone number. She told Sister Zheng what she saw and heard. Uncle Chen in the front row listened silently inside. "Is there any way?" Zhu Yuantang asked. Uncle Chen shook his head. "Give up. There is no other way." Sister Zheng was surprised. The number may be the girl's parents' family. How can it be useless? If they are willing to pay, the village will always let her go. Uncle Chen said, "It's useless to pay. The village will not let her go, and they dare not let her go. Once they dare to let her go, the middlemen will no longer go to their village, which will affect the men in the entire village." Uncle Chen has traveled all over the country and knows a lot. He said, "This is the rule." Fortunately, they didn't find the note, otherwise it would take a lot of effort. He said so on the surface, but in fact he was afraid in his heart. If the little girl was found hiding the note, whether she could leave the village alive would be another matter. In the car, Zhu Yuantang recalled those eyes and could not forget them. After returning to the city, Jiang Ning parted with the Zheng family and his group. Seeing Tang Tang's sick appearance, he took out his mobile phone. "I'll take care of it." Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up. In her heart, Jiang Ning was an omnipotent existence. He called Xiao Shuangshan and explained the situation. As the Evergreen Liquid Company grew, Xiao Shuangshan, as the only shareholder in the open, was worth more than 100 billion yuan. The sales network, based on the Evergreen Liquid, spread all over the country, and there were several emergency departments and members who collected rare items from all over the country. For her, this matter was almost no difficulty. Jiang Ning could actually do it himself, but he was not interested. They rested in Yun province for 2 days. Before leaving, Zhu Yuantang passed by the hotel lobby with a small bag on his back. The huge TV hanging on the wall was broadcasting the news, and Zhu Yuantang stopped to watch. The background of the news was the mountain village she went to the day before yesterday. Jiang Ning, she was rescued. Zhu Yuantang recognized the familiar figure. Not only her, but there were 3 other women in the village. "Yes," Jiang Ning said. At the same time, in Chun City, Yunnan province, in one of the villa townhouses, a chubby little child shouted, "Mom, watch TV." Sister Zheng hurried over and saw what was being broadcast on TV. She was surprised. It's only been 2 days. Did Tang Tang do it? Uncle Chen sat on the sofa, holding a cigarette in his hand, but didn't light it. Uncle Chen was stunned for a long time. He had experienced so many hardships in his half-life and knew how much energy was used behind it to get this done in such a short time. It can be seen that the brother and sister who met by chance had such a good background. Uncle Chen thought that they had just left and this happened right after, so he reminded, "Dad, don't go back to your hometown in the future." "I know, Uncle Chen." Sister Zheng laughed happily. As a homosexual, she could empathize more. As she laughed, she sighed softly. After those women were treated like this, even if they were rescued, could they still live a normal life in the future? August 19th, the last stop of the summer vacation tour. Hohhot, Meng province. 2 figures, one big and one small, walked out of the train station. Zhu Yuantang looked excited. It was her first time to ride in a high-end soft sleeper car with only 2 beds. The experience was very good. Zhu Yuantang led the way in front, and Jiang Ning followed with the bag. Passing by an old street near the train station, an old lady came up and whispered, "Young man, are you staying in a hotel?" Jiang Ning's spiritual sense swept out, and he scanned the surrounding building structures. He asked, "Is it formal?" The old lady immediately assured, "Absolutely formal." Jiang Ning was bored. "I won't go to formal ones." He walked away, surpassing Zhu Yuantang in a few steps. Zhu Yuantang caught up with him and pouted, "Jiang Ning, do you want to stay in an informal place?" Chapter 469 Classmates. After crossing the train station square, Jiang Ning did not take a taxi. He and Zhu Yuantang strolled along the road to experience the customs and habits of a strange city. Ahead was a bustling pedestrian street with the aroma of various snacks. Zhu Yuantang walked through the street, looked at the shops on the street, and said, "Mare's milk wine. Jiang Ning, have you ever drunk it?" "No." Zhu Yuantang decided for him. "You must want to drink it, right?" Yes, what you said makes a lot of sense," Jiang Ning responded. Zhu Yuantang decisively took him into the restaurant. Jiang Ning asked the boss about local specialties and ordered mare's milk wine, had a cake, and handheld mutton. Zhu Yuantang used both hands to eat meat and drink wine in big mouthfuls, which was quite Jiang Hu style. Unfortunately, after eating and drinking, Zhu Yuantang was too full and pretended to be drunk, so that Jiang Ning dragged her away. In fact, the store's mare's milk wine is more like a beverage, with a very low alcohol content. After walking down this street, there was a woman with a good figure on the side of the road. She set up a small stall and approached passers-by to chat. Jiang Ning was listed as one of the targets. The woman walked up and forced a smile. "Handsome man, we are giving away free gifts, including cups, handbags, and nail clippers." In this situation, Jiang Ning usually walked away directly, but Zhu Yuantang stopped for a moment, which was noticed by Jiang Ning. He asked, "Are there any conditions?" When the woman heard that there was a chance, she enthusiastically said, "Add me on questions." Questions? This surprised Jiang Ning. In the 2014 period, most of the people who gave away free things on the street were micro businessmen, and they added WeChat. "Okay." Jiang Ning reported his questions number. Then he took out his mobile phone and prepared to log into questions, but found that the account was occupied. Recently, Chen Xiao and her sister played Everyday Fight and found Jiang Ning together, asking him to send them love. Jiang Ning was traveling and sometimes had no time, so he gave them his questions account. He clicked to log into questions, reoccupied the account, and agreed to the friend request. After finishing all this, Jiang Ning received a nail clipper. Zhu Yuantang smiled. In this way, she didn't have to spend money to buy it. "When are we going to the prairie to ride horses?" Zhu Yuantang was looking forward to it. Jiang Ning said, "Take a good rest tonight and go tomorrow." At night, more than 2,000 kilometers away in Yazhou, in the living room, the vertical air conditioner blew out cool air, and the 45-inch TV played the movie Crazy Croods. However, there were two girls who looked the same sitting on the sofa. They didn't watch TV. Their snow-white thighs were pressed against their legs, playing games together. Sister Chen Xiqing laughed so hard that she fell backwards. "Ha ha ha, Yang Sheng just told me something." Chen Xiao said, "Ha, obviously, Yang Sheng and I are in the same class. Why did she tell you first and not me?" "Because Yang Sheng said it in the group. You were playing games, and I was watching the group." "What did Yang Sheng say?" "You went in your class, likes the class monitor. Isn't the class monitor Huang Zhangfei playing games frequently recently? Yuan created an account and plays games with the class monitor every day at this moment. In the city center, there is a dessert shop with a very petty bourgeoisie decoration." Yuan's face was full of sadness and frustration. "Yanan, you said before that companionship is the longest confession of love. In the past half month, I have been playing games with the class monitor." Lukaki wore a sleeveless top and placed a delicate bag beside her. She drank a sip of milk tea with classy and elegant manners and listened to her best friend's story. Jiang Yanan said, "Boys like girls who play games with him the most. If the girl has superb game skills, he likes it even more. No boy can resist such temptation." Jiang Yanan has never been in love, but she is very knowledgeable when analyzing emotional problems. "Yuan, I did it. I thought I could confirm my relationship with the class monitor during the summer vacation." A fantasy appeared on her face. "He will be my boyfriend at that time. We will study and make progress together in class, eat together after class, and go to the playground together just like the fairy tales I read when I was a child." From then on, the princess and the prince have lived a happy life. In order to show her gaming skills in front of the monitor and win his love, Yuan endured humiliation and found Yang Sheng, the girl with the best gaming skills in the class. For this, she paid the right to do sanitation duty for half a month. But it doesn't matter. When she and the monitor are together in the future, the monitor will share these debts with her. When I think of the empty class at that time, she stood in front of the classroom with a broom, and the monitor stood at the back of the classroom with a broom. It was late at night and there was no one around. The eyes of the two spanned the entire classroom, touched, and connected. What kind of eyes were those? Those eyes were full of fiery love. She was a naive and ignorant student, and he was a high-ranking monitor. They were of different status, and their destiny should not have any intersection. But they fell in love. This was a forbidden love, destined not to be made public. Only at such a moment could they escape the eyes of the world, and love each other to their heart's content. Yuen called out affectionately. Afeni the monitor responded affectionately. When ahem. Excuse me, the black forest slices you ordered. The waitress brought the dessert and forcibly broke Yuen's fantasy. Yuen's thoughts were interrupted, and her heart was broken. After I asked Yang Sheng to log into my game account, I told her not to hold back, and to beat the monitor hard to prove my gaming skills. Yuen's tone was bitter. Jiang Yanan asked with concern, what happened next? Although Likiki was unhappy with Yang Sheng, she still said, her gaming skills are really good. Yuen couldn't help it anymore, she said sadly. It was because she played so well that she beat the monitor hard. Afterwards, Yang Sheng also sent the game screen recording thoughtfully. Looking at the monitor who had no power to fight back and was being beaten hard, Yuen seemed to understand the monitor's pain. Memories flooded into Yuen's mind. She thought about her love with the monitor and how it would be delayed again. She was so sad that she lay on the table and sobbed. Since then, the monitor's game account has never been online again. Lukaki was surprised. Did Yang Sheng beat the monitor out of the game? Unlike Yuen's sadness, Chen Xiao laughed so hard in the living room that she couldn't stop. Ha ha ha. As a sister, Chen Xiking had her own reserve. She covered her mouth and laughed just as happily. After laughing for a while, Chen Xiking looked at the time and found that it was already 9:30. She clicked on Thunder Fighter, logged into the game, and played happily. After playing her own account, she sent a WeChat message to Jiang Ning, I'm on your account. Jiang Ning, what are you playing? Chen Xiking remembered the description she had when chatting with the brother in the game group, and blurted out, playing a doujinshi. Jiang Ning, no, Thunder Fighter. Chen Xiking hurriedly explained, not knowing that she was covering up. Go ahead and log in. Jiang Ning said. The two sisters were very polite. Every time before logging into his questions, they would ask for his permission. Only after getting his consent would they log in, to avoid squeezing him out. Chen Xiking logged into Jiang Ning's questions as she wished. When she was about to finish a game, she asked, Xiao, it's your turn today. Get me a popsicle. Chen Xiao went there happily. Chen Xiking had just finished a game when a message popped up on questions. After Chen Xiking logged into someone else's questions, she never read other people's messages and respected other people's privacy. If Chen Xiking put herself in his shoes, she would be unhappy if her questions messages were read by others. But the message that popped up was really explosive. It started with, Dear, my sister is so lonely and wants someone to accompany her. This is incredible. When her sister Xiao came, Chen Xiking quit the game, put her phone on the coffee table, and discussed with her sister. Chen Xiao took a look and was shocked. Someone actually seduced Jiang Ning. After asking about the bank statement that day, Chen Xiao realized that they had misunderstood Jiang Ning. In fact, Jiang Ning was a very serious boy. The boys they met usually liked to stare at themselves and their sister, and their eyes wandered to other parts of their bodies. But Jiang Ning was different. His eyes were always very serious. When talking to the two of them, he always looked into their eyes. A boy as good as Jiang Ning must not be polluted. Sister, it's our turn to take action. Chen Xiao spoke righteously and selflessly. They must protect Jiang Ning. Even if they are covered in stains, they will make Jiang Ning clean. After being encouraged by her sister, Chen Xiking made up her mind, clicked into the chat page, and said to herself, let me see what tricks you have. Then the complete message was displayed in front of the twins. Honey, I'm so lonely and want someone to accompany me. Can you come out to have sex? I'm in Hohat, a freshman dancer. In the twins' eyes, the sexy female avatar sent another message. 3rd 7th high cooperation, mouth, is super good. In order not to waste time, brother can send 8.8 red envelopes to watch sister's video. Chen Xiao was furious and cursed. To shameless. Chen Xiking, what should I do? Delete her? Chen Xiao grabbed the phone and muttered, I want to see what you are doing. She replied with a message, can you spray water? The sexy female avatar replied in seconds, shy, yes, I can, brother. Chen Xiao quickly typed a line of words, great, I can spray fire, I'll call the other 5 brothers, let's go save grandpa. The sexy female avatar was furious, grass mud horse, believe it or not, I will call 100 brothers to kill you. August 20th. Lynching. Jiuo Kunan stood on a hilltop, looking at the green mountains in the distance. A few young men who were obviously rich or noble were wearing professional clothes and playing paragliding on the gentle hillside. They ran quickly and then flew into the sky on the paragliders. The whole process was done in one go, pleasing to the eye and very cool. Jiuo Kunan watched for a while and finally sighed. Just now I heard from the people next to me that the paragliders they play, the training fee plus the price of the paraglider itself, starts at 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Shan Kaiquan said indifferently, 20,000 to 30,000 yuan is 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. What does it have to do with us? Jiuo Kunan calculated and said, we have been training for almost a month, and after deducting food, we have earned a total of about 4,000 yuan. In comparison, it is not enough to play. I really envy them. They can learn paragliding at this age. I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now I have experienced it with my own eyes. Jiuo Kunan felt that those people and rural children like him are simply not from the same world. After hearing this, Shan Kaiquan said, what's there to envy about learning paragliding? I can also pick peanuts, break corn, and drive a tractor. Can they do that? Shan Kaiquan will never be defeated by a huge gap. Studying hard and exercising with running have made him deeply aware that hard work always pays off. One day, he will rely on his own efforts to be on par with those people on the mountainside and finally surpass them. Seeing his good brother's high morale, Jiuo Kunan couldn't help but feel that I'm not as good as him. Jiuo Kunan used his brain and suddenly said, I remember Bayuxia said before that she was going to learn paragliding. Shan Kaiquan was stunned, thinking of Bayuxia's family background in the BMW driven by Bayuxia's father. For some reason, he suddenly felt inferior. He sighed too. Now it's alright. The 2 brothers sat on the mountain and sighed at the sunset. Yuzhou number 2 middle school, Tsinghua and Peking University class. A debate topic unfolded, and Muiying expressed her opinion. It's not that I don't eat meat. I advocate the view that we should let animals die more easily before eating meat. Facing the attractive Muiying, the top student in the Tsinghua and Peking University class, Tao Zhi pushed his glasses with a villain temperament. The methods used in major slaughterhouses are easy enough at present. How else do you want to make it easy? After all, they are just food for humans. Do you still want to be kind to food? My desk Zuchachu lowered her head to read a book. She never got involved in debates between classmates and just wanted to concentrate on studying. The discussion between Muiying and Tao Zhi attracted the attention of many classmates in the class. Many boys took this opportunity to secretly glance at Muiying's desk Zuchachu. Zuchachu's appearance is extremely outstanding. No one in the entire number 2 middle school, decades ago or decades later, can compare with her. But she is too transparent and does not fight or compete. Even so, her brilliance is still unmatched. Jin Yuanhang also looked in the direction of Tao Zhi. He is a celebrity in every class of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Jin Yuanhang is handsome, tall, and good at studying. In his past life, he claimed to be a natural protagonist until he met 2 people. One is Jiang Ning, who is not inferior to him in appearance, grades are not inferior to him, and he is very good at catching dolls. It was the first time that Jin Yuanhang encountered a strong opponent and felt threatened. As for the second one, it was Dan Qingfeng. During the small temple fair, when they were having dinner in the evening, Dan Qingfeng's behavior of warming up all the girls in the room made Jin Yuanhang learn a lot. At this time, Muang was so weak under Tao Zhi's sharp words, and was pierced with thousands of holes. Jin Yuanhang stepped forward to cheer for the girl. He joined the debate and said, "I agree with Muang's point of view. People's means of eating certain animals are too cruel, such as monkey brains. This is too far away from us. Let me give you a closer example. Crabs. Do you know what happened to crabs before they died?" Jin Yuanhang has a talent for public speaking. He controlled the whole scene and described it with emotion. First, they were starved for a few days, then tied up and brushed with a big brush, which made them bruised and blue. Then they were poured with white wine, sprinkled with salt, and then placed on a steamer and slowly steamed with cold water until the fragrance came out. What a miserable way to die. Zhu Chuchu, who was reading quietly, listened to this and swallowed quietly. Chapter 470, Speeding. August 21st. Jiang Ning got up early, had breakfast with Zhu Yuantong, and then rented a mountain bike. Zhu Yuantong was curious, isn't it riding a horse? Jiang Ning discussed with the owner of the bike shop and paid him extra money to install a comfortable backseat on the mountain bike. He patted the soft seat. "Get on." "Well, okay." Zhu Yuantong adjusted his posture and sat on it obediently. Just like going to school and going home, Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantong to drive in a strange city. They passed through the city and entered the wild road. The grassland in August was endless green, and the green carpet on both sides gradually retreated, like a fairyland. Jiang Ning followed the road, going up and slowly climbing. Zhu Yuantong watched from the back seat, and she remembered the poem she had learned before. The sky is like a dome, covering the four fields. Under the sky, there was endless silence, as if only they were left, and there seemed to be a big river flowing in the distance. Zhu Yuantong experienced firsthand how insignificant humans are. Suddenly, a deep and powerful cry came from the sky. Zhu Yuantong looked up and saw an eagle spreading its wings and circling. Jiang Ning, look, what a big eagle," she exclaimed. She could clearly see that the eagle's wings did not flap at all, but it was still flying in the sky. "Jiang Ning, do you want to fly?" Zhu Yuantong said without hesitation. "Of course I do. Hold on tight." Jiang Ning said. He shook the handlebars, drifted 180 degrees on the spot, and the front of the car was facing downward. Ahead was a long road with an altitude difference of 1,000 meters. Zhu Yuantong stuck his head out from behind him and looked down. The sun in the east shone on the hillside. The river flowed through the deep grassland, and forests and river valleys were dotted on the grassland. Jiang Ning stepped on the pedal, and the mountain bike drove down the road under the action of gravity. Jiang Ning pedaled faster and faster. Zhu Yuantong hugged him tightly, and the green on both sides quickly retreated, so fast that it seemed to be flying. Kai Kai, the sky above his head made another sound. Zhu Yuantong looked up again, and in the blue sky, an eagle spread its wings and stood still. It turned out that it was not still, but the mountain bike was running too fast, and it was even as fast as the eagle's flying speed. Under the whistling wind, Zhu Yuantong hid her little face behind Jiang Ning, and her voice rang out from the wind. "Jiang Ning, pass it, pass it." It happened to be a curve ahead. With the help of the downhill force, the mountain bike rushed to the edge in a blink of an eye. Zhu Yuantong's heart almost jumped out. Jiang Ning held the handlebars and twisted out a powerful force, forcing the mountain bike to bend. The car drew a thrilling arc and passed the curve perfectly. The road below was even steeper, and the speed of the car soared again. The flock of sheep on the grassland flashed by, and the shepherd was stunned. The eagle in the sky followed all the way. Jiang Ning raised his hand, and the eagle's flying height suddenly dropped, and it actually flew towards this side. Zhu Yuantong was a little happy to see the eagle approaching them. But as the eagle got closer and closer, its appearance was exposed. Its wingspan was nearly 2 meters, and it had a pair of iron hook-like claws, and she gradually became afraid. She did not forget that the eagle is a large raptor carnivore. In the food chain, it is a top predator, just like lions and tigers, and has no natural enemies. Jiang Ning, she reminded. Don't panic. Jiang Ning stopped the mountain bike calmly. Zhu Yuantong hurriedly got off the car. Jiang Ning parked the bike and faced the eagle with its wings spread in the sky. When the eagle flew over his head, a stream of air passed by. Jiang Ning stretched out his hands, like taking something from a bag, and grabbed the eagle's claws. He pulled it casually, and grabbed the eagle from the sky. The eagle flapped twice, closed its wings in panic, and dared not move. At that moment, it almost thought it was dead. Zhu Yuantang was surprised and delighted. She came forward and looked closely. The eagle had dark brown feathers, and was very strong and graceful, especially the curvature of its beak, which was very sharp. What surprised Zhu Yuantang the most was its eyes, which were full of the majesty of a king. She almost thought she was dreaming. Is it sick? Otherwise, how could the king of the sky be caught by Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning stretched out his finger to flick the eagle's head and fed it a spiritual pill. The eagle moved its beak and raised its head to swallow it. Zhu Yuantang plucked up the courage, reached out and touched it, and smiled happily. The poor king of the sky was played with by the little girl at will. On the evening of the 21st, at the guest house, Zhu Yuantang packed his luggage, and Jiang Ning sat by the French window, admiring the grassland scenery in the distance. He asked, "Aren't you going to see the sea?" Zhu Yuantang remembered that she wanted to see the sea last year. Before leaving this time, she also marked seeing the sea on her schedule. In the past month, they went out to travel. They climbed mountains, swam in lakes, and went to the prairie, but they didn't see the sea. No more. Zhu Yuantang folded the clothes. "Oh, no regrets," Jiang Ning said. The remaining time was actually enough to see the sea. Zhu Yuantang smiled. "It's good to have regrets," she continued. "Besides, Chachu hasn't seen the sea yet. I want to wait until the summer vacation of the third year of high school to go out with her." On the 22nd, the train from Tay City to Yazhou, Zhang Kai was standing at the connection of the train carriages with a snakerskin bag. He looked at the full seats and cursed in his heart. The reason why he appeared on the train was not because Zhang Kai went to climb the mountain, but some time ago, Zhang Kai hated the days of carrying cement. Think about him, a well-educated student who knows astronomy and geography, but can only make money by carrying cement. The repetitive and boring work deeply hurt his proud heart. Of course, the main reason is that carrying cement can't make money. Zhang Kai was jealous of the young boss of the cement factory. The other party was young, but could drive a BMW. He cursed him. But Zhang Kai wanted to be that kind of person. He knew that, even if he carried cement for a lifetime, he would never be that kind of person. Zhang Kai has never been a conservative person. When Shan Kaikun and Yu Wen posted their thoughts on climbing Mount Tay in the group, Zhang Kai quickly grasped the business opportunity. 15 yuan a bucket of instant noodles. If he could sell instant noodles on the top of Mount Tay, wouldn't he make a fortune? He did it right away. That night, Zhang Kai bought a ticket to Mount Tay and bought 50 buckets of instant noodles at a price of less than 2 yuan a bucket. Ideally, a bucket is sold for 15 yuan, and the profit is more than 13 yuan. 50 buckets are a profit of 6 or 700. It's simply a business with no cost. As for the tickets to Mount Tay, does Zhang Kai look like a ticket buyer? He smuggled directly to Mount Tay. Then, in his mortal body, he transported 50 buckets of instant noodles up the mountain in snakerskin bags. As a result, when he got to the mountain, Zhang Kai found that the instant noodles needed boiling water. He didn't add boiling water. The water on Mount Tay is more expensive than the usual pulse. Then Zhang Kai thought of Yan Xianpeng. He contacted Yan Xianpeng and bought him a ticket to Mount Tay, asking him to bring several large thermoses of boiling water up the mountain. Yan Xianpeng lived up to everyone's expectations. He brought 4 thermoses in one breath, and 2 of them broke on the way up the mountain. Zhang Kai sold several buckets of instant noodles with difficulty. After careful consideration, the 2 of them shared the profits. It was not as much as carrying cement, and it was more tiring. Zhang Kai privately chatted with Shan Kaikun and learned about Jiang Ning's glorious deeds of eating hot pot on the mountain that day. Zhang Kai lowered his head and stared at the steamed buns brought up from the bottom of the mountain, feeling extremely depressed. But a flash of inspiration often comes at a time of frustration. He suddenly thought of a new product, self-heating hot pot. So, the 2 of them formed a partnership. Yan Xianpeng took the initiative to take responsibility, contacted the merchant, and purchased 50 boxes of self-heating hot pot at a price of 15 yuan per pack. The 2 of them went through a lot of trouble, to transport the self-heating hot pot to Mount Tae and started selling it. At first, they sold it for 50 yuan, but no one bought it. Later, they lowered the price to 40, 30, and finally 25 yuan, and then tourists were willing to try it. After 2 days of hard work, they finally sold out 50 boxes of self-heating hot pot, with a total profit of 500 yuan, which they divided equally, 250 yuan each. After careful calculation, it was still not as good as carrying cement. Moreover, when dividing the spoils, Yan Xianpeng did not ask for more, which made Zhang Kai suspicious. He took advantage of Yan Xianpeng's sleep to check his mobile phone and found that the self-heating hot pot manufacturer contacted by Yan Xianpeng only bought it for 10 yuan. Zhang Kai was furious and had a quarrel with Yan Xianpeng and almost fought on the top of Mount Tae. Afterwards, Zhang Kai thought about these days. He had not eaten well and slept well on Mount Tae, and after being discouraged, he bought a ticket back to Yuzhou alone. As a result, he did not buy a hard seat, only a seatless one. After 5 hours of no seat, Zhang Kai finally arrived in Yuzhou. He stood on the platform with a snackerskin bag. Next to him, boys and girls wearing Adidas and Nike sports looked at him with strange eyes. Zhang Kai thought about all the hardships he had suffered these days. Not only did he not make any money, he even lost money. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was so depressed that he took out his ticket and tore it into pieces. After venting his anger, Zhang Kai walked towards the exit, but was stopped by the staff because his ticket was broken and he could not check in to exit the station. He had to either spend 2 yuan to buy a new ticket or take back his previous ticket. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth, took out the pieces of the ticket, and pieced them together. After Zhang Kai pieced together the ticket, he left the station in the hot sun. The sun was scorching, so he didn't rush back to school. Instead, he picked up the snackerskin bag and found a nearby KFC, ready to take a break from the air conditioning. After all, there was no air conditioning in the school dormitory, and it would be a pain to go back. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Kai always felt that the business of this KFC didn't seem to be as good as before. I saw a few children sitting in a corner. Strangely, a few unruly children ate quietly without any signs of fighting. I remember that in the past, when Zhang Kai went out to eat, it was especially easy to chase and fight and yell and scream in places with children. Zhang Kai was disappointed. He had been frustrated for several days and wanted to find a few naughty kids to vent his anger. It seemed that there was no chance. He found a seat, took out a bucket of instant noodles from the snackerskin bag, walked to the front desk, and asked the waiter to boil water for him. The waiter who came to meet him stunned Zhang Kai and couldn't believe it. Pang Jiao? Pang Jiao's KFC clothes were very majestic. After she recognized Zhang Kai, she was also stunned. The reason why Pang Jiao came to work at KFC was because she had liberated her mother's independent thinking before, and from then on, there was no one to cook at home. In order to make a living, Pang Jiao came to the KFC store, where her uncle was the store manager. At school, Pang Jiao and Zhang Kai had many conflicts, but they hadn't seen each other for 2 months during the summer vacation. They were classmates, and Pang Jiao laughed twice, which scared the little boy who was picking up the food. Zhang Kai felt uneasy and stressed. Hot water, hot water. He was worried that Pang Jiao would hate him, so he soaked him in cold water. He waited at the front desk for a while, and Pang Jiao brought instant noodles. Zhang Kai touched it with his hand, and found that it was indeed hot water. Not only that, Pang Jiao gave him a chicken leg. Zhang Kai was stunned and confused. Was Pang Jiao possessed by someone? However, Zhang Kai accepted the kindness of his classmate. He ate instant noodles and bit the chicken leg, and his life was beautiful. Outside the door, a young woman led a little girl to the front desk to order food. The little girl shouted, "Auntie, auntie, I want original chicken, original chicken." Pang Jiao looked surprised and corrected, "Little girl, don't call me auntie." Pang Jiao, was still a young girl. How could she be treated like this? The little girl saw that the aunt was angry, so she tentatively called, "Uncle, I want original chicken." Pang Jiao's self-esteem was hurt, and she couldn't stand it anymore. She slapped the table and made a bang. Her cow-like eyes widened, her nostrils swelled, and air gushed out. The little girl was so scared that she cried out, "Mom, Mom, ah, Bull Demon King, Bull Demon King." In the city of Yazhou, at noon, in Zhao's private restaurant, there were 2 tables in the big private room, all of which were filled with boys and girls aged 15 or 16. The lively atmosphere was very friendly. A young man in bright clothes looked at the honest boy in the corner and teased, "Shanziro, it's inappropriate for you to wear a school uniform for such an important occasion, right?" After hearing this, the other people at the table laughed and said, "Yes, Shanziro, today is Sister Zhu's birthday." Shanziro smiled innocently and said nothing. The young man in bright clothes saw that Shanziro did not resist, and for a moment he felt that it was meaningless. He took out a brand new mobile phone and threw it on the table. Immediately someone exclaimed, "Wow, a 5S with fingerprint unlocking, you are rich." The young man in bright clothes said disdainfully, "5S is outdated, 6 will be released soon, and I will place an order as soon as 6 is released. I will give one to my girlfriend when the time comes." As soon as this was said, it attracted a lot of attention. The young man in bright clothes boasted, "I have to say, the iPhone is really useful. I suggest that everyone who has money buy an iPhone so that they can use it for a few more years. Especially you, Shanziro. What era is it, and you still use a keypad phone?" Shanziro didn't respond. Someone said, "The key is that you don't have money." The young man in bright clothes boasted, "If today wasn't Sister Zhu's birthday, I would pay the bill. How about this? Next time our group of junior high school classmates get together, you can choose any place you want." Shanziro smiled innocently, "Really? Next time I want to go to Bayan Hotel." Bayan Hotel is the most high-end hotel in Yazhou, and a meal there is very expensive. A student next to him immediately said, "Forget about the Bayan Hotel, it's too expensive." The young man in bright clothes glanced at Shanziro and continued, "Let's go to the Bayan Hotel." Shanziro sincerely reminded, "How much does a table at the Bayan Hotel cost?" The young man in bright clothes interrupted him, "It's my family's hotel." After that, he pretended to pick his ears. "What did you want to say just now?" "Shanziro, it's okay." After the dinner, the young man in bright clothes waved his hand and said, "Although today is Sister Zhu's birthday, think about it, she took care of me when I was in junior high school and often copied my homework, so today, I'll treat you." Seeing that Sister Zhu was about to speak, the young man in bright clothes said, "This little money is nothing to me." The atmosphere suddenly reached its peak. The young man in bright clothes went to the front desk to pay the bill. He muttered in confusion, "Hey, where's my wallet? Fuck, my wallet is gone." In silence, Shanziro passed by him, took out a stack of banknotes, threw it at the front desk, and walked out without looking back. "You guys can arrange the extra money." Just like that, he left everyone with a lonely and proud figure. The classmates were shocked beyond words, as if they were meeting him for the first time. On the way home alone, Shanziro took out a leather wallet, which was now empty. It's true that the classmate was quite rich. The brand of the wallet alone was worth hundreds of dollars. Chapter 471 Night Exploration. Night. Hotel. Jiang Ning leaned on the soft sofa, crossed his legs, and held up a goblet. The goblet was filled with dark brown liquid, with tiny bubbles rising. Outside the large French windows, the lights were bright and colorful, giving the city a gorgeous and dazzling coat. He shook the cup gently, and drank the coke in one gulp. Zhu Yuantang was fiddling with his luggage. She was holding a porcelain plate. Seeing his comfortable look, she couldn't help but say to him, Look how happy you are." She wrapped the porcelain plate and carefully placed it on the folded clothes to cushion the shock. This was a small underglaze colored plate that she had painted herself in the porcelain capital. The white jade-like plate had a colorful bird printed on it. This porcelain plate witnessed her journey and was suitable as a gift for Chuchu. The train time is 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, from Hohhot to Yazhou, a full 20 hours. Jiang Ning booked a high-end soft sleeper with a double bed and a separate bathroom, just like a standard hotel room, so he enjoyed the trip. Jiang Ning admired the night view and had no intention of helping Tang Tang clean up. Although she complained sometimes, if Jiang Ning really helped, she would be very disgusted. Jiang Ning raised the corners of her mouth, and a faint smile appeared on her face. she was still as stubborn as before. Thinking back to a long time ago, he was on a business trip with tasks and did everything himself. Now that the division of labor is clear, it is indeed countless times more comfortable. Jiang Ning took out his iPad, unlocked it, and accompanied by an elegant transition animation, a full page of game icons jumped into his eyes. From the beginning, Zhu Yuantang was restricted in playing this iPad, but now it has almost become an exclusive game console. He asked Tang Tang before, "Can you play so many games with so many games installed?" Zhu Yuantang said that, even if he couldn't play them all, it looks very safe. It's true. Jiang Ning did have this feeling when he saw a whole page of games. Even if the whole world is disconnected from the internet now, these games are enough to kill a lot of time. He clicked on a game that Tang Tang often played, Hearthstone. Before, she used the mechanical magic deck to dominate the ladder and defeated various masters. Now she has started to study new routines to bully noobs. After entering the game, Jiang Ning found that Zhu Yuantang had hoarded a lot of gold coins. He asked, "Why do you save so many gold coins? Why don't you spend them?" Zhu Yuantang didn't even raise his head and continued to pack his luggage. "TSK, you don't understand. I like the feeling of saving money." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I like the feeling of spending money." Zhu Yuantang didn't value the results of the game. Even if her account was destroyed, she still didn't care. After all, those things were virtual. For her, Jiang Ning was the most important person. She acted like a rich lady. "Spend it, spend it. If it's not enough, I'll earn more for you." Zhu Yuantang packed up everything. It was already 10:30 in the evening. She played some games, reluctantly left Jiang Ning's house, and returned to her room. After she left, the room soon became quiet, as if it had lost its life. Jiang Ning gently tapped his fingers, and in an instant, all the lights went out. He leaned in the darkness and looked at the brilliant lights of the city outside the window. After becoming a practitioner, sleeping was not a daily necessity for Jiang Ning. But in order to make himself more like an ordinary person, most of the time, he chose to sleep at night, and occasionally like now, he would sit quietly all night. Perhaps for ordinary people, this seems lonely. After all, only people with insomnia would do this. But Jiang Ning didn't feel anything. His consciousness was like a dark cloud, covering the buildings, streets, and vehicles below. He could see a lot of things. On the street, a Porsche sedan, a young woman was acting coquettishly to the bloated male owner, telling him how much she loved him when he didn't come. In fact, Jiang Ning's consciousness passed through the woman's brain. The dopamine in the woman's brain has always been at a normal level. She was lying in the living room of the building across the street. A teenager of 15 or 16 told his parents that he had just come back from tutoring. In fact, Jiang Ning checked the stains on his clothes and judged that he had just come back from the internet cafe. In the restaurant next door, the chef scolded the young man who worked as a waiter. The young man seemed to be obedient on the surface, but when he turned around, his face was full of coldness. Jiang Ning watched everything silently. Above the night sky of Hohut, it was as if a pair of huge eyes appeared, overlooking the earth. Within a radius of 2 miles, the place with the richest spiritual power, the most delicious food, and the most beautiful women are all under control. This omniscience and insight into everything is better than all power and money. It is an ability that matches the gods and can easily make people fall into it. Jiang Ning only used it to kill time. After playing for a while, he withdrew his consciousness, closed his eyes, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. 1 o'clock in the morning. 3 kilometers outside the hotel, several people stood on the roadside. A woman who was about 26 or 27 years old, wearing a windbreaker and tall, had makeup on her face, but she was full of anger, bitterness, and meanness. "Catch him, you must catch him for me. I want to see what he did behind my back," she screamed, grabbing with both hands randomly, as if she had bipolar disorder. Next to her, a man with a tattoo on his neck, holding a cigarette, was quite gangster-like. "Sister, don't worry, my brother-in-law dared to play around. He must pay the price." He laughed heartily. "Sister, don't forget, after the divorce, give me a house in Sioux City." The woman in the windbreaker screamed, "Once you catch him, beat him hard for me, and the mistress, you must beat her to death and strip her naked." The tattooed man said to the brothers behind him, "Did you hear that?" Several young men who were not good people laughed. "Don't worry, we are good at this kind of thing." Next to the woman in the windbreaker, there was a woman dressed in a suit. She was a lawyer. Looking at this scene, many thoughts flowed in her mind. The woman in the windbreaker is an only child. She was spoiled since she was a child. Later, she married a well-known local financial man. The financial man was young and rich, and he spoiled her as well. They had a good life. The woman in the windbreaker often did her hair. She was obsessed with the barber and fell in love with him. The barber was not simple either. After they fell in love, the barber urged the woman to divorce quickly. In order to get more property, he did not let the woman in the windbreaker sleep with her husband, forcing them to divorce. Sure enough, the financial man was treated like this and found a new love. After the woman in the windbreaker got the evidence, she took a plane across half the country to arrest him. The woman in the suit smiled bitterly. She took out her mobile phone and saw that her good friend Guo Ran sent a WeChat message asking her when she would return to Nanshi. The woman in the suit replied, Ran, don't mention it. I'm almost speechless. But as a lawyer, justice is hard to make a living. Making money is the right thing to do, so she took this job. It's at the Blue Spring Hotel. The woman in the windbreaker said hatefully, with a vicious light flashing in her eyes. Blue Spring Hotel. Jiang Ning was sleeping with his eyes closed, but suddenly, his consciousness trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. His figure flashed, and the door opened automatically, and his body appeared outside the door. The scene that appeared in front of him was that the woman in the windbreaker was holding a room card and swiping it towards Zhu Yuantang's door. Next to the woman in the windbreaker, there was a woman in a suit and several strong men. The group of people were obviously stunned when they saw Jiang Ning appear. Then the woman in the windbreaker gritted her teeth and said, when the door opens, you can directly pull out the couple. Seeing that she was still moving, Jiang Ning said, you swiped the wrong room. The person upstairs is the one you are looking for. My friend is in this room. After saying this, the woman in the windbreaker paused and shouted, who do you think you are? Her tone was aggressive, and she didn't take anyone seriously. Then, she stretched out her hand to swipe the room card as usual. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and then the room card appeared in his hand. His tone was calm, his eyes were indifferent. I told you, my friend is in the room, you've got the wrong guy. The woman in the windbreaker was already furious. She had been in a very good family since she was a child and was spoiled. Outside, she was the object of boys' scramble to please. The world was easy for her, so how could she be treated like this? She was about to go crazy, but someone was faster than her. The tattooed man's face sank, his muscles tensed, and his head shook with his neck, making the vicious look before hitting someone. He suddenly approached and shouted, damn it, do you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ning kicked out and hit the tattooed man in the stomach. He was almost deformed by the kick, flew 3 meters away, and was fixed on the wall at an angle. When the inertia disappeared, he slowly slid down from the wall to the ground under the action of gravity. When the woman in the windbreaker saw her cousin being beaten, she screamed, beat him to death, beat him to death, beat him to death for me. The other few fussy men swung their fists at Jiang Ning without hesitation. Jiang Ning threw a punch, hitting the nearest man on the chin and causing him to fall to the ground. In an instant, 3 fist shadows appeared, and the remaining people all fell down. The woman in the windbreaker was stimulated and uttered, ah. Jiang Ning swung his palm and slapped her in the face. She was like being slapped by a door panel. Her body was thrown against the wall, and 2 bloody teeth flew out. It's so noisy. Jiang Ning took out a tissue from the patch pocket of his shirt and wiped his hand slowly. The last woman in a suit was so scared that she dared not move when she saw this scene that was like a beast showing its power. Jiang Ning glanced at her, closed the door, and went back to her room. He called Xiao Xuanshan, arranged someone to deal with it. For Jiang Ning, disturbing his sleep was an unforgivable thing, so he took action. He entered the room, turned on the light, and filled the high-heeled glass with coke. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Ning's consciousness passed by, and it turned out to be Zhu Yuantang. Wasn't she asleep? Did he get woken up? Jiang Ning had previously set up a soundproofing array for Zhu Yuantang's room. Logically, he shouldn't have woken up. He waved his hand and the door opened. Zhu Yuantang, who was wearing slippers, rubbed her eyes. She saw Jiang Ning drinking coke on the sofa and smiled. I guessed you didn't sleep at night. She closed the door with her backhand and said confidently, are you so excited that you can't sleep because you're going home tomorrow? Jiang Ning, you don't need to introduce yourself. Zhu Yuantang understood what he meant when she heard it. She argued, I don't miss home. In fact, it was because she was going back to Yuzhou by bus tomorrow, thinking of her mother, Chachu, who she had not seen for a month, and her small room where she slept, that Zhu Yuantang was excited and had a rare insomnia. She saw Jiang Ning drinking coke and couldn't help asking for one. She sat beside him and drank coke facing the night outside. Jiang Ning saw her like this and knew what had happened outside just now, which she didn't know. The woman in the suit almost trembled as she left the Blue Spring Hotel. The business trip was very hard, but unfortunately, her employer was now taken away by an ambulance. But she was not disappointed at all, but felt trembling. From childhood to adulthood, she grew up in a gentle environment and only saw martial arts scenes in movies and TV shows. However, just now, she actually witnessed it with her own eyes, and the woman in the suit felt a great shock. She trembled and sent a message to her friend Jiuo Ran. Oh my god, do you know what I just saw? A martial arts movie, a martial arts movie. She almost sent a voice message incoherently to tell Jiuo Ran. At this time, in a single room in a community in Manchi, Jiuo Ran heard her friend's voice and had a confused look on her pretty face. She listened to it several times in a row before stretching her waist, and her soft body showed a perfect curve. Jiuo Ran covered her mouth and yawned and asked lazily, Kinkin, are you dreaming? Blue Spring Hotel. Zhu Yuantang said loudly, I'm not going back tonight. She and Jiang Ning went out so many times, but never stayed in the same room at night. Jiang Ning saw her pouring another cup of coke and said with a smile, but, you almost finished my coke. After saying this, Zhu Yuantang's momentum weakened by 3 points. She wanted to quibble, saying that she poured more, but actually drank less, and so on. Then she thought, her mother had taught her not to use her own disadvantages to challenge others' advantages. Zhu Yuantang thought that was indeed right, and she immediately found other reasons and complained. Jiang Ning, am I good to you? Jiang Ning, very good, but I'm also very good to you. Humph, I treat you better. She moved her feet to the sofa and curled up. She stretched out her hands with great effort until she couldn't stretch them any further and gestured, I'm so good to you. In front of her, Jiang Ning also stretched out his arms, which were much longer than Zhu Yuantang's. I treat you better. Zhu Yuantang was not convinced, thinking that your arms are so long, what's the big deal? The taller the person, the dumber, and she is so small that she is smart. Alas, it would be better if her arms were longer. She thought for a moment and pointed at the TV. My kindness to you is so good that it reaches the TV. It's so far away and so good. Jiang Ning pointed to the door farther away. Zhu Yuantang pointed to the river outside the French window. I'm so good to you. Jiang Ning gestured to the grassland farther away, the grassland behind the river. The two kept comparing. Zhu Yuantang got angry and pointed to the deep night sky in the distance. She remembered the direction of home. From here, it's as far as the Yuzhou River Dam. Jiang Ning also pointed to the night sky and raised his finger slightly. It's as far as the moon. Zhu Yuantang, my kindness to you is so far that it reaches the moon and then back from the moon. Jiang Ning suddenly stopped talking. Zhu Yuantang, are you admitting defeat? Jiang Ning, since you are so good to me, then, give me some of your coke. Zhu Yuantang puffed up his lips. You, despicable. Chapter 472 Waiting for you. August 24th, 7:30 am. The train announcement sounded, and the train from Hohhot to Shenzhen was about to stop at Yuzhou Station. In the high-end soft sleeper compartment, Zhu Yuantang looked at Yuzhou City, and her heart was warm, the place of home. Jiang Ning, let's take a taxi back. She didn't tell her mother that she came back this time. Zhu Yuantang prepared to give her mother a surprise. No need to take a taxi. My cousin will pick us up, Jiang Ning said. Jiang Junlong learned that he was back from traveling and made an appointment to pick him up at the station in advance. Now it is the end of August. Even Yazhou No. 2 middle school has given students a vacation. Tang Tang said the day before yesterday that she would not be able to see Chachu the first time she returned to Heba because the peanuts in their village were ripe, and Chachu went back to the village to pick peanuts and would not come back until the busy farming season was over. Outside the station, Zhu Yuantang asked, "When will your cousin come?" Jiang Ning said, "It will probably take a while. Let's find something to eat." They took the train at more than 10 o'clock yesterday morning and stayed on the train for almost a whole day and had not eaten a proper meal. Zhu Yuantang clapped his hands in agreement after hearing this. Jiang Ning looked into the distance and with the help of his spiritual sense scanning, he identified a store. Zhu Yuantang followed briskly. It was less than 8 o'clock, which was exactly mealtime. It rained a little in Yazhou last night, and the ground was a little damp, and the temperature had not risen yet. They walked along the familiar streets and alleys. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning stood at the door of a store with Huang's Xiaobing written on it. One morning a few months ago, Jiang Ning went to the hospital to kill the young man who rode a motorcycle and surrounded Yangsheng that night. After that, he packed breakfast in this store. Inside the store, 2 women were busy, a middle-aged woman pasting sesame cakes, and another woman who was about 18 or 19 years old, thin and weak, helped. Jiang Ning shouted, 2 bowls of chicken soup and egg soup, 7 sesame cakes. After hearing this, the girl looked at Jiang Ning, her mind was dazed, she was stunned, and suddenly remembered that a few months ago, she came back from school to recuperate and helped her family in the store. However, that morning, a young man with a very outstanding temperament came into the store. Even after several months, she still had an impression of him. Oh. The girl's face was no longer sickly as it was a few months ago. She asked, "Are you packing or taking away?" Now, it was Zhu Yuantang's turn to be dumbfounded. She deliberately glanced into the store, and there were clearly several empty tables. The girl thought the boy didn't hear her, so she raised her voice slightly. "Excuse me, are you packing or taking away?" "Jiang Ning, can I eat here?" The thin girl realized something. Her expression was embarrassed, and she apologized hurriedly. Yes, you can eat here." Jiang Ning nodded. "That's fine." The thin girl cracked 2 eggs skillfully, stirred them, and then used a soup spoon to scoop up the boiling chicken soup and poured it on the egg liquid. The high temperature instantly cooked the eggs. She did the same for the second bowl, and then laughed. "Less coriander, right?" Jiang Ning, "Yes." He didn't expect that the other party still remembered his preference. Then sprinkle pepper on it, and squeeze out sesame oil from the iced black tea bottle containing sesame oil. In order to save money, many bosses only make a small hole in the bottle cap, so that they can squeeze out a little bit each time. This store is not like that. The thin girl deliberately poured a lot of sesame oil for Jiang Ning, almost comparable to the sesame oil Zhu Yuantang put in when cooking noodles. There are spicy potato shreds and green pepper fried with soybeans over there in the disinfection cabinet. She repeated what she said many times. After Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang sat down, the female boss brought a box of cakes and said, "I'll give you 4 first. Eat first." Zhu Yuantang had never eaten in this store, but she remembered that Jiang Ning did pack breakfast back one morning. As a food lover, she tasted it at the first bite, and she had eaten it before. After going out for a whole month, she missed the food in Yazhou too much. Zhu Yuantang ate, and she ate 4 out of 7 sesame cakes, but she was still not satisfied. "Jiang Ning, can you be full with 3 sesame cakes?" Zhu Yuantang probed. "Not bad. You are so tall. 3 sesame cakes are definitely not enough for you." Zhu Yuantang analyzed with scientific basis. "You are too thin. Only by eating more can you grow strong." Jiang Ning pretended to be confused. "Really? Why do I feel full?" Zhu Yuantang gave an example. "Didn't you see it on TV? When you realize that you are thirsty, your body is actually in a state of dehydration and urgently needs to replenish water. If you have to wait until you are thirsty to drink water, it will affect your body in the long run." She explained the science to Jiang Ning in a torrent of words, with clear logic and clear purpose. Jiang Ning pretended to understand and nodded. He drank a mouthful of soup with a porcelain spoon and said, "Then I want another sesame cake." Zhu Yuantang shook her head. "Do you think one sesame cake is enough? For you, it is not enough." She shouted for Jiang Ning, "3 more cakes." So, 2 of the 3 cakes were eaten by her. After finishing the meal, Zhu Yuantang walked in front with satisfaction. The sun shone on the road, full of vitality. Jiang Ning suggested, "Let's go to the park next door and wait for my cousin." Zhu Yuantang was thinking about this and was about to take a walk. In the park at night, there were aunties dancing in the square, but in the morning, there were only 2 uncles playing suona in the park. Zhu Yuantang walked leisurely in the park. It was August, the grass and trees were lush, and there was a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. When they walked to the center of the park, there was a young man and woman. The man introduced and explained the various flowers in the park while walking. He spoke very clearly, and the woman next to him believed it. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning just met them. When the man found Jiang Ning, he couldn't help but stop. He turned sideways and looked at the woman next to him. As expected, the woman was looking at him. The look in the woman's eyes was something he had seen several times but never saw. The man was unhappy. "Aren't young people just a little handsome? What's the use of being handsome? It can't be used to make a living. In this day and age, talent is the first priority." He cleared his throat, facing a field of flowers in front of him, and introduced fluently, "This is a peony. There is a poem that says, since the Tang dynasty, people have loved peonies, which shows how popular peonies are. Look how noble this flower is. It is rumored that Wu Zixin's favorite flower is the peony." One winter, there was a heavy snow in Chang'an. Wu Zixin led hundreds of officials to the palace garden to enjoy the snow scenery. As a result, only plum blossoms were in full bloom in winter. Wu Zixin had just ascended the throne and wanted to use flowers to show her authority, so she ordered these flowers to bloom tomorrow. The next day, Wu Zixin came to the garden again. Guess what? All the flowers were in full bloom, but the peony was still lifeless, not giving her face at all. The man spoke very smoothly, and the woman beside him nodded frequently, quite surprised. "How do you know so much? Are you a gardening major?" The man said lightly, "I just study it more often." "It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning," the woman exclaimed. "Amazing." After the compliment, the man was overjoyed. He looked at Jiang Ning with a disdainful and carefree look, and took a step forward like a winner. "Haha, is being handsome useful? Being handsome is worthless in front of talent." He walked away contentedly. Zhu Yuantang noticed that the man had an inexplicable hostility towards Jiang Ning. She looked at the peony in front of her and suddenly shouted, "Jiang Ning, this is not a peony, it is a peony." The man paused in disbelief. Zhu Yuantang continued, "Look at the rhizome. Peony is a tree root, peony is a grass root, and these flowers are peonies." The man glanced at the woman beside him in panic, pretending not to hear, and walked away quickly. Seeing the other party's hurried escape, Zhu Yuantang snorted, "Anyone who offends Jiang Ning will be killed by her." Zhu Yuantang, no matter how far away they are. Jiang Ning smiled. "It's really comfortable to have someone's support." He walked around the park for a while, and his cell phone rang. His cousin Jiang Junlang had arrived. He walked in the open area outside, and 3 trams drove from a distance. Jiang Junlang, Shen Qinj, and an unfamiliar boy. Jiang Junlang smiled brightly and greeted enthusiastically, "Brother Ning Ning, you are back from your trip." Shen Qinj behind him also nodded. She looked at Jiang Ning's figure. After not seeing him for a summer vacation, he was still as calm as before, with an inexplicable detached temperament. Shen Qinj stared at his face and could only see a pair of deep eyes. Since coming to Yuzhou City last year, Shen Qinj, who originally knew Jiang Ning very well, can no longer see through him. This feeling of being out of control is very uncomfortable. There were countless moments when Shen Qinj wanted to tell Jiang Ning in person, "Let's make peace and be friends like before. I promise to treat you the same way you treat me." However, as time passed, she couldn't say this sentence anymore, or rather, she vaguely guessed that, even if she said it, their previous relationship would still not go back to the past. Jiang Ning patted the brand new electric bike next to him and introduced it. Brother Ning Ning, look, this is the electric bike my dad bought. Isn't it handsome and cool? Jiang Ning also noticed it without him saying anything. This electric bike is titanium colored, with clear edges and corners, a sharp appearance, and tough muscular lines. The style is minimalist and elegant, with a mechanical beauty. Look at the LED lights, they are very bright, and there is also a dashboard, mileage, speed, gear, all clearly visible. Jiang Ning said like a salesman, it has a sense of technology, and it can run 80 kilometers when fully charged. He pulled out the key, threw it into Jiang Ning's hand, and said generously, it's for you. Jiang Ning looked at him in confusion. Jiang Ning said, my dad said that you have been in the city for a year, and he hasn't bought you anything. So I might as well give you an electric bike, to make it convenient for you to go to school. This move was indeed like an uncle's style. Jiang Ning said a few polite words and accepted it. Jiang Ning was relieved. He was worried that Brother Ning would not accept it. After all, he had used his pocket money to make a promise to his father. I'll go to your house in 2 days and give you 2 melons. Jiang Ning said. That's great. Try the new car. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang came forward and looked at her new car. What a big electric car. It must be very comfortable to sit on. She imagined the day when Jiang Ning would take her to school on the electric car. In this way, he would be able to ride a bike more easily. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang for a ride on the bike, speeding up to 60 miles per hour, which was much faster than the normal mountain bike. Zhu Yuantang was still not satisfied. Back in front of the park, Jiang Ning and Shen Qinj were still there, and the other boy was gone. Brother Ning Ning, what are you going to do next? Jiang Ning asked. Go home and have a look. I saw the weather forecast. There will be heavy rain in 2 days. I really want to go back to the village to play. Jiang Ning missed the days when the flood was about to come. He remembered that in the past, when the flood came, he could catch fish. Unfortunately, under the current circumstances, his mother would not allow him to do so. Shen Qinj came to her senses and said, when there is a flood, can we catch fish in the river dam? Zhu Yuantang saw that she had bad intentions and said, I don't know. Simply skipping the topic, the few of them rode their bikes home. There was a section of the road that was on their way, so they just happened to go together. It was just after 9 o'clock, and the streets had completely regained their vitality. Many flower pots were placed in front of some shops to hold opening ceremonies. In front of some shops, several young female employees lined up in a row, laughing and dancing awkwardly to the powerful music of You Are My Little Apple. Passing a street, Jiang Ning suddenly pressed the brake. Shen Qinj was puzzled. Is there something wrong? Jiang Ning also stopped the car, and Zhu Yuantang looked around behind him and showed his little head. After Jiang Ning got off the car, he walked straight to the side of the road and shouted to the girl in a baseball cap who was handing out flyers. Hey, Miss Rocking Car, why are you handing out flyers? As soon as these words came out, the girl in the baseball cap slowly raised her head, revealing her pretty face, with a lock of hair hanging in front of each of her ears. Jiang Ning took a quick look with his spiritual sense, and found that she hadn't washed her hair for at least 3 days in the middle of summer. Despite this, Yao couldn't hide the pride between her brows no matter what. Yao felt embarrassed when she was caught handing out flyers by an acquaintance. She said expressionlessly, is there something wrong? If not, get out of the way. Zhu Yuantang also recognized this young lady. Jiang Ning had a good temper and he didn't mind at all. I heard from my mother that you had a conflict with your family again and ran away from home. Yeah. When talking about sad things, Yao remained cool and controlled her temperament. Zhu Yuantang remembered that the last time Yao wore Kumaman to hand out flyers, she fainted from the heat, so she interrupted. Hey, did you go to the concert? Yao looked in Jiang Ning's direction and remembered that the other party had done him a favor, so she replied, no. Jiang Ning advised, it's not a good idea to go on like this. School is about to start. Are you going to be like this forever? When Yao mentioned going to school, her heart ached, and she gritted her teeth. I won't go to school in the future. These words were very serious, and frightened Jiang Ning. For their age, dropping out of school is a very serious matter. Shen Qinj stepped forward. She remembered Yao Yiao. She had come to her sister's house for dinner more than once. Seeing her fall to this state, Shen Qinj had no sympathy. She is now living under someone else's roof. Isn't it funny to sympathize with someone else's spoiled little princess? Jiang Ning said, I heard from my mother that, although your mother quarreled with you, she actually missed you very much. Yao Yiao was delighted, and then, her tone continued in a low voice, she will never understand me. Jiang Ning, after you ran away from home, your mother was very anxious. The last time I passed by your community, I saw your mother posting an advertisement on your community bulletin board. It must be a missing person notice. Yao Yiao said in surprise, really? So she left home in anger, and her cruel mother softened her heart? Jiang Ning, how could it be false? I'll take you to see. Get in the car. Yao Yiao got on Shen Qinj's electric car, and arrived at her own community. She got off the car excitedly and almost tripped. She took off her stuffy baseball cap, and as she ran, the girl's black hair fluttered, shining in the bright sunshine, showing a gorgeous golden color. Yao Yiao ran to the bulletin board, and looked around with joy. She saw a few lines of words printed on the brand new A4. Unit 1, Building 3, south-facing second bedroom for rent, with a balcony for drying clothes. Her dazzling hair wilted in an instant. Unit 1, Building 3, was her room. Recommending a book. Hello. 2010 inches. A daily story of a single female protagonist of the Rebirth type. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473. Too tight. Heba. Jiang Ning put the luggage in the space in front of the electric bike. Zhu Yuantang sat on the bike and rushed home at lightning speed. Woo woo woo, Jiang Ning is so fast. Zhu Yuantang's hair was blown up. The electric bike accelerated to 60 miles per hour. Even though Zhu Yuantang was brave, she was shocked by the speed and was afraid of falling down accidentally. If the person riding the bike was not Jiang Ning, whom she trusted the most, she would be trembling. Jiang Ning was speechless after seeing this. After being with him for so long, she still looked like a loser. It was really embarrassing for him. He urged his spiritual power and continued to accelerate the electric bike. The speed increased by 1 knot to 75 miles per hour. Zhu Yuantang felt even less secure. Fortunately, this section of the river dam was not long, and they soon arrived at the bungalow. In the bungalow in Heba, Zhang the butcher went to the street to sell pork. Zhang's wife sat at the door peeling garlic cloves, looking at her son, and she was not happy with him. Zhang Ruan knew that after a summer vacation at home, his son, who was his own son at the beginning, was now hated by both the dog and the people. He walked out of the room, looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, and his eyes could not help but glance at Zhu Chuchu's house next door. Compared with those mediocre girls in the school, Zhu Chuchu was the real god. It was a pity that Zhang Ruan was old. If youth was a dream, he had nothing else to ask for, but just wanted to take another look, and another look. Unfortunately, Zhu Chuchu went home recently, and he could not see her again. Zhang Ruan could not help but compose a poem. Ask you how much sorrow you can have, just like a river of spring water flowing eastward, to express his inner sorrow. Aunt Zhang only had an elementary school education, but she was an experienced person, and when she saw her own son, her soul was hooked away. She was so angry. Look, all you do is look all day long. You are so brave. Why don't you talk to people? When your father saw me, he took me to the street and slaughtered a pig for me to see. Recalling the burly and heroic figure of Uncle Zhang slaughtering pigs with one knife, a pig was killed and hundreds of pounds of meat were sold. Aunt Zhang was deeply fascinated at the time. Of course, the real reason was that people who could slaughter pigs and sell pork in that era were quite rich. I remember that in 1994, when they just got married, Uncle Zhang told her that the family had a savings of 200,000 yuan. At that time, they could buy several top-notch storefronts in the city. But Aunt Zhang was good at managing the family and kept the money in her hands. 20 years later, the annual rent of a good storefront in the city was 200,000 yuan. When Zhang Ruan saw his mother like this, he embarrassedly covered up. When did I look? I was looking at the tree over there. Hey, didn't my father say there was a hornet's nest? Aunt Zhang is his mother, doesn't she understand? If you really like her, I'll tell Hua Fengmei about it. I think she's a good girl, she studies very hard, she's good at housework and cooking. It's hard to find such a girl nowadays. After hearing this, Zhang Ruan thought of Zhu Chuchu's appearance and temperament. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved, but he was really scared. He quickly refused. Forget it, I'm about to start school. Aunt Zhang was unhappy to see him like that and urged, don't look at it, help me peel garlic cloves. Zhang Ruan had no choice but to walk to the door. His big wolf dog was lying on the ground. He kicked the dog. Make room for me. The big wolf dog ignored her. Zhang Ruan kicked again, and the big wolf dog glanced at him. Aunt Zhang took the opportunity to make a fuss. You see, our dog doesn't like you anymore. Go back to school. Zhang Ruan felt really screwed at the moment. He was annoyed. He raised his foot, ready to push the wolf dog aside, when his right foot just flew into the air. The black-backed wolf dog suddenly climbed up from the ground. Zhang Ruan thought that his courage frightened the wolf dog. As a result, he looked back and saw a cool titanium grey electric bike in his field of vision. The rider was Jiang Ning, whom he had not seen for a whole month. The big wolf dog actively came forward, sticking out his tongue, wagging his tail, and flattering like a dog. Zhang Ruan swore that this dog had never done this to his family. Jiang Ning pressed the brake, and the electric bike showed sharp lines. Zhu Yuantang got off the car slowly, and the big wolf dog stayed at her legs. Jiang Ning called out, get away, a good dog doesn't block the road. The mighty black-backed wolf dog immediately made way. Zhang Ruan thought to himself, fuck, whose dog is this? Jiang Ning greeted Aunt Zhang and the others, and led Zhu Yuantang into his room first. Pushing open the door, the house did not have a trace of old smell. The sheets and quilts were clean, the flowers in the window pots were bright, and the leaves of the green radish were long and drooping, like a girl's waist-length hair. The whole room can be moved in without any cleaning. He and Zhu Yuantang divided their luggage and then rested on the sofa. After not going home for a month, he felt a little nostalgic. Jiang Ning played with his mobile phone as usual. In the class group, Zhang Kai asked everyone to change their mobile phones and asked others to recommend a mobile phone. Because of his character problem, the class group was very quiet. Lukaki said, wait a little longer. The iPhone 6 will be released soon. You can buy it. Cuiu said sarcastically, Mr. Zhang has become rich and can afford an iPhone 6. Zhang Kai was unhappy to hear this. If he carried cement for a whole summer vacation, he might be able to afford it. Unfortunately, the weather was too hot and he was too tired. He took a lot of breaks. In addition, the construction site he found did not have work every day, so he did not have enough money. Zhang Kai responded tit for tat, Cuiu. Can you afford it? Lukaki, haha, the iPhone is indeed too expensive for you. As soon as this message was sent out, Cuiu sent a picture. In the picture, he was lying on the bed, smiling obscenely, and his body was covered with many red banknotes. Cuiu, how do you know that I have 4,500 yuan? Zhang Kai clenched his fists, his heart filled with resentment. Only a true enthusiast, Dong Qingfeng, saw it and said sincerely, Redmi Note has recently released a 2GB RAM version. You can try it. Zhang Kai immediately denied. Redmi is a low-end brand. Only losers use it. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Aunt Gu learned that her daughter was coming home, and she bought some vegetables from the company to prepare delicious food for her daughter. After returning home, Zhu Yuantang welcomed her at the door. Mom, you are back. Aunt Gu got out of the car, stood still, and looked at her daughter carefully, and was disappointed. You haven't grown at all. Previously, she bought a set of clothes for her daughter, and she was worried that she might not be able to wear it if she grew taller. This time, she worried in vain. Jiang Ning at the door also greeted him. After returning to the house, it was still early, and Aunt Gu was not in a hurry to cook. She asked about her daughter's travel. Zhu Yuantang had accumulated a month's worth of experiences, and now that she had the chance, she talked about them non-stop. Aunt Gu took out the thin autumn coat she bought for her daughter and asked her to sit in front of the mirror. Stretch out your left arm. Zhu Yuantang seemed to have returned to her childhood, having parents to help her put on clothes. How nice. Aunt Gu stood behind her daughter, buttoned the top button for her, and looked carefully at the mirror. The thin shirt looked much more energetic on her daughter. However, seeing her frivolous expression, Aunt Gu said to her, "Why are you staring so wide-eyed?" Zhu Yuantang gasped with difficulty, "Mom, it's not that my eyes are big. If you button them tighter, I can still stick out my tongue." Yazhou bus station. Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang stood in the square to see off Shan Kaikun and Jiuo Kunan. "Aren't you staying here tonight?" Wang Lang invited. "Brother Ma has booked a private room in the hotel tonight, all with delicious dishes. Why don't you eat before leaving?" No, I saw the weather forecast says it's going to rain." Jiuo Kunan tightened the backpack on his back. Of course, there was another reason that he didn't say, because in the evening, Ma Shicheng also invited Chen Qian to dinner. With outsiders around, Jiuo Kunan couldn't let go, and plus the training was over. He simply went back to his hometown to rest for a few days. "Let's go." Jiuo Kunan waved his hand and left neatly. He and Shan Kaikun bought tickets to enter the station and boarded the bus. As the bus started, Jiuo Kunan took out his headphones, untangled the tangled headphone wires with difficulty, and finally put one in his ear. He turned his head to look at Shan Kaikun and saw that he was still looking straight in one direction. Jiuo Kunan's heart moved, and he said something very profound. "Brother Quan, can you tell whether it is obsession or love?" Shan Kaikun looked melancholy. "What about obsession? What about love? I just know that I still can't forget her." Jiuo Kunan didn't comfort him like before. He said, "Today, the first year of high school at number 4 middle school is expanding its enrollment. Our class had 600 to 700 students, but the new class has more than 1,000 students. Just think how exciting it will be. There must be many junior girls." Shan Kaikun smiled but said nothing. Jiuo Kunan said expectantly, "Brother Cui told me the day before yesterday that he would teach me how to hook up with junior girls. I'm so excited that I can't sleep." Shan Kaikun, "Cuiu, are you sure?" 6 p.m. Department store plaza. The bus door opened and Chen Qian's thin figure appeared. He stood firm and adjusted his glasses. Wang Lang hurried forward and said enthusiastically, "Brother Qian, why are you still taking the bus?" "Hey, I was thinking of taking a taxi to pick you up." Chen Qian's glasses flashed a light. "Noisy places can better train my concentration. I just took the bus for half an hour and memorized 50 words. Wang Lang praised him without thinking. "Brother, I admire you. Your learning ability is to strong 30 words in half an hour, 60 words in an hour, 10 hours a day. You can memorize 600 words and 18,000 words in a month. My goodness, the vocabulary of IELTS and TOEFL combined is not as much as my brother Qian memorizes in a month. Wang Lang speaks well and is interesting." Chen Qian was very happy to be praised. He suppressed his complacency and said seriously, "You are right, but there is a small mistake." Wang Lang was very humble. "I would like to hear more." Chen Qian, "I don't study for 10 hours a day, but 18 hours. After a while of greetings, several people walked along the bustling pedestrian street towards the luxurious Ramanli Hotel. The reason for inviting Chen Qian to dinner was that Chen Qian's knowledge reserves had provided countless help to Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang in the past month. Thanks to this, their Facebook account was in full swing, and they answered all the questions from customers, and their reputation was quite good. Finally, they agreed on 2 big customers and provided each other with a total of 7,000 AK-47s, 1.2 million rounds of bullets, 200 RPG rocket launchers, 20 FN-6 portable air defense missiles, and other weapons, and promised to provide free after-sales service. When closing the net, Wang Lang's mentality almost didn't stabilize. He always felt that it was too fake. Did anyone really make a coin? He was not very sure. Ma Shicheng said that others were not as smart as you thought. Many years ago, someone pretended to be a descendant of Li Hongzhang or the illegitimate son of a certain island leader, claiming that a large amount of funds were frozen, and they were able to successfully defraud money. What's more, they performed an account together for a month. 2 days ago, 2 transactions started. The first customer could not get virtual currency and had to go through a bank transaction, so Ma Shichen gave up. Another customer, who was equally inexperienced, only got 40 virtual currencies. A mosquito is still meat, so Ma Shichen agreed to the transaction and 40 virtual currencies were deposited into Ma Shichen's account as a deposit. The current price of virtual currency is about $500 per coin. It is equivalent to $20,000 in hand, which is equivalent to more than 100,000 yuan according to the exchange rate. Hundreds of thousands of yuan is not a lot for office workers, but for 2 high school students, it is a terrifying amount of money. Their living expenses for a month are less than 1,000 yuan. After seeing this number, the 2 felt as if they were in another world and had an unreal feeling. Only Ma Shichen and Wang Langlang knew this secret. After the transaction was successful, Ma Shichen backed up the account wallet, obtained the Bitcoin address and private key, and threw away the old mobile phone and the mobile phone card without real name, completely clearing his relationship with the Facebook account. The 2 did not cash out the virtual currency for the time being, firstly because it was quite difficult to cash out, and once cashed out, each of them would get tens of thousands, which would be gone after they spent it. Secondly, Ma Shichen had a hunch that this thing would definitely continue to appreciate. In one summer vacation, they got hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they were grateful to Chen Qian, so they treated him to a big meal to thank him. Of course, the specific reason could not be disclosed. Passing by the pedestrian street, Chen Qian stopped in front of a stall selling ice jelly, and several girls lined up in front of the stall. Wang Langlang observed and said, "Brother Qian, let's try the ice jelly." Chen Qian agreed. When queuing, Wang Langlang was in front, and Chen Qian did not let him treat him, so he followed closely. Chen Qian took out his vocabulary book and memorized the words with one hand in the busy city. Suddenly, a fat lady next to him, who was in a hurry, directly squeezed Chen Qian and lined up in front of him. "Boss, give me a portion of mango ice jelly, mango ice jelly." Chen Qian was originally immersed in reading, his body tilted, his steps were unstable, and he almost fell. When Wang Langlang saw Brother Qian being bumped, he immediately yelled and accused him, "How can you cut in line? Do you have any manners?" After hearing this, the fat lady looked at Wang Langlang with disdain, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" She continued to shout, "Boss, give me a portion of mango ice jelly, with more mangoes." It happened to be Wang Langlang's turn in the front row. How could he be bullied? Wang Langlang handed over 100 yuan bill. "Boss, fill up my mangoes." When the fat lady heard this, her face changed drastically. "What are you doing?" "Wang Langlang, I'm buying something." Then, he bought all the mangoes in front of the fat lady. Afterwards, Chen Qian tasted the mango ice jelly, and there was a touch of emotion on his face. "Langlang, you were impulsive." Wang Langlang didn't care. "Hey, it's no big deal." Chen Qian is a military advisor, worthy of his attention. Chapter 474 Wrong. Wang Langlang spent 100 yuan to buy mango ice jelly, and then he carried a big bag. 3 people couldn't finish it, not to mention that there was a big dinner tonight. Wang Langlang saw a few children around, and he waved his hand and said that he, Long Gangzi, would pay for all the ice jelly today. Wang Langlang experienced it, and he didn't feel bad about being the king of children that he had never experienced in his childhood. He left with a smile. Although Chen Qian is a nerd, he is not stupid. He knew that Wang Langlang paid the bill because the fat lady cut in line and bumped into him, so Wang Langlang made such an arrogant move. Originally, Wang Langlang asked him questions every day before, and Chen Qian was still holding the mentality of showing off his knowledge. Now it seems that it is time to change his mind. Thinking so, Chen Qian finished the ice jelly and threw it into the trash can. Passing the middle of the pedestrian street, a young man wearing a promotional short-sleeved shirt of a certain brand stood on the roadside handing out flyers, looking like a college student working part-time. Most of the part-time jobs of handing out flyers are not easy. If you can finish handing out flyers early, you can finish your day's work early. But Chen Qian is a scholar with the world in his heart. He moved a little closer, and the young man handing out flyers immediately handed over the flyer. Chen Qian took it, and prepared to find a place to throw it away after leaving the pedestrian street. Unexpectedly, when he took the flyer, the young man immediately came up to him and said in a friendly tone, brother, hello, do you want to buy a mobile phone? We are having a special promotion in our store now. Chen Qian waved his hands. Sorry, I don't buy a mobile phone. The young man handing out flyers suddenly sank his face and scolded him rudely. Don't buy a mobile phone. Why do you take flyers if you don't buy a mobile phone? Bring it to me. Chen Qian was scolded, and he was also confused. What's going on? Is it popular to hand out flyers like this now? Just when he was embarrassed, Ma Shichen next to him glanced at him and said, give me one. The young man immediately handed out a flyer with a shameless face. Hello, our store is holding an event. Buy a mobile phone and win a prize. What is the grand prize? Ma Shichen asked. The young man, the highest can be Huawei P6, a newly released mobile phone. In order to save face for Chen Qian, Ma Shichen deliberately said, what brand? I have never heard of it. In this era, Huawei mobile phones have not yet risen, and are far from being known to everyone like in later generations. The young man immediately explained, Huawei is. Ma Shichen interrupted him, is it good to have an iPhone? Without waiting for the other party to continue speaking, he pushed the flyer into the other party's hand. The young man subconsciously wanted to catch it, but Ma Shichen loosened his fingers and the flyer fell to the ground. The young man quickly bent down to pick it up. He, Wang Lang and Chen Qian left. After the young man picked up all the flyers, he cursed and called the store, set up another special prize, and give away an iPhone 5S. Zhang Kai consulted everyone in the class group about buying a mobile phone, but before he got an answer, he decided to go to the city to have a look. At this point in 2014, for a high school student with more than 3,000 yuan in his pocket, many boys would choose to change to a smoother mobile phone, and Zhang Kai was no exception. He used to use a 300 yuan miscellaneous brand phone, and a smooth mobile phone has always been Zhang Kai's dream. Strolling on the pedestrian street, his eyes wandered around. Then, he saw a young man wearing a promotional t-shirt. The eyes of the two people, like two stars in a lost way, met in the crowd, but did not return each other to the crowd. Just because one of them was selling mobile phones and the other was buying mobile phones. The young man came forward and handed out a flyer. Hey, hello, brother, do you want to buy a mobile phone? Zhang Kai, yes. The young man was even more enthusiastic. Look at our store. Now you can get 3 chances to draw a lottery if you buy a mobile phone. If you really want to buy one, I will give you one chance first. You can draw a coupon on the big wheel. There are coupons of 100 yuan, 500 yuan, 1000 yuan, and Huawei P6. The special prize is Apple 5S. Zhang Kai was immediately tempted when he heard about the free lottery. It was just a draw anyway. What if he won? Seeing that the younger brother took the bait, the young man stopped handing out flyers and led him to the small door next to the pedestrian street and then went up to the second floor. Zhang Kai is a quasi-athletic student and has a strong physique trained by carrying cement. With the young man's body type, he can beat 3 people. He is skilled and brave, so he is not afraid at all. There is a long corridor upstairs, and the lighting is not good. Zhang Kai scanned the surrounding environment. There are many shops nearby, such as haircuts, manicures, and small accessories. The mobile phone store he went to had a red carpet laid out at the door with some small red confetti stuck on it. It was obviously a newly opened store. No wonder there was an event. Welcome, welcome. A man in a suit came forward. Zhang Kai glanced at the other person. He was about 30 years old, of medium height, with a protruding pot belly. Zhang Kai could beat him twice. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Kai sat by the turntable to draw the lottery. Zhang Kai blew a breath on his hand and drew it solemnly. Hey, I won. Ha ha ha, shit, I won. Zhang Kai shouted excitedly, his face full of joy. Apple 5S telecom version, 64G. He was ecstatic and then worried. He had a mobile card. It seemed that, after changing to a new phone, he would have to apply for a new telecom card. The young man opened a colorful flower tube. Bang! Confetti fell on Zankai's hair, clothes, and ecstatic face. Pa pa pa. The young man and the store manager applauded. Zankai, give me the 64GB memory version of the Apple 5S telecom version. He remembered that even Huang Zhangfei only used the 32GB memory version, while he now used the 64GB version. After hearing this, the store manager smiled meaningfully. Young man, although you have won the prize, we have a rule that you need to recharge 3,000 yuan of phone bills in advance to get this phone. In order to catch up with the event, you first pay the registration fee of 50 yuan, and I will help you apply. After that, the store manager waited for his answer. The 3,000 yuan was just a bait. Zankai felt unhappy when he heard it, but then he thought for a while that 3,000 yuan could not buy an Apple 5S, and what he recharged was phone bills, and he would not lose it. But Zankai was Zankai after all. How could he be willing to be a lamb? He asked, if I recharge 3,000 yuan, I can get a Huawei P6 for free, right? His question confused the store manager. He looked at the young man with a probing look, thinking that he agreed to the event in order to better fool customers. The young man was also confused. The store manager was puzzled. No Huawei P6 for free. I haven't heard of this event. Where did you see it? Zankai, I thought of it myself. At night, in the private room of the Romanli Hotel with a minimum consumption of 688. On the high-end round table, there are many special dishes. Iron pot scallion shrimp, tabe fish head pot, chicken gizzards and eel, sweet scented osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root, ice cream baked pudding. Just think about it, you know that this table must cost hundreds of dollars. Wang Lang observed Chen Kan's words and saw that he liked to eat something, so he quickly turned the table. Brother Kan, try this fish head. It tastes so delicious. It can be said that he gave enough face. Chen Kan looked at the table of dishes and then thought about the time when he was cut in line for selling ice jelly and was scolded for receiving flyers. Wang Lang and Ma Shicheng stepped forward to help him resolve the embarrassment. Suddenly I felt that I had received a great favor. Even if Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang said at the scene, Brother Kan, can you teach us your supreme secret learning method? Chen Kan was probably going to agree. At the dinner table, with Wang Lang being the livelier, the atmosphere was quite good. Chen Kan knew everything about astronomy and geography and showed off his knowledge. Wang Lang could always shout out 666 at the right time. Chen Kan felt as comfortable as if he was back home. Ma Shicheng took a sip of half a glass of drink and looked at Wang Lang. Compared with what they paid today, a mere 1 or 2,000 yuan is not worth mentioning compared to the benefits they have gained. Chen Kan provided great help when they communicated with foreigners. While eating heartily, Ma Shicheng received a call. He saw that it was an unfamiliar number and slid to answer it. A voice came from the other side. I'm a staff member of the District Finance Bureau. You are suspected of money laundering. Now you. Ma Shicheng's face changed. As the saying goes, if you do something wrong, you are afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. He had just cheated mercenaries from a small country recently. The current disturbance has aroused Ma Shicheng's mentality. Chen Kan asked, what's the situation? Wang Lang also noticed Ma Zhe's expression. Ma Shicheng calmed down and covered the microphone. Hey, a liar actually said that I laundered money, laughed. Wang Lang's face also changed. Chen Kan asked, money laundering? I happen to know. Give me the phone. I'll talk to him. Ma Shicheng thought about it and felt that he didn't bring up virtual currency, so there was no suspicion of money laundering at all, and he handed the phone to Chen Kan straightforwardly. Chen Kan turned on the speaker. The other party's voice came out. I'm a staff member of the District Finance Bureau. You are now involved in money laundering. Let me tell you. Chen Kan was not afraid. He interrupted the other party. Money laundering is the responsibility of the police. What rights do you have? The other party was stunned for a moment, and then his tone was a little weaker. We are assisting in the investigation. Chen Kan, if I really launder money, you can just call the police to arrest me. The other party was silent again, and then the phone was automatically hung up. Wang Lang Lang was stunned. Fuck, Brother Khan is awesome. He shouted, Brother Khan is awesome, come and eat spicy bullfrog. Chen Khan had just finished eating bullfrog when another call came in. He didn't even pick up the phone, but directly clicked to answer the call, hands free, and let the phone lie on the table. I'm a policeman. You are suspected of money laundering, I tell you. Come and get the subpoena now. The voice echoed in the box. Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang Lang listened, wanting to hear how Chen Khan would respond. Chen Khan said, what stage is your case at? Investigation? Prosecution? Or trial? The other party was silent for a while, and said the harshest words in the weakest tone. You are being tried now. Chen Khan said in a sonorous and powerful tone, I'm surprised you didn't go through the first 2 stages. How can you jump directly to the trial stage? You are too unprofessional. The phone was silent for half a minute, and was hung up again. Wang Lang Lang, Brother Khan is awesome. Come and eat some vegetables, eat a little chicken, and carry a gun. Awesome. Chen Khan tasted the chicken and said lightly, if there is a similar situation in the future, just come to me. I will take care of it. Wang Lang Lang praised, Brother Khan is awesome. You are so good at studying and know so much. In our class 8, you are definitely this. He gave a thumbs up. Chen Khan, the desire for knowledge is the driving force of human progress. It drives people to constantly explore the unknown and learn new things. Ma Shicheng applauded. Wang Lang Lang stood up, picked up his school bag from the chair next to him, took out the box, and held it with both hands. The sword goes with the hero. Brother Khan, accept it. Chen Khan didn't look at the box, and waved his hand to refuse. Gift? What's this? Don't. Wang Lang Lang said, this is not an ordinary gift, this is an era. After this, Chen Khan was confused. Wang Lang Lang opened the outer package and introduced, the glow lamp is an ancient display technology, first invented in the 1950s. Usually, a metal wire anode and cathode are placed in a vacuum tube in the shape of numbers 0 to 9. After power is turned on, it can emit red-orange light. Ma Shicheng added, however, due to the popularization of new technology LED, the once glorious glow lamp has gradually declined and been swept into the dust of history. Wang Lang Lang said, the glow lamp symbolizes the industrial crystallization of the northern great power at its peak, so I say it is an era. Chen Khan was moved and finally accepted the gift. Ma Shicheng stood up and shouted, cheers. In the box, the exquisitely shaped chandelier emitted a soft and gorgeous light, illuminating the spirited faces of the teenagers. August 26th, noon. Zhu Yuantang was punished by her mother for not eating snacks for 3 days because she stole ice cream. When Jiang Ning found her, Zhu Yuantang was lying on the bed, sat. Are you there? Jiang Ning asked. Not here. Are you asleep? Yes, Zhu Yuantang answered. Jiang Ning, okay, I'm going out to the supermarket. Zhu Yuantang turned over in bed, sat up straight, puffed up her cheeks, and stared with big eyes. Jiang Ning walked up and poked her pink little mouth. Zhu Yuantang was so sad that she didn't have the heart to resist. She was like a porcelain doll, letting him do it. Jiang Ning poked her a few times and said, Aunt Gu is too strict. It's just a small mistake, but she asked you not to eat snacks for a day. Anyway, I think it's a bit too much. Zhu Yuantang was originally heartbroken, but when she saw Jiang Ning standing on her side and thinking about her, her mood suddenly improved a lot. She realized that she seemed to have 2 backers. That's right. Zhu Yuantang's eyes became bright again, as if rippling with microwaves. Jiang Ning, if you encounter injustice, you must use your brain more and think of ways to resist. Zhu Yuantang was persuaded by him and thought of an excuse. She stepped on slippers and went out to argue with her mother. Aunt Gu was knitting winter slippers with knitting needles, preparing to make 2 pairs for Tang Tang and Jiang Ning. Although slippers were sold outside, the duty of rural women made her stubbornly believe that the slippers she made would be warmer for her daughters. Zhu Yuantang walked up to her mother and argued loudly, I stole 5 ice creams today, Mom. You punished me by not allowing me to eat for 3 days. I want to ask, was Grandma also so strict when my mother made mistakes in the past? Aunt Gu kept her hands busy and smiled. No, my mother didn't make mistakes when she was a child. At this moment, Zhu Yuantang understood a truth. Einstein and Newton would make mistakes, but her mother would not. Chapter 475, Mate Selection. Although Zhu Yuantang suffered a setback from her mother, she was in high spirits again, because Jiang Ning decided to take her to the supermarket. She said excitedly, "I dreamed of many snacks last night, and it really came true today." Jiang Ning, what snacks did you dream of? Zhu Yuantang saw that he seemed to take it seriously. She thought for a while, and said many precious things seriously. The watermelon, grapes, and tomatoes you brought like ordering dishes. Jiang Ning, you continue to dream. Because he was going to the city to shop, Zhu Yuantang decided to change into full armor. In order to avoid suspicion, Jiang Ning went back to his room first. He sat on the sofa with a bunch of keys hanging on his fingers, including the keys to the door locks at home, the keys to the bicycle and the battery car. Now he owns 2 cars and a boat, especially a cool battery car. While waiting for Zhu Yuantang to change clothes, he waved his hand, and the tablet on the computer desk flew over. In the class group, everyone was chatting happily, but the reason was that CUIU boasted in the group every day that he earned thousands of yuan from his part-time job during the summer vacation, and named the classmates who were usually very active in the class. CUIU loved to stir up trouble, bullied Miao Zhe, insulted Yuan, teased Pang Jiao, and provoked Yang Sheng. He believed that those who dare not stir up trouble are mediocre. He wanted to name Chen Kan at first, but Ma Shicheng and Wang Langlang refused. CUIU aimed at Jiang Ning again, but when he learned that he had won 30,000 yuan, he had to give up. In the end, CUIU picked a soft persimmon, and he chose the person of the class, Dong Qingfeng. Dong Qingfeng couldn't stand being annoyed, and made a great wish to earn thousands of yuan before school started, and beat CUIU. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and Lu Kiki jumped out to speak. CUIU ignored her. Dong Qingfeng didn't want to pay attention to it. The girl he liked was beautiful and single. Lu Kiki was a little beauty, and knew how to dress up, but her personality was hard to describe. But in order to maintain his title of friend of girls, he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lu Kiki complained in the group, "I give up. Why are some middle-aged men so bad at riding electric bikes? They don't slow down or dodge at all. They rush over recklessly, expecting girls to give way first." Zhang Yifei, nicknamed Princess Fifi, said, "I don't understand why those middle-aged people are still riding electric bikes when they are 40 years old. Many men of this age have already driven cars. They are really useless." Zhang Kai felt very unhappy when he heard her tone. He picked up the Huawei P6 and typed with one finger, "How old are you this year?" Zhang Yifei, 16 years old. Zhang Kai immediately replied, "Some people died at the age of 16. Why don't you die?" Zhang Yifei exploded on the spot. Li Shengnan and Wang Yanan came out to cheer, and Zhang Kai showed his power and argued with the girls. The class leader Huang Zhangfei appeared and muted them. The class group briefly returned to peace. Shen Qinsh replied, "Don't overestimate other people's qualities." On a rainy day before, someone knew there was a puddle ahead, but he still rode very fast and splashed dirty water all over others. After Pang Jiao sold KFC, she clicked on the class group and saw this message. She replied, "I bumped into someone on my way to work that day. His first sentence was, 'Little girl, you are going against the flow. Damn it, if you have the guts, just kill me.' Wu Zhaoqi, call the headquarters, call the headquarters." Duan Shigang, I'm curious about a question. Can the most powerful truck on the road hit a tank? Chen Kan analyzed. The weight of a medium-sized tank is generally between 20 and 40 tons, and the large trucks we can see on the road are mostly semi-trailer cement trucks, which are not even that heavy. The tank has a tight structure, covered with steel, and is very thick. In comparison, the structure of the truck is too fragile. What's more, most of the counterweight is cargo. Once the two collide, the truck will be knocked down. CUIU, applause, applause. Chen Kan, time is too short, otherwise I can use the data of tanks and trucks to calculate the formula for everyone. Wang Langlang, this is called professionalism. CUIU, hiss, it turns out that our sister Jiao Jiao is so strong. Pang Jiao was furious. The squad leader Huang Zhangfei came out and silenced CUIU and Pang Jiao. Meng Gui sighed. Some people just dispersed while walking. Zhu Yuantang hadn't been home for a month. The things in the house were packed by her mother. She wanted to find her hat, but she searched several times and still couldn't find it. She had to ask for help. Mom, where is my hat? She was too lazy and didn't go out at all. She just shouted in the bedroom. Her mother was at the door of the bungalow and didn't seem to hear it, so Zhu Yuantang shouted at the top of her voice. Jiang Ning next door heard it. Aunt Gu replied, "It's in your closet." Zhu Yuantang, HMM. She went to look through the closet again, but still couldn't find it. Mom, no. She swore that she had searched through the closet. Aunt Gu put down the needles and yarn in her hand and walked into the house. Look how stupid you are. Zhu Yuantang said confidently. It's obvious that you remembered it wrong. Aunt Gu, what if I can find it? Zhu Yuantang wanted to confront her mother, but she was guilty and moved her mouth, but didn't say anything. Aunt Gu reached into the closet and found the hat in less than 10 seconds. Zhu Yuantang was a little dazed. Did she find a fake closet? Class group. Kiki, where are you going in the middle of the day? Yuan, a close friend, asked with concern. I'm going to the city this afternoon. Do you want to have milk tea together? Kiki replied, I'll see if I have time. My cousin graduated from Nanshi and returned to her hometown to work at Jiang Ning Liquid Company. My uncle is getting married. Yuan, so amazing. Jiang Ning Liquid is becoming more and more famous in Yuzhou. It is reported by Anhu Provincial Satellite TV every day. It is now one of the most famous companies in Yuzhou, Huzhou, and even the whole country. People know that its products are sold abroad. Moreover, the company's treatment is very good, including food and housing subsidies. Zhang Kai was relieved. Is the salary high? Kiki, more than 8,000, mainly because of the complete benefits. Other students don't know the concept of this salary, but Duan Shigen has worked in a factory and knows that 8,000 is very high. In their factory, many small leaders cannot get this salary. He asked, does your cousin have a partner? Kiki, no, my uncle said that my cousin will definitely marry a rich man in the future. Zenkai, rich people are not good people, they are black-hearted. Wang Long Long, brother Kai, tell me the truth, do you want to be rich? Zenkai, of course I do. Kiki is proud of her cousin. She said, my cousin said that in the future she will find a tall, handsome, humorous, stable person who can treat her like a child, otherwise she won't marry. Seeing Kiki's cousin's mate selection criteria, Jiuo Kunan suddenly sighed. Oh. Hujun, brother Nan, why are you sighing for no reason? Jiuo Kunan, it's too difficult to find a partner. Hujun comforted him. Brother Nan, I advise you. Jiuo Kunan thought of Hujun's mate selection view, specializing in older young women, and shuddered in his heart. Don't advise. Hujun sincerely comforted him. Although people nowadays are cruel, I believe that you will always meet someone who doesn't want you to be tall, handsome, or rich. Kiki, neither do you. Laughs. Duan Shigen shared a song Listen Well. Later in the afternoon, Jiang Ning did not go out for some reason, which disappointed Zhu Yuantang for a while, and he went back to bed to sleep. Jiang Ning came to the door to watch the sunset. Aunt Gu finished her shoes, took a check, and paused for 2 seconds. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning suddenly thought of something funny, such as Aunt Gu domineeringly throwing out the check. This is 5 million. After you take it, leave my daughter immediately. But, Aunt Gu used a negotiating tone and harmonized. Today is Tang Tang's birthday. I deliberately didn't tell her. I'm afraid the child has forgotten it. This is the cake coupon of Mrs. ZHU's cake on the west side of Landma Shopping Plaza. Go to the city to get it for me. I'll cook some dishes at home in the evening to celebrate Tang Tang's birthday. Jiang Ning nodded. Okay, I'll take her to get it. Aunt Gu smiled. She used to owe her daughter a lot. She worked in a restaurant and met many city people who booked a private room for her daughter's birthday. It's a pity that she has no money, otherwise, she would also like to give her daughter a decent birthday. Now that the family is getting better and better, Aunt Gu is going to celebrate every birthday for her daughter in the future. Let's go. Zhu Yuantang sat on the electric car and patted the car. Jiang Ning twisted the handlebars, and the electric car rushed out like a horse that had broken free from its reins. Zhu Yuantang almost fell off. Compared with the slowly accelerating mountain bike, the electric car was too fierce. She thought that she needed to change her mindset when riding in the future. Otherwise, if she fell off the car, wouldn't it ruin her prestige? Jiang Ning went to the Blue Horse shopping mall. On a summer night, the number of people in the city did not decrease at all, but increased instead. The electric car was speeding at 60 miles per hour, faster than the cars in the city. Passing the platform, Zhu Yuantang looked at the bus. She was thinking, if Jiang Ning kept speeding so fast, they could even ride the electric car back home. After all, the battery car has a range of 80 kilometers. Passing the bus stop again, Jiang Ning slowed down, while Yuan waited for the bus at the platform in front. Although they were not very close, they were classmates after all, and they had climbed Mount Tay together last time. Jiang Ning's mentality was similar to meeting familiar classmates many years after graduation. Compared with the complicated interpersonal relationships in society, the relationships between classmates were more sincere. Yuan was playing with her mobile phone, looking up from time to time, paying attention to the buses on the roadside. At this time, at dusk, a cool electric car with colorful lights, titanium gray, and domineering lines like transformers stopped in front of her. Yuan was blinded by it. Zhu Yuantang greeted Yuan. Yuan replied hesitantly, Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning, yes, what are you doing? Yuan, I'm looking for Kinch to play. Oh, let's go. Jiang Ning started the electric car, the lights flashed, and it was like a colorful somersault cloud, and it disappeared after a turn. In Yuan's vision, the electric car seemed to be a colorful somersault cloud. Damn, so cool. Even as a girl, she thought that electric bike was cool. It would be a lie to say that she was not envious. She was waiting for the bus here, which was really too slow. After waiting for another 5 minutes, a heavy bus finally arrived. Yuan got on the bus. The driver looked at her. Yuan was about to put in the coin, but she felt her pocket and found that she had no coins. The driver looked at her, the passengers in the front seat looked at her, and the passengers behind her also looked at her. Yuan's face was hot. She frantically searched other pockets, but still couldn't find it. At this moment, she seemed to see impatience in the driver's eyes. When Yuan was in a dilemma, she reached out a hand from the side and put into coins. A male voice sounded, 2 people. Yuan was ecstatic and hurriedly turned around to thank him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then, the boy who put in the coin behind her glanced at her inexplicably and got on the bus with his mother. Yuan, a high-end residential area in Yazhou. Dong Qingfeng's hair was combed into an adult style. He was dressed in a suit and black framed glasses without lenses. He also rode a small electric stove, with a young sister sitting behind him. Dong Qingfeng is no longer a high school student. He is a real estate salesperson. In order to make a bet with CUIU, Dong Qingfeng went to his parents and said that he was ready to support himself and make a living. His parents have been working in Yazhou City for many years, and they have clear relationships. They said hello and arranged for him to work in a real estate agency. With the boss's flattery and care, Dong Qingfeng successfully rented a house in the afternoon. The real estate agencies in Yazhou City are very shady. The unified rule in the industry is that the rent is 1 month, and all of it is borne by the tenant. The house that Dong Qingfeng rented is quite high-end, with a monthly rent of 1,800. The boss was very happy and decided not to deduct a point, so Dong Qingfeng easily got a full month's agency fee. Now he has brought another high-quality customer to the community to see the house. This young lady just got off work, so she dragged it to this point. Seeing that Dong Qingfeng was young and handsome, she didn't think about it at all and got on his small battery car. Dong Qingfeng was riding his bike slowly when suddenly a cool electric bike caught up from behind and drove parallel to him. Jiang Ning honked the horn. Dong Qingfeng was about to give way, but when he turned around, he saw Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang, as well as the electric bike with flashy lights. In comparison, Dong Qingfeng's electric donkey was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. He greeted him unnaturally. Jiang Ning nodded and flew out. Dong Qingfeng thought to himself, when I make money, I will definitely get one. Soon, Dong Qingfeng arrived at the gate of the community, parked the electric bike, and elegantly handed out a tissue. "Sister, thank you for your hard work. It's hot. Please wipe it. Drink some water. It's at room temperature." He adhered to the high quality service to beautiful female customers from beginning to end. "My brother is so warm." The female customer smiled happily. Jiang Ning walked into the residential area with a smile on his face. This residential area is quite high-end, and the rent of the house is as high as 2,000 a month. The security guard at the door was indeed very diligent. After Jiang Ning revealed his identity, the security guard actually disliked him as an agent and refused to let him in. The rules. These are the rules. The security guard looked like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. "Jiang Ning, the owner asked me to show the house." The security guard said, "It's too late now. Our community stipulates that non-owners are not allowed to enter at night." Jiang Ning got angry, and he showed the elevator card. "I'm the owner now. I can swipe the card." Security guard, "No, you are not." Jiang Ning was convinced. So difficult. When had he ever suffered such an injustice? He immediately quarreled with the security guard, and in the end, he was not allowed to enter anyway. Jiang Ning's mind gradually became clear, and he realized that his current position was not a student, but a member of society. After he calmed down, he turned his head and looked at the young female customer next to him. The other party stood there awkwardly. "Oh no, this order may be cancelled." Jiang Ning's brain was working fast, and he had an idea, turning danger into opportunity, and said with a smile, "Sister, you see, the community security guards are so responsible. As a single woman, you don't have to worry about safety issues at all." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.